We want to thank the movie-going audience so much, especially those that grew up with Toy Story. We hope that your adventures with Woody and Buzz made growing up a little bit easier.
Please remember this for later. I've made it no secret that I absolutely despise Toy Story 4 with the burning intensity of 1,000 supernova explosions. I've mentioned it in what is probably a cumulative hundreds of Let's Play videos at this point, be it as an offhanded comment or as a mini rant, promising to one day make a video elaborating on that position ever since I ripped Danganronpa 3 a new one. And now the time has finally come. Toy Story 4 is a colossal failure from almost every aspect of storytelling. The plot is less cohesive than Swiss cheese, the characters are all shells of their former selves, and that's putting it very lightly in some instances. The consistency of the cause and effect is equivalent to that of a game of bunco, where characters either get insanely lucky or insanely unlucky depending on whatever the plot requires. And there is irreparable damage dealt to the world building of the Toy Story universe accomplished with nothing more than a frenetic and romantic eating utensil. This film would be in tatters even if it existed solely in a vacuum with no connection to any other pre-existing material. But sadly, it doesn't. It doesn't just exist in a vacuum. It is the fourth and final entry in one of the most beloved animated film series of all time, and what it does to its predecessors is utterly unforgivable. It's indefensible. This movie has mercilessly, you might even say maliciously, annihilated every single substantive aspect of the original three movies. Every character arc, every story beat, every lasting message, everything that was at the beating heart and soul of that trilogy was doused in gasoline, lit on fire, and then promptly nuked by this complete and utter train wreck of a film, written and directed by a man who claims to love Toy Story with all his heart, and who hides behind that thinly veiled guise of adoration in every single interview when the fruits of his efforts couldn't possibly serve as a more blatant contradiction to that idea if he was trying. Oh. Are you wondering what I mean by all that? Wondering how I could possibly speak ill of a Pixar movie? Especially when it has been nominated for and subsequently won an Oscar for being the best animated feature, and received almost unanimous positive praise across the internet? As if that means anything at all. Well, if you find yourself faced with those questions, if you watch this movie and genuinely believe it to be a masterpiece, that it's the perfect conclusion to the Toy Story series, or even if you just believe that it's not that bad of a movie, then buckle up, everyone. I'll take you on a journey through the world of Toy Story 4, covering every last thing that this film destroyed, from plot to characters to world building to themes and messaging, with timestamps in the description signposting each subject for your viewing convenience. So then, without further ado, I invite you to sit back and relax as I finally tear this pile of rancid sewage to shreds with the same fervor and passionate hatred that the writers had when they wiped out the original trilogy. Let's get this wagon train a-movin'. I am pleased to now present to you the complete edition of How Toy Story 4 Destroyed Everything. Enjoy the show. We begin with the opening logo present in front of every Walt Disney Animated Studios feature film since Pirates of the Caribbean and Dead Man's Chest. Why are we starting here instead of just skipping straight to the opening prologue, you may ask? Well, because it's not the logo itself that I'm interested in here. It's the music. Does this sound familiar to any of you? No? Well, it certainly should. Yup. The track that plays when Woody first arrives at Al's apartment is exactly the same as the track that opens up Toy Story 4. But why does that matter, you may ask? Why bother talking about the opening musical track of the movie? It's just supposed to be an easily identifiable Toy Story tune to quickly pull you back into this world. No harm, no foul. Hey, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm looking too far into things. Maybe we should just let this one go and enjoy the movie. Let's just enjoy the movie, shall we? Though you may still want to keep this topic in mind on the off chance it comes back up again later. Not that that would ever happen.
Hi, my name is Josh Cooley. I am the director of Toy Story 4.
And I am Mark Nielsen, producer on Toy Story 4.
Hi, Mark.
Hey there, Josh. Would you like to go see a film? I hear Toy Story 4 is in theater.
I hope we can get tickets.
Oh yeah. By the way, I'll also be referencing the director commentary track occasionally throughout this video. Director Josh Cooley and producer Mark Nielsen will be popping up every now and again whenever they have something particularly interesting to say, and I think you'll find some of their commentary to be quite enlightening. The film properly opens on a dark and stormy night 9 years ago. But why 9 years ago? Well, the reason why they've chosen to create a 9-year time gap between this flashback and the events of Toy Story 4 is because in the real world, it had been 9 years between the releases of Toy Story 3 and 4. So the audience is supposed to see this text and think, ah, I see, that makes sense based on meta-knowledge of the film's release dates. Except that this scene takes place in Andy's house from Toy Story 2 when he's still a kid, when in Toy Story 3, he was already 17 years old, ready to go off to college. Meaning that despite what the deceptive flashback text is trying to get you to think about, this is not referring to the in-real-life time gap of 9 years. It is instead referring to the in-universe time gap of 9 years between an unspecified time after Toy Story 2 and the main events of Toy Story 4, which appears to be totally fine on the surface of things. I just hope we don't come across anything later that, when considered in conjunction with this information, makes the entire crux of this film's ending harder to swallow than an ostrich egg. Anyway, on this dark and stormy night, Andy comes bursting back into his room carrying several of his toys in his arms, having just run back inside after playing out in the rain. He then runs off to go wash his hands for dinner and leaves the toys back in his bedroom, but all is not well as we soon discover that in his mad dash to get back inside, he missed a toy. RC is out amidst the storm struggling for survival. I don't know how the hell Andy could have possibly missed the largest toy out of this group, as well as the one whose mechanics would be most endangered by a rainstorm as a motorized remote control car, but whatever. Wait, why was he even playing out in the driveway in the first place when he has a giant backyard to play in? Oh, is it so he can have a more stable surface to drive RC around on? Because if that's the case, then he has even less of an excuse to not have brought RC back into the house, since he would have been the sole reason that he would have gone outside in the first place. Wait a minute, where's RC's remote? He's not holding it in his hands when he comes running into the room. Did you go outside to play with RC without the literal remote you need to have in order to control RC? What? Oh, whatever. Okay, so Woody immediately leaps into action since he never leaves a toy behind and summons Buzz, Jessie, and Slinky to come with him to Molly's room. Upon entering, Woody takes a solid 10 seconds to stand around staring mindlessly at the light projections from Bo Peep's lamp despite the fact that RC is literally fighting for his life outside right now. I sure hope these precious seconds don't make things way harder for you than they otherwise would have been. Turns out the reason why we had a staring contest with the floor for 10 seconds was because we had to wait for Molly to prance her way out of the room. Despite the fact that Andy's mom called her kids down for dinner nearly half a minute ago at this point, and we don't see anything over in this side of the room that would have been keeping her busy, so what the heck took her so long? Moving on, Woody wastes even more time slinking around the corner despite the fact that he now knows the exact locations of all 3 family members as he watched both kids run down the stairs to the dinner table and heard the mom call him from downstairs, before finally sprinting across Molly's room as we come face to face with Bo Peep? Guys, do you remember her outfit from the first 2 movies? Because it wasn't this, I can tell you that much. It may appear to be the same on a superficial level. She still has her iconic crook that got Pixar put on PETA's watch list. She has her classic bonnet, and she has her classic dress. Except here's the thing, that's not her dress. Go back and watch the first 2 movies. Her dress is a rigid object that does not react to movement the way a human's dress would due to the nature of her design. Yes, it still flows with the wind somewhat, but it doesn't drift back towards her body like a normal dress. It remains in this rigid umbrella-style shape as if there's a wireframe inside permanently holding it up. It's most obvious in this shot from Toy Story 2 where she is literally dangling in midair, yet the dress remains perfectly rigid and doesn't shift even a little bit with gravity. But that's not all. It is very clear in the original movies that her walking abilities are heavily impaired because she's not supposed to be a child's plaything. She's not supposed to be an action figure. She's supposed to be a lamp. A porcelain lamp accessory that isn't meant to be handled by children, which is why she's always shown to be wobbling around instead of the more natural walking animations that are gifted to the other characters. Now, you may be thinking, okay, so they applied a new physics engine to her clothing. What's the big deal here? Well, the thing is, it's not just her appearance that's changed. In this one scene alone, Bo Peep demonstrates more initiative, gumption, and leadership in a matter of seconds than was ever shown in the first 2 movies, commanding the other toys around Molly's room with the same caliber that Woody did mere moments ago in Andy's room. And to put it simply, this is not the Bo Peep that we knew. They're not even kind of comparable. They may wear the same clothing, although as we just established, technically that's not even true, but they are not the same person. Bo Peep from the first 2 movies was always the one that got left behind in the room while the other toys went off and had their adventures. The most we ever saw her do was relay the fact that Buzz was still alive and then tell the Incredible Hulk here to lower the ramp. Beyond that, her character essentially just boiled down to being Woody's love interest, so to see her act the way she does here isn't just jarring, it's straight up inconsistent. And just so we are perfectly clear about this, there is absolutely nothing wrong on a conceptual level with making Bo Peep into a more headstrong character. Because to be frank, with the exception of this one scene from the first movie, if you cut her out of the Toy Story series entirely, you really wouldn't have missed anything prior to Toy Story 4 because she has no impact on anything major and isn't even present in Toy Story 3. The idea of taking a character from the original trilogy who received 0 development and whose role amounted to nothing more than be Woody's love interest is a fantastic premise. And since the story of this movie is going to be about reuniting with Bo Peep years after she left her original family of toys and having been on her own for so long, it makes perfect sense for her to demonstrate more resourcefulness when it's just her against the universe. And so that evolution of her character follows logically, conceptually. But it doesn't make any sense for her to be demonstrating that same personality here because it is directly contradicted to her behavior in the first 2 movies. It would have made far more sense if she had been more in line with how how she was originally, and then later in the movie when we see her again after years of being a lost toy, we can see how much she's grown and changed having to adapt to her surroundings. So then, you may be asking yourself, why did they go out of their way to change so much about her in the prologue of this movie when we have evidence clearly highlighting the contradictory behavior? And the answer is a little something called gaslighting. For those of you who don't know, gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation most often highlighted in abusive relationships where someone attempts to get you to question your memory and beliefs. It's a lot more complex and layered than I could possibly cover right now, so if you want to learn more about the topic, I've linked some articles in the description that go into far more detail than I'll touch on here. But the basic premise is simple enough for our analysis today. Being deliberately or unintentionally manipulative by causing someone to doubt their own perceptions and memories. And that is exactly what's being done here. We have unfalsifiable receipts proving definitively that Bo Peep is acting completely incongruent with how she's been previously established and that her outfit has been radically changed. But they show you this character with the same general appearance in a location we're familiar with her being in during a time period when the earliest moments in the series are set because the writers are trying to gaslight you into believing that Bo Peep was always like this. They're afraid that people won't buy into the shift in her personality by default, and the action scenes that they want to take place will never work if Bo Peep has to waddle around like she did previously, so they have to rewrite the history of the material and physics of her dress. But since they can't just straight up rewrite history, they did the next best thing and wrote a scene taking place in the time between Toy Story 2 and 3 and having her act the way that they ultimately want her to so that they can gaslight you into doubting your memory of the original movies. They want you to think, was she really always like this? I mean, it has been 2 decades since I've seen the originals. Maybe my memory's really starting to slip. It's downright deceptive and manipulative in a desperate attempt to get the rest of their story to function as they hope and pray that their audience's memory is so pathetic that they won't question it and just move right along with the rest of the film. But hey, don't take my word for it, take theirs.
Yeah, and Bo didn't have a lot of screen time in the earlier films. We didn't even see her at all in 3. We knew it was important to set up who she is, what she looks like.
The very 2 things that are undeniably different from her presence in the first 2 movies. How very interesting. Okay, back to the plot. RC's about to commit the big die and the toys need to save him. So what ingenious plan are they going to implement to save the day? I'm not sure, let's find out. The first step is to order the sheep, whose names are apparently Billy, Goat, and Gruff, despite this somehow having never come up at all prior to this point, to raise the blinds. Question, why? Why did you need the sheep to raise the blinds? The cord's literally right there. Why can't you just raise it yourself?
They have names? You never told me that.
You never asked.
Oh, get out of here with this nonsense. No way in the world Woody would not know the name of Bo Peep's sheep. How could that information have never come up at all? Like, I don't know, maybe when she needed to command her sheep to stop wrestling with Rex's controller, all she had to do was whistle to get them to back off, but that seemed like a pretty good time for her to call out their names. No way you show Woody and Bo pulling off this intricate plan with perfect execution and teamwork, while simultaneously trying to get me to believe that he doesn't know the name of her sheep. No way Bo never called out their names at any point in the past decade that she was in this house with the other toys. No way you have a shot literally seconds after this where Woody and Bo's minds are so in sync that they both simultaneously say,
Operation Pull Toy!
Meaning that these two not only have a catalog of operations already thought out ahead of time for a variety of situations should a toy ever be in trouble, but that they were able to both immediately and simultaneously come to the conclusion of
Operation Pull Toy!
And yet Woody doesn't know the name of her sheep. Gee, it's almost as if they never had names prior to this point and the writers just invented them to make Woody seem like he doesn't care about them later on in this movie or something stupid like that. So then Operation Pull Toy begins proper as Slinky enlists for duty and then Bo turns to the Barbie dolls and gets them in a position for what I can only describe as the most pointless Rube Goldberg machine in history. I'm gonna run you through the logistics of how this all goes down and then we'll sit down and have a chat about it. First, the Barbie dolls perform gymnastics to get on top of the dresser. Then, Ness picks up an armadillo as the descending divas pass a book entitled The Very Unique Unicorn over their heads and onto the shelf. Ness tosses the armadillo into position directly underneath the book, serving as a fulcrum for a newly formed seesaw. Jessie stands on one side as the load, and then the 3 Barbies jump in perfect unison onto the opposite side as the effort force, thus successfully launching Jessie up to the latch on the window, allowing the other toys to open it up fully. Now, this sequence looks pretty cool when you watch it for the first time, but then you actually think about it for 5 seconds and you realize that it's all completely pointless. The end objective of this plan is to open up the window so the toys can get outside and rescue RC without the humans seeing them. So why don't you just stack Jessie on top of Buzz and then unlock the window? They planned to do that exact thing in Toy Story of Terror when they were all stuck in the glass cabinet. Jessie was gonna rescue Woody so the 2 of them could stack on top of each other and turn the handle to free the toys. It is the easiest solution to this problem that could be achieved within seconds, but for some stupid reason, you have to get literally every single toy in this room involved in this insane plan to open the window? Why? Why have you devised such a convoluted plan when there are infinitely easier options available to you? You realize this is a joke, right? Like an actual joke that other shows use to make you laugh?
There must be some trick to opening this case. A latch or some way to twist it or...
Or we could hit it with a rock. Yeah, that works.
Seriously, what was the point of any of this? All you had to do was just form a toy ladder and unlock the latch. We see you do that exact thing later in this movie. Every second counts when RC is fighting to stay alive. Why are you choosing the most complicated way to do things? And wait a minute, Molly has 3 Barbie dolls in this movie, but by the time we get to Toy Story 3, we're down to just 1. So when Molly shifted into angsty teen mode when she was too old for toys anymore, she apparently decided that having 3 Barbies was no longer cool, but just 1 Barbie? Now that's classy. Seriously, you expect me to believe that the angsty teen who's too cool for toys took the time to only donate or throw away 2 Barbies, but not this one? Previously, we were left to assume that Molly simply forgot about her because she was tucked away behind a xylophone. But now, thanks to this stupid movie, we know that she had to consciously choose to only get rid of 2 Barbies, but still hold on to 1 of them, which is absurd. Thanks, Toy Story 4. We're only 2 minutes into this movie and you've already punched a hole in Toy Story 3. Awesome. I certainly hope this doesn't become a pattern throughout the rest of this film. Whatever, the window is now open and it's time to jump right into the action and rescue RC since he is literally struggling for survival and every second count. Nope, Woody and Bo are gonna take a solid 6 seconds to just stare into each other's eyes. What are you doing? RC is about to be swept away and lost to the storm forever. What are you doing right now? Why are you just sitting around twiddling your thumbs? Every second counts while he is still out there in the storm. Why are Buzz and Jessie not yelling at Woody to get off his ragdoll rear end and do something? What is happening in this scene? Does anybody actually care about RC? Or do you just want to take the extra second to show off the rain dripping from the freshly opened window to flex your graphical fidelity some more? Gee, I sure hope these precious seconds don't make things way harder for you than they otherwise would have been. So then Woody finally jumps out the window and... Huh. Would you look at that? The same music that played during the climax of Toy Story 2. Nah, I'm sure it's nothing. On with the film. The plot is what matters, and I gotta be honest, it's doing great so far. I mean, just look at this gorgeous rain as it collides against the driveway. Wait, driveway? There's a driveway on the left side of the house? Why is there a driveway on the left side of the house? This did not exist in the original movies. This could not be more blatantly obvious. How did you think you were gonna get away with this? What, are you gonna try to tell me that they built a new driveway after Toy Story 2? Yeah, that'd be great if there weren't clear shots in Toy Story 3 that demonstrated quite explicitly that this driveway didn't even exist when Andy was 17 years old. Meaning that the only way this makes any sense at all is if they paved this driveway between movies and then scraped it up before Toy Story 3 happened. Despite the fact that during the time period this flashback takes place in, this family only has 1 car, and that would be kept in the garage since Andy still isn't old enough to drive at this point, and it makes no sense to take away extra space before you add a second car to your arsenal. Or in other words, the excuse that they may have built a new driveway between films doesn't work. Are you telling me you forgot the geography of Andy's house? You forgot the basic geography of Andy's house? How did that happen? This is all digital. It's all 3D models stored on your computer. Just go back and look at the old movies. Look at your old scene files. How do you screw up this badly? Or are you telling me that you are actually fully cognizant of the geographical discrepancy and you just try to gaslight the audience again by tricking them into believing this driver was always here? Sure would be awkward if that were the case, but whether the writers are stupid or malicious with their intentions here, this contradiction is still a problem either way. You're welcome to take your pick. So Bo Peep grabs Slinky's butt and Woody holds onto his head as the two work together to try to save RC before he's swept away forever, but even by stretching Slinky out as far as he can go and by extending Woody's reach by cleverly pulling out a string for Slink to grab onto, RC is just barely out of reach, meaning his fate has been sealed and he's about to be swept away into the storm drain and lost to Pennywise forever. Yeah, it's almost like you shouldn't have been wasting time by wobbling around like a confused penguin and choosing the slowest possible plans for accomplishing your tasks and staring into Bo's eyes like a starving puppy dog while your friend was being swept away to his death. Wait a minute, why did Buzz even need to be here? Why did Woody bother bringing him along? He hasn't done anything since they got to Molly's room except ask,
How do we reach you?
He's just standing there like a useless cabbage. Jessie's holding the flashlight and Bo's holding on to Slinky, but Buzz isn't doing squat. Wait, how did Woody even know to call Slinky to Molly's room if he didn't decide on Operation Pull Toy until well after he got there? Sure, it's convenient that you brought him along, or else that'd have been even more time that you wasted going back across the hall to get Slinky. Oh, whatever, RC's gone anyway, what does it matter? But wait, it's not over yet, as just when Woody thinks all is lost, he suddenly sprung forward the exact distance he needed to be sprung in order to grab hold of RC, and it is revealed that's because Bo attached a chain of monkeys to Slinky's tail? What? This just doesn't... How did you... What? Alright, look, you might think it's insane to get this hung up over the chain of monkeys, but RC's survival literally depends on the functionality of this chain. If this chain of monkeys weren't used in this scene, he'd have been swept away and lost forever. It is imperative that this plan runs logically, and without any exaggeration, there are approximately 5 different reasons why this whole scene is just fallen apart at the seams. It was already barely hanging on, but this just pushed it over the edge. So let's take each problem one by one. First of all, there is absolutely no way that they could have possibly assembled the monkeys in time. Aside from the fact that we don't see the barrel that the monkeys would have have had to come out of anywhere in the room when they first enter it, and aside from the fact that we don't even see the barrel anywhere near the dresser after Operation Pull Toy is successfully completed, the barrel of monkeys was always Andy's toy. He was always the one who actually played with them, meaning that the barrel would be in Andy's room. Meaning that what would have had to occur in the literal 3 seconds between Bo gasping in fear and Woody springing forward is that one of the toys ran all the way back across the hall, dug around Andy's room to find the barrel of monkeys, and then ran all the way back to Molly's room just to assemble the chain. There's no way that could have possibly happened. This movie is full of baloney. Second, even if we assume that this is a different barrel of monkeys or that Andy got bored of playing with them and gave them to Molly, heck, even if we give him maximum benefit of the doubt and assume that the barrel was somehow close enough to them, despite being nowhere in this shot, that they were able to almost immediately summon it to their position and pour all the monkeys out of the barrel, they still only had 3 seconds to assemble approximately 30 monkeys into a chain. If you don't think this is utterly ridiculous, then by all means, prove me wrong. Go get a barrel of monkeys, dump them out onto the floor, and see if you can assemble 30 of them into a chain in 3 seconds all by yourself. Let me save you the trouble. You can't. You can't do that. There's no way. The clock will have run out before you can even assemble a third of these things. And if you can assemble this chain in that amount of time, then you might want to contact the Avengers. I hear they've recently had a position become available for the Quicksilver replacement. And before you try to tell me that there could have been more than one person assembling the chain, look at who's available to help in this scene. Jessie is holding the flashlight on Woody, and since the light never flickers, we know she couldn't have been helping to assemble it. Bo also could not have been helping, since if she stops fondling Slinky's butt for even a single second, the plan is ruined and all 3 toys are lost to the storm forever. The armadillo wasn't gonna do diddly squat given its anatomy. The sheep are stuck on the floor, Ness is over on the bed, and if the Barbies had helped assemble the chain, then they would be up on the dresser with everyone else, since they would have had to be right next to Slinky to help attach it when they finished. Meaning the only toy here that would be even remotely capable of stringing this together would be Buzz. But in spite of how competent and capable he has been throughout the original trilogy, he's not Dash. He can't do a Guido pit stop and assemble this thing in 3 seconds. This movie is full of baloney. Third, even if we give the very, very generous assumption that the monkeys psionically knew that their presence in the scene would single-handedly save RC's life and self-assemble themselves into a chain so that all Buzz would have had to do was attach it to Slinky, how would they have ever had the room to do this? Hooking the last monkey in the chain would be easy enough because you just have to get it over the top of this dresser while the rest of them could dangle down ready to be flung out the window. But Bo's crook is hooked onto the very back of the chain, meaning that she somehow made her way all the way to the back of the chain to grab hold of it. But again, she can't lose hold of Slinky or else the plan fails. And there isn't enough room in this desk for this extensive chain to fit, especially since these things don't wrap around each other very neatly, meaning you couldn't coil them around on the desk without risking breaking the chain or getting them all tangled up. So there was absolutely no way they had enough room to make the switch. This movie is full of baloney. Fourth, even if we assume that they figured out some magic way to fit this thing on the desk without breaking the chain, how the hell did Bo have enough strength to hold onto this chain? The film makes this seem like an incredibly fluid transition, but really think about the implications here. Think about what would have had to occur for this stunt to work. Slinky Dog is a spring toy. When you extend a Slinky, mechanical energy is stored up within the coil due to the resistance against the force of you pulling apart the coils. And when you let go of the Slinky, what happens again? Oh yeah, it goes flying in the opposite direction because the mechanical energy that you just stored up is now released from the spring and it snaps back to its compressed state. Now, with all that in mind, think about it in the context of this scene. In order to create this extension, Bo has to attach the monkeys, hook her crook onto the last monkey in the chain, and then push Slinky's rear end out the window so Woody can get the extra reach he needs in order to grab onto RC, since Slinky wouldn't know that he has to move his butt forward when his head is all the way out here and he can't communicate with the people in the window. Slinky is being stretched out as far as he can possibly go without any extra forces at play. And do you remember what happened the last time we were in a situation like this?
I can't hold on much longer. Slink, hang on!
The instant Bo lets go of Slinky and nudges him out the window, the mechanical energy that was stored in his coils is going to be instantly released as his rear end races to reunite with his front. Bo's flimsy little stick would have been ripped right out of her hands and been sent flying across the yard if she's lucky. Worst case scenario is her whole body is yanked out the window and she falls to her death and is smashed into a million tiny pieces, since she is an incredibly fragile porcelain doll. This movie is full of baloney. Fifth, even if we throw any and all logic completely out the window and assume assumed that Bo was actually strong enough to resist this spring and remain firmly planted in the windowsill, Woody should have been flung way further than he actually was. We don't exactly have the means to measure the exact distance between these 2 points, but if you were going to tell me with a straight face that this distance is in any way equivalent to this distance, then please excuse me while I cackle uncontrollably. Woody should have been whipped right past RC and into the flower bed. Or in other words, this movie is completely full of baloney. But believe it or not, we're not done with the stupidity just yet, because now that Woody is safely secured RC, he needs to get him back into the house. How is he going to accomplish that task, you may ask? Well, he doesn't have much time to think because a surprise car pulls up to the house out of nowhere. And so, Bo pulls back the chain of monkeys, causing Woody and RC to crash against the side of the house. And wait, what? How? How did you do that? Did you inject steroids into your porcelain veins between Toy Story 2 and now? How are you this strong? How are you able to pull Slinky, Woody, the entire chain of monkeys, and the single heaviest toy Andy owns all the way back towards the house? Even if you are somehow strong enough to yank a motorized vehicle towards you, how did you mechanically pull this off without sending yourself flying backwards off the shelf and plummeting to your death? Even if you do have the strength to pull this off, that means you pulled back so hard that the monkeys would have to be sent flying back into Molly's room. And since the doorway is directly behind you, I wouldn't be surprised if even some of them made it into the hallway. The film wants you to think the monkeys just disappeared into thin air after Bo pulled the chain backwards, but that's not how anything works. The monkeys must have fallen behind her when she pulled everyone out of the driveway, so how in the world did nobody hear them clattering against the floor? If it were just one monkey, that'd be one thing, but there's about 30 of these things linked in this chain. If you dumped out a barrel of 30 monkeys onto a tiled floor, you can bet that it's going to make a very loud noise that there's no way at least one person at the dinner table downstairs wouldn't hear, or at the very least, they definitely see the monkeys scattered all over the place in the very next scene when they walk into the room. Unless, of course, they just teleported out of the scene. Where did they go? Where are all the monkeys? Where did their barrel go? Wait a minute, you pulled the chain back far enough to lose all the monkeys, but just short enough so that Slinky's butt would land exactly on the windowsill where it was previously? What? What is happening right now? What is the scene? None of this makes any sense. Who wrote this? But nonetheless, the worst of it is finally over. RC has been successfully retrieved, and so now all the toys have to do is pull up Slinky's coil and get everyone back inside the house. Wait, how the heck did Woody get RC back inside when he was holding onto him from above? Do you people understand how heavy this toy is? Oh, whatever, it's fine, so whatever. Okay, well, Operation Pull Toys over. Let's just get back inside the house and hope this movie's plot can return to a sense of normalcy. Can I get, like, a 1-minute break? We're only 3 minutes into this stupid movie, and there's barely been a single second that there wasn't broken in some capacity. Okay, so while Bo was giving Woody the fork boy eyes, this joke will make sense later, I promise, Annie's mom waddled into the room with a visitor who showed up unexpectedly during Operation Pull Toy and turns on the light switch, promptly shutting the window on Woody moments later. How did Andy's mom not see Bo peering her head out the window when she turned the light on? How did she not see Buzz or Jessie standing next to her? Why were none of the toys keeping watch in case someone stuck up on them like this? How didn't they hear Andy's mom or the visitor walking up the steps? How did they not notice their presence until this very moment? Did they not talk to each other at all until they actually got to Molly's room? And if you are going to try to tell me, oh, well, the window was open, so the footsteps would have been drowned out by the rainstorm outside, then I will simply invert the audio problem, and this time we'll try it from the other end. If you believe that the rainstorm would have been so loud outside that they would not have been able to hear the humans walking upstairs, then why in the world did nobody notice the sudden change in audio levels when the toys opened the window and go upstairs from the dinner table to see what was going on? Either the storm is loud enough to mask the sound of human footsteps, meaning the family should have noticed something was wrong and gone upstairs to shut it earlier, or it's quiet enough for them not to notice, meaning that the toys should have been able to hear the footsteps. This doesn't work no matter how you slice it. Actually, wait a minute, how doesn't Andy's mom find it at all odd that the window's open anyway? She just walks into the room and casually shuts the window as if it's a totally normal occurrence, but this doesn't make any sense. Molly literally isn't tall enough to reach this window, and even if she was, or she used something else as a stepping stool to reach it, what motivation does she think Molly would have even had to open it in the first place? Molly's right there. Why didn't you ask why the window was open during a rainstorm? If I were her and I walked into my daughter's room and saw the window wide open in this ravenous storm, the first thing I'd ask is, why in the world is your window open? And then when she tells me that she didn't open it up, it would prompt some curiosity as to how exactly it got open, which leads me to my next point. Andy's mom closes the window on Slinky's coil. Half of his body is still dangling outside in the storm while his rear end just sits on the windowsill, and she acts as if this is totally normal? How does she not see his butt? How did she not feel compelled to glance outside the window to see what was was going on with his other half. How does this window even close properly at all when there would still be a part of Slinky's coil preventing it from shutting all the way? My point here is that there are way too many problems with this window situation for her to not stop and wonder what in the world is happening in this room. And the fact that the toys weren't caught when Bo was fully alive and moving around in full view of the doorway is absolutely absurd. Who wrote this silly string script? Moving on, it turns out that the visitor is only briefly stopping by to pick up Bo Peep as Molly says that she doesn't need it anymore and wishes to donate it to this man. Question, why did they schedule this lamp donation meeting for dinner time? Andy's mom must know when the family's gonna eat dinner. Why would she schedule it so close to this time? Was there no better point in the day for her to do this? And if they're already finished eating, then good lord, that was the fastest meal in the West. Also, his mom only grabs Bo Peep and the lamp, but not the sheep, which are presumably still down on the floor, and walks off without them, and yet they still show up in the box moments later. Awesome. I guess the sheep can teleport now. Why not? So after everyone leaves, Buzz pulls the rest of Slinky back up into the room, and then notices that Woody's mysteriously not holding on to Slinky anymore. Yet despite the fact that Slinky would obviously know where Woody went, since he would have had to drop past his head to leave, he chooses not to tell Buzz this and instead looks around with concern along with the others like a confused pigeon. But whatever, I guess. The man takes the box back to his car, but then makes the unfortunate discovery that he can't put it in his trunk because he doesn't have his keys? What? How? How did you lose your keys? You were in that house for 2 minutes at most, and even that is a very generous assumption to make when it took less than a minute of screen time for you to leave your car, get the box, and then return to your car. Why did you take your keys out of your pockets for a visit that took no more than a minute or two? How did you lose your keys? And before you say, maybe they fell out to that, I say no. His first instinct when trying to get his keys is to reach for his pockets, meaning that that is where they would ordinarily be. And keys do not fall out of these pockets unless there's a hole in them, so he would have had to voluntarily take them out of his pocket and leave them on a table somewhere in the house, and the kids and their mom would have either had to be cunning enough or inattentive enough to not tell the man about the keys he left on their table, neither of which would be within their personalities that were established in the original movies. And if you think it's ridiculous for me to be spending this much time talking about this, then I cannot understate enough that him losing his keys is what allows this box scene to happen. A scene that is absolutely critical for this story is only able to occur due to the insane idea that this man lost his keys out of his jean pocket after being in a house for 2 minutes or less. Who wrote this? Anyway, Woody stealthily pulls the box underneath the car and opens it up, urging Bo Peep to follow him back inside before the keyless wonder comes back to take her away, but to his absolute bewilderment and the utter shock of the audience, Bo says nah. Woody is understandably gobsmacked by this turn of events and attempts to appeal to the fact that her staying is what would be best for Andy, but she responds by saying,
I'm not Andy's toy.
which is a very strange thing to say considering how often we've seen Andy play with her in the past. So whether she technically belongs to Molly or Andy doesn't really matter at all. But even if this weren't the case, even if we say that Andy never played with her at all, the next words out of her mouth are even more baffling.
It's time for the next kid.
What? It's time for the next kid? Really? You're perfectly willing to just leave, just like that? You don't even want to say goodbye to your friends? Do you not care about them at all? Buzz? Jessie? The other toys in Molly's room who appear to at least have some level of respect for you since you were able to effortlessly command them as their leader? Nobody? You just decided that the day you got put in a box was the day you were going to proceed to stop giving us slinkies behind about your friends? And if you want to say, well, she only really cared about Woody, which obviously isn't true based on what happens later in this film, so it makes total sense that she only wanted to say goodbye to him. The only reason she had this goodbye scene with Woody is because Woody dropped down to desperately try to get her to stay. Had he been pulled back up into the room, Bo would have been perfectly content to leave Andy's house forever without even so much as saying goodbye to the friends she spent her entire life with up until this point. Also, I think it's worth noting that I find the director's commentary for this scene very interesting.
Had to make sure that every single moment, every single blink and hail was for a reason, while reading kind of across from one shot to the next.
Yeah, so in this scene, we got Tom Hanks and Annie Potts together, and we actually recorded them at the same time, facing each other and delivering these lines. Having them experience that kind of breakup in the room together and work through it would be more effective.
All they're talking about is the work that went into the voice acting and visual presentation of this scene. In fact, now that I think about it, they actually had a similar diatribe about this stuff earlier.
Yeah, the effects department worked really close with the lighting department on the look of this rain, exaggerate the shape of the drops, and to really kind of feel the scale of this rain for a toy.
It's all focused on the visual splendor. Interesting. I wonder if I'm highlighting this for a wider point that I'm going to be making later. Well, if I am, then you might want to remember this just in case. But we're gonna have to table this discussion for a while because something of monumental stupidity is about to occur. So Bo tempts Woody, not a great way to start the sentence, but whatever, by saying that
Kids lose their toys every day. Sometimes they get left in the yard or put in the wrong box.
meaning that she wants Woody to come with her, and her sheep take a few steps back to further drive that idea into your heads because apparently the writers didn't think the audience would pick up on what they were insinuating by Bo's word choice alone. Then, and I kid you not, Woody puts his hands on the box and starts to climb in with Bo. He wants to leave Andy's house with Bo Peep. What? What do you mean he wants to leave Andy's house with Bo freaking Peep? I am not lying to you right now. This actually happens in the movie. Woody considers abandoning his friends and his kid to be with Bo Peep. Absolutely not. Buzz off, you stupid movie. I don't even know where to begin with this one. Okay, let's start with the other toys. Do you remember this scene from the end of Toy Story 2?
When it all ends, I'll have old Buzz Lightyear to keep me company for infinity and beyond.
Yeah, well, apparently that meant approximately diddly-do because he was about to abandon Buzz, Jessie, Slink, Rex, Ham the Potato Heads, Bullseye, and, just one more time for good measure, Buzz Lightyear. He was gonna leave his best friend, the Space Ranger he promised to be with for infinity and beyond, all because Woody finally lived up to his namesake when he saw Bo make room for him to come inside. Get out of here with that garbage, you absolute hack writers. But that's not even mentioning the fact that Woody was about to abandon Andy, his favorite toy, his cowboy doll, the only toy in his collection that he instinctively hesitated to give away to Bonnie at the end of Toy Story 3. Woody was gonna leave him behind. And to be perfectly blunt, there is no timeline where Woody would have ever in a million years chosen to leave Andy for literally any reason. The reason he was willing to go with Bonnie at the end of Toy Story 3, since remember, Andy's plan was to bring him to college, but it was ultimately Woody who snuck inside the box with all the other toys. Woody accepted that Andy was all grown up. He was going off to college and was about to start a whole new life and gain a whole lot of new responsibilities. Woody would have been better served in the care of Bonnie, a girl who expressed the same ebullient joy that he used to see on Andy's face all those years ago, and so he made the hard choice to say so long, partner, to the kid he spent 17 years with and watched him grow into the man he became, ready to bring new memories to a kid who needed him even more. But even then, the one who made the final choice to pass on Woody was Andy. If Andy had chosen to keep Woody with him in college, then he would have gone with him. But the final decision that lands Woody in the care of Bonnie is Andy's. He was passed on with Andy's blessing for Bonnie to take care of. And that is the reason why Woody went with Bonnie at the end of Toy Story 3. Because Andy chose to let Woody go at the same time Woody chose to let Andy go. But at this stage in his life, at a time when Andy is still getting an immeasurable amount of joy playing with Woody, at a time when Andy still needs him to be there for him, at a time that takes place after the events of Toy Story 2, which was a movie that was all about Woody realizing that no matter how tempting an alternative may seem, life's only worth living if you're being loved by a kid, and that
I can't stop Andy from growing up, but I wouldn't miss it for the world.
there is no chance in the world he would have ever gotten into that box with Bo Peep. And if you are screaming at me that, but Woody still stays with Andy at the end of the day, he doesn't actually go with Bo Peep, then you did not pay attention to this scene. The only reason Woody stays is because he sees Andy running out, desperately calling his name looking for him. Had Andy not chosen to run out at this exact moment in time, Woody would have abandoned his friends and his kid. Buzz off, you stupid writers. Who wrote that? What bird brain did you put in charge of this scene? Also, why was Andy even running out at this time? Should he not have been at the dinner table? There's absolutely no way they finished dinner in less than 3 minutes. There's no way Andy would have run back upstairs to play with his toys in the less than 60 seconds it took his mom and sister to handle the lamp transaction. Not only does that not make any sense, if he was gonna do that, then he would have done it as soon as they went up the stairs, meaning we would have seen him running across the hall here, and he should have noticed that Woody was gone a lot sooner. And did he not notice that Buzz and Jessie are also not in his bedroom? Also, can we talk about the implications of Woody's plan here? Because this doesn't make any sense. I know, big shocker for this movie. What was Woody's plan? Just get in the box without saying goodbye to his friends? Because in that situation, if you are any of these toys, the first thing you're gonna think, given the circumstances, is, oh no, Woody was lost in the storm when he dropped off Slinky. Quick, we have to organize a rescue mission to go find him. You know, that thing that they did in Toy Story 2? His friends may have spent the rest of their lives going on a rescue mission for Woody that will never reach a resolution. Also, this was a stupid plan just in terms of its functionality in the first place. This dude isn't Al McWiggins. Yes, that is his actual last name. He's just your average guy living living his life. Once he got home, opened up the box and realized that Woody was in there, he would have just returned him to Andy's house afterwards, and then Woody would have gone back to the room looking like the biggest jerk on the planet for abandoning all his friends, not thinking about the implications of doing so for 5 seconds. And how do I know this man would have returned Woody? Well, outside of the baseline assumption that most human beings are actually quite nice, I have references. Even though the transaction had already been set in motion and agreed upon ahead of time, he still took the time to make doubly sure that Molly would have been fine with donating this lamp. So if he found a toy with Andy's name written on it that he never received permission to take, he would have immediately returned it to their house. This plan is not only completely at odds with Woody's character as established by the original trilogy, but it is fundamentally broken from a perspective of basic logic in that it would have never worked in the first place. So let me ask again, who wrote this? But whatever, Woody comes to his senses and realizes that he would never, ever in a million years, for any reason at all, voluntarily choose to abandon his kid as well as his friends. He had a momentary blip of stupidity, but it's all fine now. His character is still intact and it's not in danger of being assassinated by anything else that's gonna happen later in this movie. All is well. And so he says goodbye to both people. Andy is desperately running around the yard trying to find him, and the visitor takes Bo away and then drives off. Wait, where did Andy go? He ran at the door into the yard seconds ago, and now he's completely disappeared from the scene only to magically reappear seconds later to retrieve Woody. What the... We've only been through 5 minutes of this movie and we're already almost 40 minutes into the video. That is how much is broken already. And with that, the prologue is complete, and good lord almighty, what an absolute train wreck. But hey, it was just the opening scene. Maybe things just got out to a rocky start. Let's try to enjoy the rest of the movie, shall we? We pan up into the rain clouds, emerging into a bright blue sky with clouds that bear a striking resemblance to... Wait a minute.
You got a friend in me.
Reach for the sky.
Huh. Would you look at that? The iconic "You've Got a Friend in Me." Again, with Woody wiping away to reveal the logo against a bright blue background. Again. How very interesting.
We wanted that nostalgic feeling of going back to the original Toy Story films. And the only way you can do that is with Randy Newman's song. Once we put "You've Got a Friend in Me" up against the visuals, it brought you right back. Same here with this wipe. That's the same way that we wipe on the title of Toy Story in the first film.
Gee, I wonder if I'm highlighting this for a wider point that I'm going to be making later. Nah, it's nothing. On with the film. So we watch a montage of Andy playing with Woody as we listen to iconic Randy Newman music in the background, and...
Oh my goodness!
What is this? What is this abomination on my screen? Because it sure as hell ain't young Andy from the original trilogy, that's for damn sure. And before you tell me it's because technology is more advanced now, of course he's gonna look different as character models become more realistic over the years. Then alright, I'll humor you for a second. Let's take a look back at how the character model of Andy has evolved throughout the series. In 1995, modeling and animating fully 3D human characters wasn't something anyone would have dared to do, except Pixar. But while pulling off such a feat was groundbreaking at the time, their strength was clearly in animating non-human characters, as the fidelity of these humans has certainly not aged well in the slightest. Naturally, this led to a more updated character model in Toy Story 2, and then another update to the model in Toy Story 3 during the brief amount of time that young Andy is on screen. Technology, as well as Pixar's experience with animating humans, had evolved quite significantly in the 4 years between Toy Story 1 and 2, and even more so in the 11 years since 2 and 3. And yet, in spite of their desires to update the models to account for ever-evolving technological capabilities, you can immediately look at all 3 of these models and recognize them as the same character. The hardest pill to swallow in regards to that assertion is undoubtedly the first movie due to the sheer lack of detail here, but there is still a clear and concentrated effort to make sure Andy is still instantly recognizable in spite of the upgrade in details between each iteration of the character. No such effort was present in Toy Story 4. They want you to believe that these two humans are the same Andy. No, absolutely not. Don't even try. It was very clear that keeping the character design consistent was not at all a priority for the team working on this movie. Then again, maybe you could say that such a thing has never been a priority for them.
We were a little freaked out at first because we weren't planning on building a model of young Andy.
And one that would work in our world.
We made a lot of technological and artistic advances in the 11 years since Toy Story 2. Now we can do humans pretty well, so the challenge on this movie was to make the humans look better, but not have them feel like they were from a completely different movie. A lot of people ask if we updated the models of the main characters in the movie. We did, actually. But hopefully you won't notice it at all. And we did a lot of things under the hood to make the animation easier for the animators, but it was very important to us that they not look different at all.
Oh. Well, what do you know? It was something that they used to prioritize during the production process. How about that? Oh, are you wondering what that was? That was the Cine Explore commentary for Toy Story 3 with director Lee Unkrich and producer Darla K. Anderson. They may or may not also be popping up occasionally throughout this video for reasons. I don't even understand how this possibly can get screwed up. Just take the character model that you absolutely still have on your files and drop him into the scene. That's it! How does this happen? How do you get Bonnie to look exactly like she did in Toy Story 3, but not Andy? All the other human character models, including Andy's mom, who is only on screen for a few seconds at most, look like higher quality versions of their former selves, and yet young Andy got shafted in the process somehow. I don't understand how you could possibly screw this up unless you deliberately wanted to change his character design, but this time I genuinely have no clue why you would ever want to do that, so let's just chalk this one up to sheer incompetence and move on with our lives. The montage continues with some admittedly impressive cinematography as cleverly placed transitions allow us to progress through Woody's history, from being played with by Andy, to Buzz Lightyear and Jessie coming into the picture, to being lovingly passed on to Bonnie, in one single continuous shot, concluding with a final camera angle focusing in on the underside of Woody's boot, showcasing that Bonnie has written her name on it, signifying the official passing of the torch from Andy to Bonnie. Wait, what? Bonnie wrote her name on Woody's boot? When did that happen? In the period of time between the end of Toy Story 3 and the start of Toy Story 4, Woody, Buzz, and Jessie go on many different adventures under the care of Bonnie across a variety of short films and TV specials. And during those specials, you can very clearly see that Woody, Buzz, and Jessie all still have Andy's name written on the underside of their boots. I had always assumed the reason why Bonnie never painted over it with her name was because she wanted to respect that they had originally been Andy's toys that he passed on to her and never gave it a second thought. But now we know that that's a truckload of horse manure because Bonnie eventually does write her name on not just Woody's boot, but Buzz's as well. Why didn't you wait so long to paint over Andy's name? What's that? Because maybe she only recently started writing her name on the toys? Well, no, that's not true at all, because we clearly see in Toy Story that Time Forgot that Trixie has Bonnie's name written on her, and in this same holiday special we can see that Andy's toys still have Andy's name written on them. And if you are going to tell me that this minor detail doesn't affect anything in the story, then I'm going to tell you to hold on to that thought for now. Keep it very fresh in your brains to remember for later. Because for now, it's entirely fair to make the assumption that Josh Cooley simply didn't watch any of the shorts or TV specials prior to creating Toy Story 4. Except, oh wait, no it's not, because he had a voice acting role in both the Small Fry short and the Toy Story of Terror Halloween special, and showcases characters in this movie who were present in both the Halloween and Christmas specials, and is fully cognizant of them as evidenced by the director commentary.
You just saw Woody hiding behind Bonnie's Battlesaur's lunchbox. That is a tribute to the TV special Toy Story That Time Forgot.
But it's fine. Maybe he didn't pay attention to the script when he recorded his lines and just poached characters from them without thinking about what they previously did. The thing is, whether he forgot the events of the Toy Story universe, which is pathetic if true because he's the man in charge of continuing said universe, or whether he deliberately chose to ignore them, it doesn't really matter. Because either way, for as insignificant as you may think this detail is for the moment, the fact that he has clearly chosen to pretend that those specials don't exist for the sake of having this shot is going to utterly sink the end of this movie. It's going to wreck it beyond repair. The fact that Bonnie consciously chose to keep Andy's name there until years after Toy Story 3 and until just before the events of Toy Story 4 is going to punch an enormous hole in the credibility of this film's ending. So please remember it for later. And thus ends the Randy Newman montage for Toy Story 4, and the movie is finally going to begin proper as we cut to a scene in which all of Bonnie's toys have been temporarily swept into the closet because Bonnie's mom hurriedly cleaned the room, absent-mindedly shoving all the toys in there. We get a shot of all the toys getting anxious about being in the closet for a few minutes, which is extremely bizarre since they all spent years in a toy box never getting to play with what is whatever. Moving on. Among the list of toys that is struggling with temporary closet life is Jessie, who is hyperventilating due to her claustrophobia. And so, naturally, being stuck in a tightly enclosed space is going to... Wait, what in the sweet mother of Abraham Lincoln? Jessie is hyperventilating because she's in the closet? Oh my god. How on God's green earth can you claim to love Toy Story with all your heart and then pull something stupid like this? Okay. Before I get into why this scene is so beyond frustrating, let's set the scene for a broader issue in regards to characters, shall we? Woody, Buzz, and Jessie, the three heroes of the original trilogy. Their stories were the beating heart and soul of those movies. Their arcs carried the emotional spirit of the trilogy, and their endearing personalities and values are what made them appeal to millions of people all around the world. And Toy Story 4 is going to mercilessly assassinate all three of them. Not in a literal sense, mind you. When I say character assassination, I am referring to the process by which a writer takes a previously established character and makes them act in ways that are completely contradictory to the values that they've upheld since their initial introduction, essentially betraying who they are as people with no justifiable build-up whatsoever. None of these characters are safe from this man's malice. We are going to be keeping a very close eye on the structural integrity of their characters as we move throughout this video to see if any of them can even maintain 1% of who they used to be by the end of this train wreck. But we are not out to a good start here, folks, because Jessie has already been dealt a significant amount of damage by just this one shot alone. But why is this the case? Well, allow me to explain. From the first seconds that Jessie was introduced to the silver screen, she was highly energetic and raring for adventure. She has never, not once, ever shown any fear in the face of an adventure waiting to be had. She was always extremely spirited, sprightly, and confident in her interactions with other people, and was more than willing to dive headfirst into an adventure. Please remember that for later. She revels in the confrontation with Woody, actively egging him on when he challenges her, hoping for a fight. When Buster needs to get outside, Jessie immediately springs into action to help him out. She leads the charge to break everyone out of their cells at Sunnyside, trap Rogue Buzz, and safely escort everyone past the aggressive search beams onto the slide. She confidently stands up to both the manic prospector and tyrannical Lotso when her back is pressed against the wall, and doesn't even hesitate to leap onto the dumpster when Woody is pulled in by Lotso. She is a strong, confident cowgirl who shows no fear in the face of danger. But even the bravest of adventurers aren't immune to their most crippling of phobias. And in Jessie's case, it's claustrophobia. Crippling, mentally destructive claustrophobia that would completely paralyze her were she ever to find herself in a space that was even remotely enclosed. Because for many years, Woody was to Andy as Jessie was to Emily. A kid that loved her cowgirl doll with all her heart as they did everything together. Jessie couldn't possibly have been happier than when she was in the tender, loving care of this girl. But nothing built can last forever, as one day, as Emily started to grow up, she began to move past her cowgirl phase. She decorated her room with makeup supplies and memorabilia from pop musicians, slowly moving more and more memories of her childhood under the bed, destined to gather dust for all of eternity. And Jessie was left with no choice but to lie there, day after day, month after month, year after year, waiting for the day when Emily might remember her and come back for one last playtime. And for a moment, it looks like she's going to get her chance as, while trying to retrieve the items that spilled out of her purse, Emily reaches under the bed and finds something that she had forgotten about for years. Jessie the cowgirl doll. The toy that gave her childhood so much joy, now staring eye to eye with the kid that gave her life purpose. And for one blissful moment, Jessie could relive those days they spent together, dreaming of the future memories they could make, only to be casually tossed into a donation pile without a second thought, leaving Jessie behind once and for all, giving her no choice but to sit in this cramped box and watch her whole world disappear over the horizon, doomed to sit in this tiny space amidst a massive storage facility for the rest of her life, forever replaying in her mind the days when somebody loved her. This is what leads to her fear of enclosed spaces, and you can see it throughout all her scenes in the original trilogy. When Al is seconds away from coming back into the room, she only has to jump into a box filled with styrofoam for a few minutes at most before he leaves again. But even that prospect is too painful for her because it resurrects all those painful memories that had long since been pushed down to the pits of her mind and brings them all back up to the surface. The cowgirl who mere moments ago was raring for adventure has now been frozen with fear, and this is not something that can be conquered easily. In Toy Story 3, Jessie starts hyperventilating at the mere thought of Andy abandoning her in the same way that Emily did and actively says, "I can't breathe!" the second after the trash bag is sealed shut. She may have found a new home with Woody and Buzz as her friends and Andy as her owner, but no amount of familial relationships can so easily purge your trauma when you suffered in isolation, darkness, and claustrophobia for as many years as Jessie has done. And all this buildup is what makes Toy Story of Terror so incredibly powerful. At first, it starts off as just another normal day in Jessie's life, confidently declaring that this campy horror film the other toys are freaking out over doesn't faze her in the slightest, only to then be trapped in a tiny toolbox moments later as the walls start closing in on her. She is still, decades later, having to suffer through her phobias, even in spite of all the dangers she's fought her way past, as shown in this toolbox scene. And then again, minutes later when she's left all alone in Bonnie's suitcase. It's destroying her. It's the one obstacle in her life that she's never been able to overcome, as Emily and the abandonment she caused Jessie to endure keep resurfacing whenever the walls start closing in, until the lives of her friends are at risk, until Ron successfully steals every last one of Bonnie's toys ready to sell them on eBay, until he seals Woody away in a package and ships him off to Al, and until the only one in a position to rescue him is Jessie. All her friends are trapped behind the glass. Bonnie is outside with her mom observing the flat tire be fixed. There's no one around to help save the day. It all comes down to her. She's Woody's only chance at getting back to Bonnie before he's shipped back to Al's toy toy barn, and the only way she can do it is to confront the only fear she's ever known, to seal herself in a box and sneak onto the delivery truck to break him out from the inside. But despite her bravery in facing her fears, she immediately slips back into the panic state she had become so familiar with, hyperventilating as she feels the box grow smaller and smaller. But she knows she can't let her phobia corrupt her anymore, not when everyone she loves and cares about is depending on her, not when she's the only chance they have at escape. And so, finally, after 2 movies worth of build-up, she steadies her nerves even as she feels the walls closing in again. She regains her composure long enough to find something she can use to escape the box, and she slices the seal, triumphantly kicking open the flaps of her box, putting the clip in her mouth and donning her iconic cowgirl hat, ready to bust Woody out of this truck. She has finally overcome the one thing that was always holding her back, the only thing that could paralyze the adventurous cowgirl we all knew and loved. And she stared it right in the face and told it to back off forever. It is phenomenal. It is the culmination of all her character work throughout this series, and it pays off in the best way imaginable, as now Jessie is no longer terrified of enclosed spaces like she once was. Only for Toy Story 4 to come rampaging into the picture and completely destroy all of that. Jessie's journey meant nothing now. It meant absolute squat. Her harrowing character arc that allowed her to finally confront her trauma head on and kick it away forever has now been undone in a matter of seconds by this one shot. And as a gentle reminder, Josh Cooley voiced a character in the very same TV special when Jessie reached the climax of her character journey. And yet he still put this scene into the film. And to be frank, I don't really care whether he forgot this special or if he just maliciously chose to ignore it, because either way, the result is the same. Jessie's entire character arc was just crumpled up and thrown in the trash, and it was all done with absolutely no care in the world. Thanks, Josh Cooley, you talentless hack. But hey, at least Jessie's adventurous personality hasn't been destroyed yet. So, we have that to look forward to. Right? Anyway, kicking on with the plot, Dolly asks Woody if she needs to be worried about the mental well-being of Andy's toys while they're stuck in the closet, which makes no sense at all. First of all, there's no way that in the years since Toy Story 3, this is the first time they've all been put in the closet, so this shouldn't be a new situation for Dolly to react to. Secondly, these toys spent years locked in a toy box without getting any playtime at all and managed to get through it completely unscathed, and yet now Rex and Slinky are acting like it's the end of the world? Wait, what? So then Buzz asks Woody about how he's feeling today in the most awkward way imaginable, and I just listen to this dialogue.
How are you feeling about today?
Good. I'm good.
Good.
Who are you? What did you do with the Woody and Buzz we watched in the original trilogy? You two are not this emotionally constipated. Do you remember the scene from the first movie where the two of you had an emotionally harrowing heart-to-heart about the importance of being a toy and how much meaning your lives really have? Or how about the one where Buzz confidently and assertively confronted Woody by calling back to that first major conversation they had at the gas station as Woody declares his intentions to stay behind? Or when the two of them discuss what's best for their family of toys as they contemplate whether to stay together or split apart? Or when they can speak a million words to each other without ever even opening their mouths? Do you know who these characters are? Did you actually watch these films? There is no way in the world you saw Woody and Buzz go through all their trials and tribulations and then came to the conclusion that this is how they'd speak to each other. Buzz off, you stupid movie. Anyway, while Doggy shakes his booty to let everyone know that Bonnie's finished breakfast because apparently he has supersonic hearing or something, I don't know, moving on. Woody then tries to give everyone a pep talk to get them excited for playtime, but Dolly tells him to stuff it because she's a complete,
The word I'm searching for, I can't say, because there's preschool toys present.
But I'll let you use your imagination. Apparently wanting everyone to get excited for playtime is a bad thing. Bonnie opens the closet doors and assembles the Avengers consisting of Mayor Dolly, Banker Ham, Ice Cream Man Slinky, Hat Shop Owner Trixie, Mailman Buzz, and wait a minute, that's not the face Buzz makes when he's frozen. How hard is it to keep this stuff consistent? And for the final member of her Pokemon team, she picks up Woody, takes off his sheriff's badge, and then gives it to Jessie, leaving him behind in the closet. Which, oh boy, where do I begin? First of all, that badge does not come off that easily. I had a Woody doll as a kid, I know, can you believe it? And trust me, this badge does not come off. It can come off if you have the jaws of life on hand, but a 5-year-old child is not ripping this carefully sewn badge off Woody's vest that easily. And if it is that easy to pull off, then it should have fallen right off his vest in many other far more harrowing situations throughout this series. Second of all, and far more importantly, seriously? Bonnie just pretends Woody doesn't exist? Do you remember this scene from Toy Story 3? Do you remember all these other shorts and specials? Did you pay any attention to this series at all? Bonnie is overjoyed to be playing with Woody in those scenes. And actively slips out of her happiness when Andy pulls Woody away from her. Out of her entire arsenal, he is always one of the toys she brings with him outside of one quick trip to Poultry Palace and Small Fry. And yet magically now she's treating Woody like a pile of trash? Well, actually, she'd treat a pile of trash much nicer than this, so scratch that. This is absolutely insane. She never treated Woody like this in any of the prior installments in this franchise. Hell, even within this movie, we just saw a montage of Bonnie playing with Woody with the same enthusiasm that we once saw young Andy exude all those years ago. What motivation could you possibly have had for doing this?
This idea just came from the truth, which is my daughter has a Jessie doll and she loves it. She also has a Woody doll, she doesn't play with it as much. We're just thinking, well, that would happen.
Oh, I see. So you're just an idiot. Got it. You didn't write Bonnie based on, Bonnie. You wrote her based on your own daughter. Hey, Bumbleclown, if you wanted to write a story with a young kid based on the attributes of your own daughter, that's great. In fact, I'd even say it's quite sweet. But write your own damn story if you want to do that. Don't infest a pre-established character with your own garbage storytelling and turn her into someone she never was just so your moronic plot can get off the ground. Oh, are you wondering what I mean by that? Well, you see, the main point of Woody's character in this movie is that he's feeling the big sad because Bonnie isn't playing with him as much as she used to. Hey, quick question. Does that sound familiar to you at all? Well, if it does, then please remember it for later because I'm not done with this topic yet. Anyway, yeah, that's Woody's plot in this movie, and it doesn't make any sense at all.
That's the third time you haven't been picked this week.
The third time this week? That's it? That's what you're still bent out of shape over? That she hasn't been playing with you for a whopping 3 days? 3 whole days? Compared against the montage we just watched of her playing with you over the years? Or the years between movies that we saw portrayed in short films and TV specials during which Bonnie happily played with you? But 3 out of 7 days of the week of stasis and suddenly you think she's losing interest in you? What is this stupid script? Who wrote this? And again, I really hope you remember this for later because it is going to become monumentally important the further into this film we get.
Oh, looky there. You got your first dust bunny.
How? Literally how? How did you get a dust bunny? Don't try to tell me it's because Woody's been sitting in the closet all week because we learned earlier that the only reason everyone's in this closet is because...
I thought I told you. When Mom quickly cleans the bedroom like that, expect to be put in the closet.
So Woody has been in here for a few minutes at best, and yet he's somehow already accumulated a dust bunny? Meanwhile, all the other toys in the closet that have presumably been in here for years since we never saw them prior to this point don't even have a single dust bunny. Also, wait a minute, who are these guys even supposed to be? Apparently they're toys that Bonnie played with as a toddler but has since outgrown? What? If she outgrew these toys, then why in the world didn't she donate them to Sunnyside? You know, that daycare that her mom works at? What's especially stupid about this is that the peas in a pod and Totoro are nowhere to be seen in this movie. Which, aside from being insulting by itself due to the significance that Totoro has to the studio.
We decided really early on to put Totoro in the film as a nod to the friendship between Pixar and Studio Ghibli, friendship between John Lasseter and Hayao Miyazaki. They love us, we love them. We thought it would be fun to have a Totoro toy.
Almost like the director has a problem with Studio Ghibli or something crazy like that. Aside from that, this closet consists of every single toy Bonnie currently owns since their presence here is the aftermath of her mom cleaning out the room, meaning that Bonnie either donated or threw away those 2 toys who she was playing with in Toy Story 3, and yet the toys she played with as a toddler are just sitting in her closet? Why? Well, because if Bonnie donated them away, then we wouldn't get to hear such iconic voices as Carol Burnett, Mel Brooks, Carl Reiner, and Betty White that I guarantee most of you didn't even know voiced those characters until 3 seconds ago.
We got to work with some of the greats here. Mel Brooks, Carl Reiner, Betty White, Carol Burnett as the preschool toys.
Such a privilege to work with these actors. Made such
Legends.
a massive impression on us. Be able to have that chance to record them and have their voices be part of this film was really special for us.
What's that? A stupid plot point that's allowed to function so the writer can fanboy out of her legendary voice actors? Prioritizing superficial stuff over storytelling? No, not Josh Cooley. Never. Wait a minute, why are you guys even talking anyway? Bonnie's literally right there! Sound can still travel through the blinders. You aren't soundproof in there. What are you doing? Moving on, Bonnie's dad comes into her room to tell her that they have to leave to go to kindergarten orientation. Yeah, he has a voice. Who knew? And she obviously doesn't want to go, so she pleads with her dad to be allowed to bring a toy with her to school, but he says nah because he's a jerk, and so they leave the room empty-handed. Then everyone wakes up since the humans have left their immediate vicinity, but Dolly has a yell at everyone because...
Bonnie always forgets something. She'll be back any second.
No, she doesn't. She's never done that. Throughout every single scene that Bonnie's ever been in, we have literally never seen her play with her toys, leave the room, and then immediately run back into the room seconds later because she forgot something. What are you talking about? Then Woody opens the closet doors and Buzz checks in to see if he's doing okay, at which point Jessie gives Woody back his sheriff's badge. What is happening? happening right now? If your concern is that you need to not touch or move anything because Bonnie will be back any second that she might notice that something has moved, which doesn't make any sense because she's a kindergartner, then why would you undo what Bonnie just did to Jessie? That's like the most suspicious thing you could do outside of sprinting down the stairs straight towards the other humans. What was even the point of Dolly ordering everyone to freeze again when everyone, including Dolly herself, by the way, just completely ignores that order as if it meant nothing? Who wrote this dialogue? None of this makes any sense! Oh, by the way, speaking of Dolly, she's a total
I can't say.
Do you guys remember Dolly from Toy Story 3? How she was very welcoming and friendly to Woody when he first showed up in Bonnie's room? How she was extremely considerate and willing to help Woody find out how to get back to Andy's house? Yeah, maybe she was a little too pushy in some instances.
Woody.
Woody, really? Gonna stick with that. Because now's your chance to change it. New room and all. It's coming from a doll named Dolly.
But she was still more than happy to help out Woody when he needed it, and her first instinct was to welcome him into the room with open arms. Now, cut to Toy Story 4, well, all of a sudden...
Woody, can't you see I'm threatening everyone? Go back to the closet.
What happened here? What did you do to Dolly? This is not the same character from Toy Story 3. She went from compassionate and accommodating to rude and condescending. Are you trying to make me hate all the old characters? Nah, that couldn't be. It couldn't be that you're trying to tear down all the old characters because we're about to meet some new ones that you want me to like more. Surely. And no, the context behind this conversation does not help things at all. It goes like this. Woody expresses genuine concern about how Bonnie is clearly visibly distraught about having to go to kindergarten for the first time, especially without having a toy that she can rely on for emotional support should she feel scared at any point. And Dolly's only recourse is to dismissively and aggressively shake her head as if Woody's idea is intrinsically awful without a second thought, and to then tell him that
Bonnie's not Andy.
So? Did you not see how Bonnie acted moments ago when her dad came into the room? He's not making this up because of some attachment issue. She's looking out for his kid. Your kid. What are you talking about? The closest you'll get to an actual decent rebuttal from her is when she says that,
Didn't you hear, Dad? You'll get Bonnie in trouble.
And even if we entertain for a moment that this rebuttal addresses Woody's concerns about Bonnie's happiness and mental state in any way, why are you so condescending to him about this? Can you not take the time out of your day to be respectful with him about this? What is this scene? Who wrote this dialogue? Let's see if our old friends can make sense of this.
Keeps talking about Andy and keeps bringing Andy up and his experience with Andy. This is going to be a tough transition for him.
No, shut up! What are you talking about? He mentioned Andy a single time at the very end of this conversation. His initial concern was about keeping Bonnie happy because she clearly is very apprehensive about starting kindergarten. And even if we put that aside, you are insinuating that Woody using his experience with Andy to influence his decisions with Bonnie is a bad thing. Yeah, why would we want to encourage anyone to pull things that they've learned from their experiences as important factors in the decision-making process? How silly of a concept. Just get out of here with this crap. You aren't making any sense.
We're setting up that Bonnie is going to be okay playing with Jessie. She's got her share. She will be okay without Woody. We're going to see how that kind of plays out at the end of the film.
You're right. We are going to see how this plays out, but it's going to happen a lot sooner than the end of the film, friends. So please keep this in mind for later. Oh, by the way, check out this little line.
The idea of Bonnie's toys as kind of an acting troupe. Bunch of actors hanging out together and doing their thing. Like Mr. Pricklepants being the fussy British thespian. Buttercup and also Trixie, for that matter, being kind of the improv actors in the group. We just thought it'd be a fun dynamic for these toys.
Remember that dynamic from Toy Story 3? Yeah, that's just nowhere to be found in this film. The writers just completely forgot that that was how Bonnie's toys was supposed to be. But you know, keeping things consistent and honoring previous movies isn't exactly something they're particularly great at. Though perhaps I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So Dolly shoves Woody back into the closet because Woody sucks, I guess, and then says,
Places, everyone.
And she says this literally seconds before Bonnie comes back into the room. How? How did you know she was coming? In the past, there was always some kind of audio indicator to let the toys know that the kids are about to come bursting into the room, but there was none whatsoever this time. Are you psychic now? And how lucky is it that Bonnie waited until the exact second you were done chastising Woody to come running back into a room? Also, wait a minute. Dolly told everyone to get to their places from in front of the closet despite this being nowhere near the spot that Bonnie left her, which is hysterical considering how much she chastised Ham earlier for moving less than an inch.
That goes for you too, Ham.
But it's money.
But what makes it even worse is that in the one whole second between saying that and Bonnie coming back in, she apparently teleported across the room back to her spot? Is anybody actually working in continuity in this film?
I love just how parental these toys are with their kids. Great that Dolly knows Bonnie so well that she's going to forget something. She's going to come back. She's just ready.
What are you talking about? What do you mean she knows Bonnie so well? First of all, that thing about her running back into the room because she forgot something isn't true because she's never done that prior to this point, so I don't know where she's pulling pulling this from. Second of all, it's not even true according to this movie's standards, because the reason Bonnie runs back into the room isn't because she forgot something, it's because she is literally terrified of going to kindergarten and is crying her eyes out. Not to mention the fact that Bonnie literally never does this again even a single time in any subsequent scenes that take place in Bonnie's room. You do not know what happened in your own script. Third, and most importantly, if Dolly actually knew Bonnie as well as you claim she does, then how embarrassing is it for her to not pay any attention to the fact that Bonnie is hiding in the corner crying because of how scared she is to go to a brand new school filled with people young and old that she's never met. Dolly doesn't know Bonnie well at all. In fact, I'd say she's actually a complete failure at understanding what she needs right now. Oh yeah, I guess I kind of glossed over that, huh? Bonnie ran back into the room to have a cry about going to kindergarten, which Woody has a perfect view of and is understandably equally as distraught over because he doesn't like seeing people in this emotional state. He has the empathy needed to want to be there for Bonnie and help her get through this incredibly hard transitional period, unlike a certain other doll. Then her parents come into the room to retrieve Bonnie and usher her out the door to get to kindergarten as if everything's totally normal. They don't make any kind of effort to support their crying daughter who's immensely apprehensive about kindergarten because they are terrible parents. How could you not have seen her crying? What did you think she was doing hunched over on the floor playing hide and seek? Do you not hear her sniffling in and fighting back more tears? I don't understand why they chose to have her parents proceed to not give one singular hoot about their terrified daughter when doing so would actually inherently apply a large patch to our next major issue, which is that Woody made the decision to hop into Bonnie's backpack to accompany her to kindergarten in case she needs a helping hand. Because while it's nice to see that his character is still intact here, as that is absolutely something Woody would do, how in the world did none of these three people notice him do this? Woody would have had to open the closet door, hop up onto the table, unzip the backpack, climb in, and then zip it shut from the inside without either parent noticing. It makes sense for Bonnie to not notice since her mind would be preoccupied with the butterflies in her stomach and her eyes are currently locked on the floor, but her parents don't even realize there's anything wrong with Bonnie right now, so if they're not distracted with their crying daughter, then there's no way they didn't either see the closet door open in their peripheral vision or hear the zipper of the backpack in this dead silent room. Whatever, moving on. Dolly is stunned that Woody managed to pull one over on her and he continues to spectate Bonnie as they roll up to the elementary school and head into the classroom. Despite Bonnie's reluctance to leave her mom's side, she softly waves goodbye as her teacher escorts her to her own personal cubbyhole to deposit her backpack. And for a moment, you think that maybe you'll like this new character due to how kinda considerate she is to Bonnie, only for her to turn around seconds later and immediately abandon Bonnie, leaving her no choice but to sullenly take a seat all by herself in the very back of the classroom. Why? Why are you this bad at your job? You just showed us two separate shots of the other students in the classroom all getting along, having found a table filled with other kids to socialize with, except for this dude who's about to lose his finger to a pencil sharpener.
Who invited that kid?
Everyone else already has a friend to get along with, and this galaxy brain of a teacher decides to completely abandon the only kid in the class who's completely alone, and who is obviously sad and scared to be here all by herself, and instead turn your attention to everyone else. Even something as simple as recommending she ask to sit with the other kids, or just escorting her over there herself would be leaps and bounds ahead of where she is currently, which is to just run around and desert her at the back of the classroom with nobody to talk to. Great. Awesome. Bonnie drew the moldy straw and got slotted into the homeroom with the worst teacher on the planet. How are you still employed at this school when you show this little consideration for your students? Anyway, we completely skip over the meet and greet phase where the kids introduce themselves and jump straight into the arts and crafts stage where their assignment is to decorate a pencil holder for use when kindergarten begins proper. Bonnie begins to unleash her creativity to try to cheer herself up, but wait! A beacon of hope approaches her from the distance and her world lights up for just a split second as she thinks another kid has found it in his heart to come and sit with the lonely girl in the back of the room. Only it is revealed that this apple kid, we'll call him Steve, wasn't actually interested in her at all and just wanted her toys to play with. And so he completely ignores Bonnie and just takes the art supply box off her table for him to use all by himself. I'm not going to criticize the writing for this kid's actions because we all knew someone like this who wasn't content to use the shared art supply box for everyone, but instead had to take someone else's things for him to use all by himself. In fact, I'd even say that it's within his character since earlier we saw him steal this apple out of a girl's cubby and then when she tried to get it back he just said nah. What I will criticize, however, is that once again the teacher isn't doing diddly squat about this. She doesn't see him take the supplies, nor does she check in on Bonnie after the fact to notice that she doesn't have any supplies, nor does she notice that the table that he's at magically now has 2 boxes of supplies because Miss Wendy is the type of person to climb a glass wall to see what's on the other side. Either that or she has some deep-seated hatred for Bonnie that we're not quite privy to yet, but either way she might actually be the worst teacher I've ever seen portrayed at any piece of media ever.
Hey.
Second worst. Third worst. Look, I get it. I played a lot of games with awful teachers since last year, alright? But Wendy still sucks at looking after her kids, particularly new kids clearly distraught and on the verge of tears juxtaposed to the surrounding kids, all of whom are currently very content and comfortable with talking to their friends. And it is only because of this dingbat that the main plot device of this film is allowed to be created. So Steve gets tired of eating his stolen apple and spits it out into the trash can, only he misses horribly and knocks out about half of the supplies into the bin along with the apple. This absolute moron managed to miss his shot so terribly that it landed inside the supply box, thus causing the supplies to topple out into the trash can. This kid may not be the stupidest person on the planet, but he'd better hope that that person doesn't die anytime soon. But that absolutely pales in comparison to what we are about to witness. Woody leaps out of the backpack and drops to the floor, stepping back into the cubbyhole behind him and hiding behind Bonnie's lunchbox?
You just saw Woody hiding behind Bonnie's Battlesore's lunchbox.
What do you mean that's Bonnie's lunchbox? She didn't have that on her when she walked into the classroom. How did this get into the cubbyhole? Did it teleport into the scene because Woody needed something to hide behind? Wait a minute. How did Woody even know this was here? He was in the backpack the whole time, so we couldn't have possibly have seen this was down here. Oh, but wait, it gets worse! Outside of the two kids that somehow don't see Woody despite running in his exact direction, and outside of the fact that the teacher doesn't care that these kids are running around the classroom when they're supposed to be working on their pencil holders, we are about to get a scene that is so jarring I honestly wasn't convinced it was actually happening. So I'll run you through the whole scene, and then we'll talk about it. Woody uses this lunchbox as a moving cover piece to make his way over to the trash can, jumps into the trash can, throws a box of crayons towards Bonnie to distract her, grabs as many supplies as he can hold, and then completely abandons the idea of hiding behind the lunchbox to instead run directly behind Bonnie, climb up on top of her chair, toss the supplies onto her table, and then leap back into her backpack. What? What in the name of the Teletubbies did I just watch? You're telling me that absolutely nobody saw him do this? Really? Not one single kid in this classroom was looking in this general direction, including the people sitting on this side of the tables, meaning that they'd be looking directly toward the cubbies? No one saw him moving in their peripheral vision. No one heard his footsteps. Bonnie didn't feel the vibrations in the floor or feel Woody whoosh past her. And even if we assume that every single one of these children is brain dead, how in the world did Miss Wendy not see anything? She may be a terrible teacher as established previously, but she still has a functioning pair of eyes. She didn't see the magical moving lunchbox or the magical moving cowboy? Also, why did Woody bother with the lunchbox at all if he wasn't going to use it for the return trip? Why would someone seeing a moving lunchbox be any less worried than someone seeing a moving cowboy doll? Finally, a spork is included among these supplies. But there were no sporks that fell out of that box, meaning that another kid used the spork at some point and then threw it away, and yet it's somehow perfectly clean? That doesn't make any sense. This thing should be covered with half-eaten food, and yet it's somehow perfectly pristine? Wait a minute, how is there even a spork in this trash can at all? This is kindergarten orientation. This is day one. Kids have been on vacation all summer long. These bins would have been emptied out a long time ago. Why is this trash can even full in the first place? And why would a spork be included among these things? How does Woody toss the crayon box all the way over to right next to Bonnie's table when the arc we're shown should have just immediately crashed to the ground in front of him? Nothing in this scene makes any sense! And don't even try to tell me that criticizing the idea that there would even be a spork in this trash can at all when there haven't been any kids around for months is a silly minor thing to get hung up on, because this movie's plot revolves entirely around Bonnie having this eating utensil. This is a critical plot point. And yes, you heard me correctly. This spork is going to define the central plot of this film. How is that the case, you may ask? Well, it's simple. After regaining her confidence, Bonnie uses the supplies Woody retrieved for her to convert this spork into a brand new character, Forkface. Well, his name is actually Forky, but I will not be doing this googly-eyed garbage spawn the service of referring to him by his proper name, so Forkface it is.
Oh, Bonnie, that is so clever.
Oh, now you decide you want to start paying attention to Bonnie? Where were you 2 minutes ago when she was about to start crying her eyes out because she was scared and alone in an unfamiliar location? This fast food builder knockoff didn't give one singular hoot about her before, but now that she's all sunshine and rainbows, you're chatting up a storm with her? Absolute waste of oxygen and tax dollars. This is the state of the education system. Also, wait a minute, you're pleased with her for crafting this abomination? Really? Because the assignment was for everyone to be decorating pencil holders, and she didn't even kinda try to follow the instructions. Now, I'm not blaming her for doing this. She's new to kindergarten, she wanted to express her creativity, and I'm happy she was able to. But there's no way in the world you're gonna get me to believe that this teacher wouldn't have been displeased with Bonnie for going entirely off task. Anyway, orientation goes by in a flash, and then we see Steve completely ignore his dad as he runs away. Yeah, your kid's kind of a useless, chewed-up wad of bubblegum who steals people's belongings. You might want to do something about that. Whatever, Bonnie is reunited with her parents and is happy that she finished kindergarten, only for her parents to utterly crush her hopes and dreams and reveal that she's doomed to be sucked into the never-ending horrific spiral of the education system for the next 12 years of her life and possibly even longer. Then Bonnie's dad, who has no scripted name but I'll be referring to him as Magnum, realizes his blunder and immediately tries to lift Bonnie's spirits up by telling her that they're going on a road Trip? Really? You're going on a road trip the day after kindergarten orientation? Apparently school doesn't start for another week, which I guess it's not technically a proper criticism since there's nothing that would implicitly make this impossible, but I mean, every orientation I ever went through in school happened the day before school began properly. I don't know, I just find it a little strange that there's such a massive gap between orientation and the first day of school, and even weirder that her parents waited until the absolute last possible week of summer vacation to take her on this road trip. But whatever, we've got way bigger fish to fry in this movie than that.
Can't believe talking to a spork.
Oh, don't you worry. We're going to talk about the massive implications behind this thing coming to life in just a second. But first, there's a little something else we gotta take care of. Woody gets back to Bonnie's room, and not 2 seconds after he climbs out of the backpack, the toys are already chewing him out as if he committed some unforgivable sin, and Dolly, because who else would it be, is leading the charge on this front. Hey, remember earlier when you demanded that everyone needs to remain perfectly still because...
Bonnie always forgets something.
Yeah, well, I guess that doesn't mean anything anymore, since you are more than willing to immediately get to work reprimanding Woody for trying to get Bonnie in trouble and running the risk of getting himself confiscated, I guess. But what this cotton clown fails to understand is that were it not for Woody making the incredibly intelligent decision to jump into Bonnie's backpack, she never would have made Fork Face, and she never would have had the confidence she needed to make it through the day, because Wendy Koopa over here certainly wasn't going to be of any help. And once Woody brings Fork Face out of the backpack to prove that his presence in that classroom is what got Bonnie through her first day of kindergarten, not only does Dolly not apologize to Woody, not only does she herself adopt this strategy of sending a toy with Bonnie to school by the end of the movie, with absolutely no self-awareness, credit, thanks, or apologize to Woody whatsoever, but her pea brain just immediately forgets all about him the instant Woody says the words road trip, as if she subconsciously realizes how embarrassingly wrong she's been since the first second she was on screen and is now desperately trying to change the subject so that none of her brain-dead followers realize it. If I ever wanted to kill myself, I'd climb to the top of Dolly's ego and then jump to her IQ. Oh, and since we're on the topic of Fork Face, let's finally stop and talk about what this garbage reject's existence means for this universe. So first, some context. Woody opens up the backpack and slowly encourages Fork Face to show himself and meet all the other toys. But as of right now, he is only capable of saying one word.
Trash, 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 trash.
And to prove his allegiance to this one word, he immediately turns around and makes a beeline for the trash can, fighting against Woody's grip as he struggles to keep him from throwing himself away. The other toys are all extremely confused by the existence of this spork, asking why he wants to go to the trash, to which Woody explains that he was made from trash, and thus he wants to go to the trash, which I don't even know where to begin with this one. Okay, first things first. Every single toy from both Andy's room and Bonnie's room is gobsmacked by the existence of this thing, utterly baffled at the idea that this arts and crafts project could ever come to life. How? How could this possibly be a new concept for them to deal with? How, in the 17 years that Andy's toys were with him, did they never, not once, ever encounter a situation where he made an arts and crafts project like Fork Face over here? Or is it that there's something special about Fork Face that brought him to life and not the other arts and crafts projects? Because now, thanks to this stupid movie, we have to tackle the rules of sentience in the Toy Story universe. And if your knee-jerk reaction to hearing me say that is something along the lines of, come on dude, it's a world where toys come to life. Toys aren't alive in our world, as far as you know. So why does Fork Face have to make sense? Then listen up and listen good while I tell you about something called internal consistency. Because yes, you are absolutely correct. This is a fictional world where toys come to life. That has been the fundamental world rule since the very first movie. But you will never hear me criticize these stories as concepts because fictional stories are allowed to take the audience into unfamiliar worlds with rules far different to our own to tell exceptionally entertaining stories. That is not what we are talking about in regards to Fork Face. We are not talking about consistency in regards to our world. We are talking about consistency in regards to their world. Or in other words, internal consistency. You cannot criticize a fictional world for the foundations of its universe. What you can do, however, is criticize a fictional world for a contradiction of the foundations of its universe. And that is what we are talking about when criticizing Fork Face. Not that it makes no sense for a toy to come to life because that's been implicit in the rules of this universe since the very beginning, but that it makes no sense for this stupid spork to have ever come to life because he is not a toy! He even explicitly says that himself.
I am not a toy. I'm a spork.
He is a bundle of pipe cleaners, popsicle sticks, and googly eyes strapped to a discarded spork. It's always been pretty simple since the beginning of the series. If you are a toy, you are sentient. Whether you're a human-like entity such as Woody, an animal-like Rex, or a vehicle-like RC. But now this movie has thrown an entirely new factor into the mix that could fundamentally destroy the world building of Toy Story as we know it. How is this spork alive? Is it that all inanimate objects are actually alive and that they just don't have the means to see the world, communicate, or navigate? Because that's horrifying to think about. Is it the googly eyes? If I throw googly eyes onto Bonnie's backpack, give it a name, and then start playing with it, will it come to life? Is it specific to eating utensils? How far can I stretch this? Can I throw googly eyes into a bowl of spaghetti and make it come to life? Can I write my name on my car and attach googly eyes to it? What if I do it to a strand of hair, a bottle of water, a shirt, a shoe? Can I reanimate a dead animal by throwing googly eyes onto it? Can I throw googly eyes onto the ground and make the entire planet come to life? What are the limits here? How is this stupid spork alive?
At this point, you've probably already assumed that a child's imagination is what indeed gives a toy life. But in case there was any doubt about it, the Toy Story 4 trailer officially makes it canon.
Bonnie made a friend in class. No, she literally made a new friend.
Kids are essentially the gods that giveth life in the Toy Story verse.
No, shut up! Sentience in the Toy Story universe has absolutely nothing to do with a child's imagination because the toys in Al's toy barn and the aliens in the claw machine are all alive and moving about freely. They have never been played with in their lives. They were manufactured and shipped to the store for sale or to the arcade game as prizes to be won. Furthermore, this Buzz Lightyear figure was never going to be played with at all because he was only supposed to be for display, and yet he is still fully sentient. Heck, even if you just want to adhere to this movie alone, we are going to meet a pair of toys a bit later on whose entire story revolves around the idea that they have never been played with in their lives and are desperate to find a kid of their own, and they are still very much alive. And that's not to mention the fact that Bonnie has previously played with things such as a cardboard spaceship that she's clearly using her imagination to include in her playtime adventures, yet it's still dead as a doorknob. So nice try, MatPat. You have a plethora of incredibly well-researched videos and thought-provoking topics to discuss across all 4 of your channels. I have nothing but undying respect and admiration for you. Speaking of things that aged poorly, it is still true that the work he has done for St. Jude is more than commendable. But oh boy, are there some things I didn't know about back then, even more things that have happened over the past year, that has made this statement age worse than Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Anyway, back to Forkface. MatPat has miserably failed to provide us with an explanation, so where else can we look for answers? Aha! Perhaps it's the souls from Soul. After all, the idea behind that movie is that the souls prepare for life, and when they fill out all their personality traits, they dive down to Earth ready to live by becoming somebody's soul. So that must explain the sentience. The souls can inhibit any object. And that is an incredibly creative hypothetical solution to this problem, since the Pixar theory states that all Pixar movies exist in the same shared universe. Except for one small problem with that. The people who made this movie actively deny the existence of the Pixar theory and make fun of people who believe in it. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, then don't take my word for it. Let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
This book that Mom is reading right there, but it says, Beyond Infinity, Debunking the Crazy Theory of a Shared Universe, or something like that.
Oh, don't you worry. We're going to be getting to that stupid book in about an hour. So there you have it. According to these filmmakers, the Pixar theory isn't at all applicable here. So the sole excuse for Forkface's sentience ain't gonna fly here. Although, speaking of these unsalted pretzels, let's check back in on them and see if they have any explanation for how exactly this thing managed to come to life.
It could be because Bonnie writes her name on his feet. That could be the thing.
No, that doesn't make any sense, because aside from the fact that almost every single one of Andy's and Bonnie's toys don't have a name written on them, aside from the fact that Al's collection of toys both in his apartment and at the toy barn don't have a name on them, aside from the fact that Buzz was already alive before Andy wrote his name on his boot, and aside from the fact that under this brain-dead logic, Woody should have been killed when the cleaner painted over Andy's name, you know what else has Bonnie's name written on it? Her backpack! Yeah, and you thought that that backpack comment from earlier was just a random example, didn't you? If that's all it takes is to just write your name on an inanimate object, then why isn't the backpack alive? What, because it's a backpack and not a toy? Say it. Say because it's just a backpack. I dare you. Tell me it's just a backpack and not a toy. Say that to me when we are dealing with a freaking spork held together by glue and pipe cleaners. I dare you. Try again, you clowns.
You're sitting around the storeroom going, well, what if Bonnie played with a rock? Would that rock come to life? And the answer is, who knows?
I know you don't know whether or not it should come to life, because you have absolutely no idea what you are doing with this franchise. You shattered the consistency of this universe, and all it took was for you to throw some googly eyes on a discarded eating utensil and call it alive.
I don't think we should explain it. It's a little too midichlorian for me.
I'm stunned. I'm completely shocked. Honestly, I'm just utterly taken aback by the the idea that you don't think you should address these fundamental world-building questions when writing your story. It absolutely astounds me that you think these things aren't important. It truly am. I'm just amazed.
I have all the questions.
And what Trixie says right there is a way for us to not answer the question. I have a question. I've got all of them.
We all do.
Don't worry about it.
No, shut up, you stupid filmmakers! Just because you didn't care enough about Toy Story to think about how this brain-dead spork was going to impact the universe you were adding to doesn't mean you get to tell us not to think about it. Don't worry about it and don't think about it are things you say when you are fully cognizant of the fact that the story you are telling is rotten to the core and fundamentally broken, and you just desperately hope that people aren't going to realize it. Well, guess what? You may have fooled the rest of the world with this trash, but you ain't gonna fool me. Oh, and we're not even done talking about Forkface yet. There's still something we haven't addressed. He wants to go to the trash can because he was made from items Woody dug out of the trash, so he wants to go back to his place of origin. Then why don't the other toys? Why doesn't Mr. Potato Head want to go back to play school? Why doesn't Rex want to go back to the small company that was purchased in a leveraged buyout? Why doesn't Buzz want to go back to Taiwan? Heck, even if we ignore all the other toys, this excuse doesn't even work in isolation, because that's not the trash can he was born from. He was born from the trash can in the kindergarten room. That random bean means nothing to him. Also, he wants to go to the trash because he was made from trash? But he wasn't made from trash. He was made from pipe cleaners, googly eyes, popsicle sticks, art dough, and a spork. Some of those stem from the art box and one stems from some random kid's lunchbox. Why isn't his body being pulled in all sorts of directions? Actually, wait, even then it's still broken because each of those items would have been produced in a different factory that mass produces these art supplies. Why doesn't he want to go back to the factory where all these things came from? How far can I push this until it breaks? Buzz off with this garbage, you stupid movie.
Woody, aren't you being a little dramatic about all this?
Hey, remember 10 seconds ago when you were yammering on about how Woody could have been confiscated or gotten Bonnie in trouble and being incredibly dramatic about the situation? And I'm sorry, Bonnie was literally crying her eyes out earlier and was visibly distraught about going to kindergarten right in front of you. What do you mean he's being a little dramatic? What are you talking about? But remember, everyone,
Dolly knows Bonnie so well.
Also, why aren't Buzz and Jessie standing up for Woody here? Have these toys not been with him for long enough to understand that when Woody talks about what's best for his kid, he knows what he's talking about? Good Lord almighty, none of this makes any sense. Who wrote this? Okay, let's finally keep going with the plot. Forkface tries to kill himself by jumping into the trash can, but Woody jumps in to save him, vowing to babysit this spork while he acclimates to Bonnie's room. And speaking of the devil, Bonnie comes charging back into the room to play with Forkface some more. But she quickly realizes that the spork has been misplaced, and so Woody chucks him back up onto the bed so nothing seems amiss. Wait, why is Forkface frozen? Why does he know to freeze in the presence of a human? He thinks he belongs in the trash. He doesn't know he's a toy. He actively says,
I am not a toy. I'm a spork.
Why would he know that he needs to, let alone decide that he wants to, freeze in front of Bonnie? And I swear if I see even a single comment saying, oh, well then how does Buzz know how to freeze? He doesn't think he's a toy in the first movie. Then I will smack you with a newspaper. If you unironically think that that is a valid counter-argument, then listen up, because I am so sick and tired of seeing this moronic sentiment about the first movie. Why does Buzz know to freeze in the first Toy Story movie if he believes he's an actual space ranger? Well, have a listen to this line of dialogue right here.
It looks as though I've been accepted into your culture. Your chief, Andy, inscribed his name on me.
The intended effect upon seeing this is to feel Woody's jealousy to some extent, because prior to this point, he was the only toy in the room that Andy wrote his name on. But it also gives us vital information as to how Buzz views Andy's room. Buzz believes that he's crash-landed on an uncharted planet and is simply learning to live among the toys while he works to repair his spaceship. And while it's clear that he's more than willing to request their help and supplies with the repair process, he also wants to be respectful of the culture of the planet that he thinks he's landed on, and makes an effort to respect the chain of command. But what could he possibly consider to be part of their culture? Well, the only rule that the toys absolutely must abide by is that whenever Andy comes into the play with them, they need to freeze so he isn't scarred for life, and is therefore something the toys would have told him about, and something Buzz would consider to be part of their culture. What's that? That only applies to Andy, but you still haven't explained why he freezes in front of the other humans, you say? Well, let's run through the rest of this film and see how that holds up. Buzz has no compunctions about not freezing in front of the pizza delivery guy, and doesn't even consider Woody's concern that
No, wait, Buzz! Let's get the bag! No one will see us there!
To be a problem whatsoever. When sneaking into Pizza Planet, he's moving stealthily because he believes that they need to circumvent the guards at the spaceport, not so that the humans don't see him, as evidenced by why he sprints across the aisle and dives into the rocket crane without a care in the world for who may spot him. When he's in the bag with Woody heading into Sid's house, Woody has to actively tell Buzz to freeze as Sid reaches into the bag to grab him, which is likely also an event that occurred as he was being pulled out of the rocket. And after that, the next time he has to freeze is after he realizes that he's a toy, at which point he understands that that is the reason why the toys toys have to freeze back in Andy's room. The only human he proactively chooses to freeze in front of before discovering the truth is Andy, and it's entirely because he believes freezing to be a part of the culture of the room. Oh, but what about when he's in his box? Why would he know to freeze then? Simple. Listen to this line from Toy Story 2.
Violation of code 6404.5. All space rangers are to be in hypersleep until awakened by authorized personnel.
It's part of the scripted backstory that they all believe to be true. Until they are awakened by authorized personnel, as in taken out of their box by a child, they are to be in hypersleep, as in frozen. Thus explaining why all the other toys in the store are free to party as they please, but none of the Buzz Lightyear toys move even a single muscle unless they're actively attacked. And to carry this out further, the delusional Buzz Lightyear doesn't freeze when he's in front of Al in his office. He takes cover because he thinks he's
an agent of Zurg if I ever saw one.
And that is the reason why he chooses to stay hidden. Not because he's a toy wanting to freeze, but because he's on a mission to stop the evil Emperor Zurg and doesn't want to be captured by one of his agents. I won't deny that the films could be clearer about these things as opposed to leaving it up to the viewer to pick up these pieces and put them together on their own, but it's undeniable that the pieces are there. But there are no pieces in Toy Story 4 in regards to Forkface. The only line of dialogue he said throughout this film is,
trash, 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 trash.
Look, and even if we reference later lines of dialogue, the only thing of note that he says before he realizes he's supposed to be Bonnie's toy and needs to freeze in front of her is,
I am not a toy. I'm a sport.
You have no excuse, movie. The original trilogy made a clear effort to establish reasons why Buzz would choose to freeze in front of Andy and in his spaceship, but you've got nothing. There is absolutely no reason why this spork would ever feel the need to do this, which is essential to the stakes of the story, because if Bonnie saw this spork moving and talking, she'd either be freaked out about it and scarred for life like what happened to Sid, tell her parents about what she saw, which they obviously wouldn't believe, and either lead to unwanted therapy or a permanent distrust with her parents, because it wouldn't be that Bonnie is telling a funny story that she knows is false to try to get her attention. It'd be her genuinely sharing something true that she saw that her parents do not believe. Or the worst possibility of all is that she shows Forkface to her parents, they're freaked out by what they've seen, and confiscated by throwing him in the trash and erasing the core plot device of this film at best, or calling in the authorities to investigate this bizarre talking spork and potentially destroying the secret worlds of toys forever at worst. It is pivotal to this story that Forkface knows to freeze in front of Bonnie during this and all subsequent scenes, but the simple truth of the matter is that he has absolutely no reason to. This makes no goddamn sense. Who wrote this? Moving on, we transition to nighttime where we see that Woody is still stuck in the stupid bin tossing Forkface up next to Bonnie! You've been in there doing this since she got back from orientation and it took you all those hours to realize, gee, I wonder if it's a smarter idea to go up there and hold him in place so we can both get some sleep. And wait a minute, why are her parents even letting their daughter sleep with a spork in the first place? It may be a plastic spork, but you can still poke your eye out with this thing. How terrible are these parents? Good Lord almighty. Okay, so anyway, so Woody wakes up the next morning and discovers that Forkface has decided to try something new and is sleeping in the trash bin for a change. Amazing. But oh no, Magnum is on the hunt, and so Woody lets himself go limp and fall over, landing at the exact right angle to tip over the trash can and spill out Forkface perfectly, but also keep everything else inside the bin except for this one crumpled up piece of paper that barely leaves the bin. Seriously? You were that perfect. In the less than a second you had to think, you hit the exactly perfect angle you needed to free Forkface without making a mess. Buzz off, you stupid movie. Magnum walks into the room to wake up Bonnie for the road trip, and because his intelligence is about on par with his emotional awareness, he steps on Woody as he leans over Bonnie's bed. Gee, it sure would have been inconvenient if he'd taken literally one extra step forward and crushed this stupid spork immediately, thus ending the movie and leaving her daughter in a state of distress. Then again, he clearly doesn't even care if she is emotionally distraught, so whatever. Well, story-wise anyway, it would destroy the crux of the narrative because this spork is going to become the ultimate plot device for the rest of the film, and so if he were to destroy it right here, right now, this film's story would fold in on itself and end immediately. Anyway, Bonnie's excited about all the toys she's gonna bring with her on the road trip, which causes her to think about Forkface and realizes he's gone missing. And so Woody throws him back up onto the bed, which once again somehow goes completely unnoticed by both Bonnie and her dad because he just so happened to be looking in the complete opposite direction long enough for Woody to throw the spork back up. How wonderfully convenient. Then Bonnie leaps into Magnum's arms, he steps on Woody again, and then they go down to the kitchen to eat breakfast, meaning that Forkface is now super dead because Woody isn't going down there with him to stop him from jumping into the trash can, of which you would absolutely find one in the kitchen. So what in the world is going to stop him from throwing himself away the second Bonnie looks away from him like he did a minute ago? Oh, sorry, was that one of the things you don't want us thinking about? I forgot you didn't actually apply your brain when you wrote the script. So then Buzz asks if Woody needs help looking after Forkface on the road trip, and wait, where did you come from? There's no other toys on the floor. Where did you... What? Did you just teleport into the scene? Oh, don't tell me you were hiding in the closet the whole night. Don't even try to tell me that it's a normal event for these toys to spend the night sleeping in a closet. I sure do hope that's not the case, because if it was, then it would make the toys' attitude when they were stuck in the closet earlier really, really silly. Oops. Did somebody forget their own script? Moving on, he offers to help keep an eye on Forkface while they're on the road, and Woody denies Buzz's help? What? Are you kidding me? Woody doesn't want Buzz's help with Forkface? Who are these characters? These are the two who said they'd be together for infinity and beyond, and Woody isn't gonna let Buzz help when he clearly needs all the assistance he can possibly get to keep this neurotic sport from killing himself? Buzz off, you stupid movie. You have no idea who these characters are. Stop pretending like you do. Oh my god. And so begins the road trip montage with Randy Newman music playing in the background because, as the director puts so eloquently, Randy Newman music just pulls you right into the Toy Story universe. Don't think about our broken script, please. Just let yourself get distracted by Randy Newman music. And they really need you to be distracted for this montage, because if you actually stop to think about what's happening in these scenes, not only does none of this make any sense, but there is one particular shot that if you actually see it, if you see this one particular shot, it nukes the entire film. It utterly shatters this script to pieces. Not that it's not already in tatters, but you'll see what I mean. But I won't show my hand just yet. We're gonna play a little game. I will describe each scene in this montage to you, break down what's wrong with each of them without explicitly telling you which one kills the film. I want to see if you can figure out which scene it is. Go ahead, take your pick, remember it for later, and then we'll revisit this montage at the very end of the film to see if you were right. Now then, let's begin. For our first scene, there's nothing broken here that we haven't already gone over. By which I mean, there's absolutely no reason for Forkface to keep freezing every time Bonnie looks back at him. Oh, and by the way, in case you think it's a toy's immutable, uncontrollable instinct to freeze when a human looks at them, that's just straight up wrong thanks to this little scene.
So play nice.
So, yeah, Forkface freezing makes no sense. Bonnie should see Woody moving around in her peripheral vision, whatever, we've been over this. Moving on to the next scene at the gas station where Magnum is pumping the gas and Bonnie and her mom, who we'll call, Pearl, step outside, but then we come back to the RV where we see, you guessed it, Forkface trying to throw himself away. Awesome. And because Woody refused Buzz's help, he is forced to keep this little twerp from committing suicide all by himself while all the other toys just laze around doing nothing, which is proving to be quite the Herculean task. Truly a 200 IQ play there, Woody. So he finally decides, aha, he can't throw himself into a bin if there's no bin to be thrown into. Genius. And so he chucks the trash can out the rear window of the RV as they drive away from the gas station. What? Who wrote that? Who put that into the script? I don't understand how this happened. Let me run you through the logistics of what would have needed to occur in order for this event to have taken place. Woody would have needed to hold up the trash can by himself, since, remember, he denied help from Buzz and every other toy is frozen right now. Run to the back of the RV, open the window since we already know from this shot that it was sealed shut due to the reflection in the glass, wait for Magnum to stop pumping the gas, and wait for Bonnie and Pearl to come back to the RV, and then throw it out the window at the exact moment as they start driving away. And to put it simply, none of that makes any sense at all. First of all, Bonnie and Pearl really don't hear Forkface giggling like a maniac. Really? Are you both deaf? How did you not hear that? Second, it requires the use of both of Woody's arms in order to hold the trash can away from the spork. And even then, he still has to rest the trash can against the seat in front of him because he cannot support the weight of this thing all by himself. Which makes sense since he's, you know, a toy! Yet we are supposed to believe that he dragged this trash can all the way to the back of the RV. He heaved it all the way up to the top of this couch in the back, and remember, Buzz isn't allowed to help Woody here, so none of these toys are allowed to share the load when lifting this thing up. And he has to do all this while still somehow securing the spork despite needing to use both his hands in order to hold onto the bin. This movie is full of baloney. Third, how did nobody notice the trash can? Both Magnum and Pearl would have had to pass by the bin to get back into the driver's seat and into the passenger seat, yet neither she nor Magnum or Bonnie noticed that this was missing. They didn't notice that there were still sound waves coming into the RV due to the now open window despite the door being closed. Bonnie didn't notice that Forkface had disappeared from his previous location and would therefore have to look toward the back of the RV to find him, thus noticing the trash can and the open window, especially when later in the movie we see that the family's plans are brought to a screeching halt whenever she can't find this sport for 2 seconds. This movie is full of baloney. And finally, even if we assume that Woody magically found a way to lug this bin up to the top of the table in the back, even if we assume that Woody somehow managed to secure Forkface, even if we assume that nobody noticed the open window or the missing trash can for however long it took everyone to complete their side quests, there is absolutely no way in the world Woody could have surreptitiously chucked this trash can out the back window without Magnum noticing him in the rear view mirror that would be aimed at the back of the RV! You are busted, my dude. You're done. You're gone. You are being sent to an exorcist the instant Magnum sees this and freaks the heck out over it. And if you want to make the incredibly charitable assumption that Woody would have shut this current so nobody could have seen him, then that is an even bigger change that has been made to the state of the RV, and there's absolutely no way no one would notice that either. This movie is full of baloney. No matter how you slice it, you are not getting this bin out the window. Actually, wait a minute. Even if we accepted the insane circumstances surrounding how Woody managed to get the bin out the window, why would he even want to? So long as this trash can is inside the RV, he is guaranteed to keep Forkface inside the vehicle at all times because he will have no reason to go anywhere else. Absolute worst case scenario, Forkface gets into the trash can. Okay, now all you have to do is get him out of the bin before the parents empty it at the next campground or gas station. But if there is no longer a bin in the RV to fulfill Forkface's suicidal desires, then all of a sudden he has a major incentive to try to leave the vehicle, which makes your job infinitely more difficult than it would have been if you just kept it in the RV. What are you doing? This makes no sense. And just so you know, the remainder of this plot is dependent on there not being a trash can in this RV. So don't even try to tell me this isn't a big deal. It is a major deal. Okay, next montage scene. Bonnie is shown happily playing with Woody outside Poultry Palace. In the next shot, Bonnie runs off to go eat her lunch while Forkface gels himself over seeing a trash can nearby. And so Woody races to catch up and stop him again. Are you noticing a running theme here? Because it's getting very tiring to watch. Anyway, this makes no sense. The only reason they don't see this is because they're all sitting on the same side of a table that's designed to hold 4 people. Seriously? You wouldn't even put one parent on the opposite side so you have more room to eat? There's no way you have enough room for all 3 of your food on this small little table. But of course, if they did the sensible thing and actually put someone on the other side of the table, then Woody and Forkface would have been caught immediately. But I don't even think they should have been able to get away with this as the scene is presented anyway, because there's nobody else in this shot. There's nobody in this table back here, and anybody in the parking lot would be too far away to create a noticeably auditory disturbance. So how in the world do they not hear Forkface wailing like a dying banshee right next to their table? Does anybody on this team know how sound waves work? How do they keep getting away with this? Who wrote the script? Oh my god, okay, moving on. The RV pulls up to an overlook so Bonnie can step out and take a picture of the jaw-droppingly gorgeous scenery, only to then immediately run back into the RV literally less than 3 seconds after she leaves the frame. Let's run through the laundry list of problems with this scene. First of all, the RV pulls all the way up to the wall in this shot, and then one shot later the RV is suddenly meters away from the thing, and I don't know how you screw this up. I can only assume that they realized while animating the shot that if Bonnie had actually stepped out when the RV was right next to the wall, then there would be no way for her to possibly see over without a parent coming out with her. And for some reason, they only wanted her to run outside without either of her brain-dead parents. I don't even fully buy the idea that this 5-year-old child managed to operate the camera by herself, but what I can definitively say is that there's absolutely no way she managed to position her camera at the proper angle, wait for the lens to focus, and then actually take the picture in less than 3 seconds. And why are her parents even letting her run outside by herself? You are at an overlook surrounded by people you don't know and your daughter is 5 years old. If there's even the slightest chance there might be someone malicious out there, or even just an idiotic drunk driver that haphazardly pulls up to the overlook without looking, why in the world would you not want to be out there with her to at the very least help her take a better photo, and especially be there to keep an eye on her in case something goes horribly wrong, instead of just mucking about in the front seats? And I haven't even talked about what they actually wanted you to focus on in this scene, which is Forkface. Let's assume he somehow managed to grab hold of the door despite the handle being all the way up here and nowhere near where his pipe cleaner hands are. You might assume that Bonnie was holding onto him as she ran outside and simply lost her grip as she opened the door, but no! Her hand is clearly not even remotely touching Forkface in this shot. This not only means that the spork wasn't on Bonnie's person since he was already waiting on the door trying to escape despite her constant desire to want to play with him, but that he somehow maneuvered his way across the RV and up onto the door without anybody noticing the movement and without Woody stopping him, and that Bonnie didn't see Forkface on the door when she pushed it open and didn't grab him to take him outside or to put him back on the table. What is this scene? We then see a scene where Forkface and Woody are just running around outside. How did this happen? Where are they right now? How did they get outside without anybody noticing? Why is the door open? Did the spork open it? If so, how did no one see it open? How does the spork keep getting away from Bonnie without either herself or Woody pulling him back? How does this keep happening? What is going on? Who wrote this? They then take a detour to head to a rest stop, which... okay, so they pull into the rest stop, and as Bonnie steps off the RV, it is revealed that Forkface is hiding on the backpack. And so then Woody starts running after Forkface to prevent him from throwing himself into the trash can again. And then the second he catches him, Bonnie and Pearl emerge from the rest area. What the... Why? Why did you walk off the RV and then literally seconds later you emerge to go back to the RV? Unless you have the magic ability to snap your fingers and empty your bladder instantly. You could not have possibly gone to the bathroom and washed your hands with the amount of time that you had. So what the heck were you doing? You made a pit stop at a rest area to rest for like 5 seconds and then leave again? What was the point? How did you not hear Forkface or see him in your peripheral vision? He literally screams out. How did these two not hear him? How did Magnum, who we know for sure is still in the RV since he's not with the family when they go toward the rest area or when they come back from the rest area, not see or hear Woody race to the door to catch him? How did Forkface even get away from Woody in the first place? What is this montage? What is happening right now? It's just a spork trying to jump into a bin over and over again in increasingly ridiculous ways and during increasingly insane situations that these toys should never have been able to get away with in a million years. And the writers desperately want you to not think about any of this, which is why they play the Randy Newman music. So you disengage your critical thinking abilities and then just get swept away by the musical score. Although, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself on that note. So for now, I'll just say this. Keep this in mind for later, and remember which shot in that montage you think nukes the entire premise of this film. We'll see how your guess turns out by the end. Now, let's talk about what the writers are very clearly trying to allude to in regards to Forkface's actions here. Prior to this point, I have been completely ignoring the music playing in the background and focusing solely on the movie itself so you can understand how none of this makes any sense at all. But now, I want you to completely disregard the visual events taking place and listen very closely to the lyrics of this song, and then tell me what you think they're supposed to be about.
I can't let you throw yourself away. Don't you want to see the sun come up each morning? Don't you want to see the sun go down each day? Don't you want to see that little girl who loves you so? Her heart would break. You should go.
I don't know about you, but when we are dealing with a character who literally wants to throw himself away, while a song is playing in the background about how a girl who loves you's heart would break if you should go, and wanting to see the sun rise and set each day, and considering comments Randy Newman has made in interviews, the very first thought to come to my head is, oh, so they want you to think that Forkface is suicidal. The writers are very clearly trying to draw a parallel to this topic, only they aren't portraying it with any sense of emotional intelligence or respect whatsoever, which is absolutely pathetic because you work at Pixar, a studio that has never, ever been afraid to tackle incredibly serious topics such as depression, physical and mental disabilities, a merciless massacre of all except one of a father's yet-to-hatch eggs, as well as his wife in the opening minutes of a movie, the meaning of life itself and the meaning of death, forced gender roles and patriarchal expectations, even if said themes would have been handled significantly better if the original director hadn't been removed from the project, but that's a topic for a different day. Hell, A Bug's Life even tackled things like authoritarianism, corruption, and government's dictatorship, and this was Pixar's second movie. Second, you are working at a studio that has never had any compunctions whatsoever about dealing with monumentally serious topics in what are widely considered to be children's movies. So if you wanted to tell an emotionally mature story about suicidal thoughts, you were at the perfect animation studio to do it. But no, you didn't want to do that, because you aren't emotionally mature enough to watch Blue's Clues. You have this happy, jovial, bouncy instrumental to distract kids from both the lyrics being sung and the visual events happening on screen. And looking past how these scenes don't make any sense at all, Forkface is trying to throw himself away because he doesn't want to be a toy. He doesn't want to live in the life that he has been given and would rather die at the hands of the trash can. But this isn't handled with sincerity or maturity. It's played entirely for laughs throughout the entirety of this montage. What are you doing? What have you written here, you narcoleptic seahorse? And even if you think that I'm making an overly large deal about this and that the writers didn't intend to send that message, which is irrelevant because it might actually be a bigger insult that they wrote the scenes in the way that they did, but were too stupid to realize what it might imply. Even if you just look at it in the context of the story itself, the implementation of Forkface's character arc is a complete and utter joke to watch unfold on screen, and I can think of no better way to illustrate this than by drawing the comparison to Buzz Lightyear's journey in the first movie, or more specifically, the scene where he discovers that he is actually a toy. Buzz has spent the entire movie up until this point believing that he's meant for something greater in his life. He is a space ranger. He's the one who's going to save the galaxy from the evil Emperor Zurg, until he sees a commercial for a Buzz Lightyear action figure, perfectly replicating every action he's taken throughout the film as if he were just one of a million buzzes on an assembly line, even going so far as to explicitly refer to him as nothing more than a toy, a flightless toy, no less. He stares in silence and disbelief as he watches his entire world come crumbling down around around him, and then all he can do is walk away. He has shut out his surroundings. He's stopped thinking about Woody, about Sid, about Andy, about everything. It's all his brain can do to work overtime to try in desperation to process the bombshell that has just been dropped onto him, that everything he ever knew was a lie. There is no Gamma Quadrant of Sector 4. There is no Universe Protection Unit of the Space Ranger Corps. There is no Galactic Alliance, and there is no evil Emperor Zurg. He doesn't have a real laser cannon. He doesn't have a communicator linked to Star Command, and he can't fly. He's forced to stand longingly at the railing of the stairs, looking out the window as he sees birds flying through the sky, doing the thing that he always thought he could but has now realized will forever be beyond his reach. But no. Can't be true. He refuses to believe it. He won't accept the slanderous lies he's seen on the screen, so he scales the railing with newfound determination, ready to prove to the world once and for all that he can fly if he wants to. He deploys his wings, takes in one last breath of confidence, staring towards the window with the same resolve and conviction when he last stood atop Andy's bedpost, ready to soar like a bird in the sky, and declares that he's ready to fly
to infinity and beyond.
Only to feel that mountain of determination suddenly drain entirely from his face as he falls from grace, his last spark of hope growing further and further away, finally crashing down on the stairs, tumbling to the floor below, and upon recovering from the shock of the fall, he looks up to see that his arm has been entirely dislocated, a piece of him ripped from his body from the impact. But there's no torn limbs, no blood, no anything that you'd see in a normal human. All he sees is a mechanical limb, designed in a factory to be seamlessly attached. And reality finally sinks in as he accepts that he's nothing more than a toy, and that he will go sailing no more. And this results in Buzz descending into an identity crisis, where he no longer realizes what the point of being alive even is anymore, adamantly declaring that he can't help anyone, that there's no difference between him being at Andy's house or Sid's house because he's just a stupid little insignificant toy, until Woody speaks from his heart about the joys you can bring to the people around you, even if you are just an insignificant toy, and he sees Woody slumped over, all the energy drained from his face, thinking about the inevitability of their fate at the hands of Sid, that he may never get the chance to see Andy ever again so long as they're trapped here, and that thought has completely wrecked him. It's not until this happens that he understands the importance of toys in the world, realizing the power of the two-way relationship that they have with their owners and how they need each other more than anything. Seeing his friend with whom he's bonded over the course of their adventure depressed and dejected is the wake-up call he needs to finally snap him back to reality, giving him the confidence boost he needs to triumphantly declare that there's a kid over in that house who needs them. And so the two work together to escape Sid's house, battle the demonic Scud, catch up to Andy's moving van, and soar off as a team.
To infinity and beyond!
And even if you extract the contents of these scenes from the movie itself, there's something here that every audience member can take away from Buzz's journey. Because similar to the way that Buzz is just a toy, we're all just people. The world doesn't revolve around any of us individually. We're all just one small cog in a massive machine doing our part in the world. None of us are particularly special in that regard on a massive scale, but that doesn't make us any less special to the people around us. It doesn't mean life is meaningless just because you're one out of almost 8 billion people on the planet. You can make a difference in the lives of the people around you. You can brighten their days with the simplest of gestures. Even just the fact that you exist at all can be enough to lift someone's spirits if they see you, and you don't have to be a space ranger to do it. All you have to be is who you are. It's a beautiful message conceptually with phenomenal narrative execution, and something Pixar tackled and subsequently knocked out of the ballpark in their very first movie that has remained a timeless story almost 3 decades later. Then, on the other end of the spectrum, we have Forkface from Toy Story 4, who wobbles his way through the scenes with jovial music assaulting your eardrums, constantly trying to throw himself away without even the slightest amount of self-awareness of what is being implied here, and you play it for laughs. You play it off as a fun, high-octane montage. You want the audience to cackle uncontrollably at this concept. You play it off as such a funny thing that this spork doesn't want to be a toy so badly that he wants to keep throwing himself into a trash can. Hey, remember what happens to toys that get thrown away? Why doesn't Woody bring this up? Why doesn't he say, hey, Forkface, I know you think the trash is warm, but I don't think you quite realize how warm it's gonna get pretty soon, and my friends and I know about that first hand, you quintessential clown. And as if all this wasn't bad enough, They don't even give his character a proper resolution to this identity crisis. They introduce him, have him try to kill himself for the 2-minute duration of a Randy Newman song, and then 2 scenes later his existential crisis concludes and he fully accepts that he's a toy who needs to be there for Bonnie without any resistance whatsoever. It's absolutely pathetic, and these writers have absolutely no respect for the subject matter they are either intentionally or accidentally trying to portray on screen, and they should be ashamed of themselves for being so irresponsible with this. But perhaps I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, so let's just get on with the plot, shall we? One montage later, it's nighttime and we're in the middle of nowhere as Bonnie starts to fall asleep while still firmly holding onto Forky so he can't escape her grasp. Woody is keeping a close eye on him as always, but is clearly struggling to keep himself awake. Buzz notices his narcolepsy and decides it's finally time for him to do something about it. He did bugger all throughout the earlier montage, but now all of a sudden he wants to re-offer his help to Woody. Awesome. He then does this weird rolling thing in order to get over to Woody, and I don't... Why? Why did you need to do this? Why didn't you just walk over to him like a normal person? It's not any less conspicuous to randomly roll around like Sonic. In fact, it might actually be more conspicuous because you're guaranteed to make a lot of unnecessary noise by doing this instead of just stealthily walking over to him. What are you doing? Wait. How do the parents not hear you jibber-jabbering it up anyway? You can clearly hear the radio isn't on right now. Nobody else in this RV is talking. Even if you assume the passenger is asleep right now, the driver has to be awake because we are currently driving down the highway. How does nobody hear you two talking? This wasn't a thing in the original trilogy. The only time toys talked in the vicinity of humans was when they were deliberately trying to, or if they were asleep, or if they were on the phone so there was a louder source of audio to distract them. This RV is dead silent right now. Unless this dad has a spatial awareness of a pigeon. How does he not hear you two?
We're always kind of pushing that line of how much you can get away with the toys talking when humans are around, kind of dial up and down the volume to make sure that humans would not notice what the scene was playing out with the toys.
But you don't see the parents in the shots at all?
What? What did I just listen to? Dialing up and down the volume levels. What? The RV is literally dead silent. There's nobody else talking in the vehicle. There are no other cars on the road. The radio is turned off. The GPS isn't giving directions. It doesn't matter how quiet you try to make them. There is no conflicting audio to compete against. There is no reason why they should go unnoticed here. And as for the whole not showing the parents thing, really? Do you understand the concept of object permanence? Because it's either that you don't understand it or you don't think that the audience understands it. And either of those explanations is equally pathetic. You're more than welcome to take your pick. Just because you don't show the parents in the shot doesn't mean they don't exist anymore. That's not how this works, you pieces of burnt toast. Who wrote this? Also, did you people forget that Buzz glows in the dark? He had all day to soak up energy so he could radiate visible light when night falls. Oh, please don't tell me you forgot that. Don't give me yet another reason to assume that you lack even the most basic understanding of this franchise, or, worse yet, that you deliberately chose to ignore the fact that he glows in the dark because you knew that there was no way the driver could miss a ball of light rolling around the RV in the rearview mirror. Jesus Christ, these people. So then Woody has a line and it's,
I know you weren't around when Andy was little, but I don't remember it being this hard.
I genuinely have absolutely no idea what he's trying to say here. Are you trying to say that being a toy was never this hard? Because I don't know if you remember your life up until this point, but these past few movies have been ridiculously hard for you to go through. You were almost dismembered and made into a freaky abomination. You were almost eaten by a demon dog. You had to navigate roadway traffic and were nearly run over many times in the process. You were about to be run over by an airplane. You had to break out of the most heavily guarded daycare in the world. And let's not forget, you were almost shredded to pieces and then subsequently burned alive. What do you mean you don't remember it being this hard? You're trying to keep a spork out of a bin and that sent you into a mental spiral, but all this is totally average everyday toy stuff? Okay then. Or are you saying that trying to keep your kid happy when they were super young has never been this hard? Because if that's the case, then all I have to say is no dip, airlock. No, I did not misspeak. Obviously keeping Bonnie happy is harder than keeping Andy happy because Andy's favorite toy wasn't suicidal! I don't understand this line. It doesn't make any sense no matter how you look at it. So then Buzz generously offers to help Woody again by suggesting that he be the one to keep an eye on Forky for the night while Woody gets some sleep. And for just a moment, I remember that I am watching the dynamic duo from the original trilogy who relied on each other through thick and thin, only for Woody to then say, seconds later,
No, I need to do this.
What? What are you talking about? You turning down Buzz's help again? You don't want to rely on Buzz for help. After surviving Sid's house, a demon dog, Al McWiggins, the prospector, the airport, the insanity of the daycare, Lotso, the dump, a monstrous lizard, Ron the eBay expert, Aunt Buzz, and the cleric, you don't trust him to look after Forkface. After everything you two have been through together. Are you kidding me? Oh, is it because...
that little voice inside me would never leave me alone if I gave up.
Because if that's the case, then good Lord Almighty, are you delusional? This implies that you would would only feel comfortable if you were the one to look after Forkface, meaning that you wouldn't trust anyone else, including Buzz Lightyear, to do that job, which is absolutely ludicrous. You two will be together for infinity and beyond. If you can't trust him to watch a sport, then there's something seriously wrong with you. But this absolutely pales in comparison to the next set of verbal diarrhea that we're about to be forced to listen to.
Who do you think it is? The voice inside of you. Who do you think it is?
Okay, so, Cooley, this is a genuine response from me. Kindly f*** you. Buzz Lightyear is not a moron. He is by no means a stupid character. Stop portraying him as some airheaded buffoon. I better not see any more of this garbage later in this film, I swear to God. Buzz knows what a conscience is. He has made intelligent decisions before throughout every single installment in this franchise. There is no way in the world he wouldn't have any idea what a person's inner voice is, nor would he be stupid enough to interpret this concept as your voice box. Cooley, listen to me, you absolute clownfish. Buzz has used his buttons before. He knows what they do. Remember that whole diatribe that I gave earlier about how masterfully that "I will go sailing no more" scene is crafted? Yeah, well, one of the things that happens in that scene is that Buzz hears the toy in the commercial say a pre-recorded voice line, and then he pushes one of the buttons on his chest himself to confirm his suspicions. The first thing Bonnie did when she got him in Toy Story 3 was push the buttons on his chest, on top of every other instance in this series where those buttons have been pressed. He knows what these things do. He would never, in a million years, interpret a conscience as the voice box inside of him. That is so far beyond ridiculous, it's actually insulting to think about. But as if that wasn't bad enough, to test out this little hypothesis, Buzz pushes one of the buttons on his chest. Why in the holy hell would he do that? You two are sitting in an RV that is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The fact that the parents don't hear you talking right now is already an absolute miracle. Why would you try to press your luck any further and push one of the buttons on your chest when there is literally no reason to? But the stupidity doesn't even stop there, because the parents don't hear Buzz. They don't react at all. They don't turn around to see what happened. They don't say, "Hey, what was that?" They don't have any reaction to this deafening sound effect that should be assaulting their eardrums. Which is even more baffling when later in the movie, these very same parents get annoyed by Buzz talking too much, and Magnum sends Pearl to try to shut him up. None of the other toys wake up either. What is happening right now? You can't explain this garbage away with, "Oh, well, we just dialed up and down the volume here." No! Listen to how loud this is.
It's a secret mission in a charted race. Let's go.
Oh, but wait, it gets worse! Because it is revealed that Forkface has slipped out of Bonnie's grasp, and in the literal 5 seconds between Woody guarding Forkface and now, when he wasn't paying attention, he somehow wobbled his way to the back of the RV and climbed all the way up onto the seat? How did that happen? How did he jump that high? How did he get that far that quickly? How did Woody not see this in his peripheral vision? How is he even holding on to this seat when he has pipe cleaners as arms? Then he starts yammering on about how he's a toy with absolutely no compunctions whatsoever about keeping quiet, but the parents still don't hear him. Are we sure they're actually alive up there? Is it possible we're in the Cars universe and the RV is driving itself? Because I don't see any other way for these people to not hear all this insanity going on unless they're literally deaf. Oh wait, I forgot. These people have debunked the Pixar theory with their commentary, so that's not happening. Speaking of which, got anything insightful to say for this scene?
The idea was at the beginning of the movie, it kind of implied he was lonely because Bo Peep wasn't around.
No, shut up! He has his friends from Andy's room. He has the toys he got along nicely with from Bonnie's room. He has Bullseye. He has Jessie. He has Buzz Lightyear, the toy he promised to be with for infinity and beyond. What do you mean he's lonely without Bo Peep? He was just fine in Toy Story 3 without her. He may have had a moment of saddened reflection, but that doesn't mean he hadn't moved on. He was doing just fine. Get out of here with this insane character motivation you keep pasting onto Woody, you stupid movie. Also, hold on, you left the window open? You didn't close it after you tossed the bin out earlier? The parents never closed this thing? Really? Are you kidding me? And it's only because of all those things that Forkface is able to jump out the window and get swept away, causing Woody to have a panic attack. Hey Woody, remember earlier when you got rid of the trash can? Yeah, well if you never did that and kept it in the RV, guess what? Forkface would have never jumped out the window because he would have still had a trash can inside the vehicle to reside in safely, and the film would have stopped immediately. Woody is not this stupid. He would never have done this in the original trilogy. Why do you keep writing all the old characters with half the IQ that they used to have? Alright, so Woody jumps out the window to go on a rescue mission to retrieve the new favorite toy that got flung out previously. And after getting to his feet, Woody starts calling out Forkface's name to try to find where he is, but that doesn't make any sense because he doesn't want to be found. He doesn't want to go back to the RV, so why would he bother responding to Woody's call-outs? There is literally no chance in the world Woody could possibly find Forkface in the vast wilderness. He finds him after about 5 seconds because he got stuck in the dirt. Awesome. Of all the angles this sport squirt could have landed at after cartwheeling through the air. He just so happened to land at the perfect angle, at the perfect spot on the ground, for his head to get stuck in the dirt. Because if he didn't land at that exact angle so he'd be unable to move anywhere, there is absolutely no chance that Woody would have ever found him. Quality writing here, folks. And so the journey back to the RV begins proper as Woody begrudgingly drags Forkface's sorry sticks back to Bonnie while he begs Woody to carry him, to which he says nah. His vocabulary has apparently significantly advanced beyond just the word trash since the last time we saw him, because now he's fully capable of engaging in a detailed conversation with Woody about why he has to be a toy and how Bonnie loves him and he needs to be there in order to help her create lifelong happy memories. And then, and I need you to listen to me very carefully for this one, instead of Woody telling Forkface that he needs to be there for Bonnie when she needs him, he says that he needs to be there for Andy, which doesn't make any sense at all, because aside from the fact that he has never, not once, ever made that mistake in this film, and aside from the fact that he has never, not once, ever made this mistake in any form of Toy Story media taking place between Toy Story 3 and 4, literally seconds ago you said,
Doing it for Bonnie. Doing this for Bonnie. And doing it for Bonnie.
You have continually said Bonnie's name throughout this conversation with absolutely no trouble or hesitation, yet magically now you've fallen for the most embarrassingly stupid Freudian slip of your life? Are you kidding me? How did that happen? And don't even try to say, oh, come on, it's just a slip of the tongue, what's the big deal? Because, and you may not believe me when I say this, the fact that Woody has accidentally said the name Andy instead of Bonnie in this moment is going to define the climax of this film. No, I am not lying, I am not kidding. Please believe me here. The climax, and in turn, the resolution of this film is mechanically incapable of occurring in the manner that it does if Woody doesn't make a slip of the tongue in this moment, and the fact that he does make it is absolutely absurd. So please remember this for later. Then Forkface asks who Andy is, and Woody starts to explain his history with him, essentially recapping the events of the original trilogy to this stupid spork, and thus we get this stupid dialogue.
So he thought Andy's room was a planet? Wow, that is messed up.
Wasn't Buzz so stupid in the first movie for thinking he was a space ranger? I swear to God, don't you dare forget this dialogue. We'll be coming back to this stupid scene later. Oh wait, you didn't think we were done hearing moronic dialogue in the scene yet, did you? Well...
You find yourself sitting in a closet feeling useless? Yeah. Your purpose fulfilled? Exactly.
Oh my God, shut up, stop talking, can't with this garbage. You were not sitting in a closet feeling useless. The stupid clock explicitly said.
That's the third time you haven't been picked this week.
That is 3 out of 7 days in a week when you weren't being played with, compared against the plethora of instances we've already seen Bonnie play with you. Oh no, whatever will you do with yourself? Also, to imply that he's just been sitting around the closet not doing anything is completely disingenuous, because they already established at the beginning of the movie that the only reason they were all in the closet was because...
When Mom quickly cleans the bedroom like that, expect to be put in the closet.
Bonnie played with you for years between Toy Story 3 and 4. Hell, she played with you in this movie, both during the opening montage and in the road trip montage. What are you talking about? You aren't making any sense. You are not useless. Your purpose has not been fulfilled. You were literally helping Bonnie create happy memories as of a few hours ago. Get out of here with this garbage. Also, remember the ending of Toy Story 3? Remember how hopeful and optimistic it was? Remember how it was portrayed as a happy event that Woody was being passed on to Bonnie and Andy had grown up? Yeah, well, nah, actually that ending was the big bad. It was all sad and depressing and not optimistic in the slightest. We need a new ending for this series, apparently, because the people who wrote this stupid movie actively hated the... Well, perhaps I'm getting a little ahead of myself again. Moving on, Forkface calls Woody trash, and in response he asks him why he loves the trash so much, which is stupid because he already explained this one scene ago.
I was made for soup, salad, maybe chili, and then the trash.
Did you already forget that? Why are you asking him about why he's obsessed with trash when we already went over this earlier? Anyway, Woody says that Forkface is Bonnie's trash, and just like that, his identity crisis is over. Yup, it's that easy. Woody just had to call him trash, and suddenly he understands that Bonnie loves him and needs him and misses him dearly, and thus he needs to get back to her immediately. It has quite literally been 10 minutes of screen time between Forkface's introduction and the resolution of his existential crisis, when it took Buzz almost the entire movie to understand that he was a toy, and even longer than that to actually come to terms with his identity. This is absolutely pathetic writing. Who approved this abomination of a script? Whatever, moving on. They conclude their conversation and start running off down the highway to catch up with Bonnie, and by the time they get to the town the RV is parked in, it looks like barely any time has passed at all, judging by the lighting. The sun is basically just as ready to rise now as it was when they were still on the highway. Look how far away they are. Do you understand how long it would take toys to travel this distance. According to the GPS, they were 5.32 miles away from their next stop when Woody jumped out the window. It would take a normal, healthy human at least 2 hours to travel that distance on foot. These two toys would have been on the road for way longer than that, and yet they seemingly just teleport into the town because consistency is not something the script is very good at. I don't know if you've noticed that throughout this analysis so far, but you better hold on real tight, because we are about to get one of the most contrived and illogical pieces of writing I have ever seen in any movie ever. So Woody and Forkface start running off to the RV park in the distance, but Woody suddenly stops dead in his tracks because he notices something on the ground. And the camera pans out to reveal a pattern of lights projected onto the road, which Woody recognizes as something he's seen before, thus causing him to turn around and look up to reveal Bo Peep's lamp just chilling in the window of this antique store. Which is just... it's... okay. So aside from the fact that out of every store in the entire world, Bo Peep just happened to end up at the one Woody stumbled into. Aside from the fact that of all the places in the country Bonnie's parents could have taken her to on their road trip, they just so happened to take her to an RV park that's right next to this store. Aside from the fact that it doesn't make any sense at all for these lights to be projected downward towards the road given how this lamp is shown to us. Aside from the fact that there's no way these lights would catch your attention when you should be laser focus on getting Forkface back to Bonnie in time and you wouldn't think anything is out of place from this angle. And aside from the fact that even if you did notice the lights, there's no way you'd connect the dots that these are Bo Peep's lamplights when the only way you could even have a remote chance of making the connection is from this angle when Woody would only be able to see it from this angle. You don't even know for sure that that is your Bo Peep since there's no way she was the only living version of that lamp set. That is insanity. That is so far beyond the realm of contrived nonsense. But hey, don't take my word for it, because for as much as I could not believe my ears when I first heard this commentary track, our favorite director and producer have some very enlightening things to say during this scene.
It actually doesn't make any sense at all why the dappled lights are being projected onto the ground. There's nothing that shows that that should be happening, but you just kind of buy it. I like pointing out how our movie doesn't work.
If you really break it down, none of this makes any sense.
No, you did not mishear that. No, I did not edit that clip. That was the director of Toy Story 4, openly, candidly, unironically admitting that his movie doesn't make any sense and it does not work. I just, do you even need me anymore? Do you even need me to point out how this movie is broken when the director has already confessed to it in his own commentary track? I suppose I do, because somebody out there is going to employ Death of the Author and completely disregard what they said in a desperate attempt to salvage this dying cancer patient of a film. So let's keep kicking on with the plot. Upon noticing Bo Peep's lamp, Woody decides to completely ignore Bonnie in his quest to return Forkface to Bonnie, and instead jump through the mail slot with him to investigate the antique store in search of Bo Peep. Woody, what are you doing? You are at an RV park next to a carnival that you are going to be staying at for at least a day. You can return to this antique store to look for Bo Peep anytime, but you have no idea what's waiting for you in there right now. Anything can happen to unravel your plans to return Forkface safely to Bonnie. Get him back now, return to the antique shop later. This is not complicated. And besides, Woody literally jumped out of an RV, barreling down the highway at top speed to rescue Forkface, and now all of a sudden you're gonna completely abandon your quest? Remember the last scene when you were chewing Forkface out for not wanting to go back to Bonnie and literally dragging him along with you to get back? What is happening in the script? Moving on, Woody and Forkface start aimlessly wandering around the antique store calling out Bo's name in the hopes that she'll be in the store, and after a few minutes, at best, they promptly give up, but not before Forkface delights our ears with this drivel. So then they decide to abandon the Bo Peep side quest and return to the main mission of returning Forkface to Bonnie, which should have been what you did in the first place. But oh no! A pram suddenly appears and begins to round the corner headed toward our heroes, and so Woody hurries to hide himself and Forkface away. But of all the objects in this shot that he could have used as a hiding spot, he chooses the slightly translucent vase, making it very easy for whoever's driving that pram to spot them even if they're just casually glancing in their direction. Awesome. Glad to see your intelligence demonstrated in the first 3 movies is still intact for this one. Awesome. You love to see it. The pram walks by the location and then Forkface's stupid, bendy, glitter-written, sporked-up mouth says, "Is that Bo?" Because if this spork were any slower, he'd need to be watered once a week. And so their cover is blown, and then they... As if this film wasn't already disturbing enough, we had to add creepy ventriloquist dolls into the mix. Because why not? Also, the dummy spots Woody immediately because his face is translucent. Yeah, maybe you should have picked literally any other object to hide behind, you idiots. Yes, Forkface shouldn't have opened his stupid mouth, but it also wouldn't have mattered if Woody hadn't picked the single worst hiding spot since Veruca from Danganronpa 3. So now, left with no choice, the two have to step out of cover and pray that appearances truly can be deceiving, but we don't really get to know him all that much for the time being because it's now time to be introduced to our villain of the movie. She is honestly one of the most horrifically evil characters we have ever crossed paths with in the Toy Story universe, and that is really saying something. But don't worry, she'll get a section of this analysis dedicated entirely to her in about 2 hours from now. For now, let's keep moving on with the plot. The two creepy demons introduce themselves and announce their names to Woody and Forkface, but I don't care because I'm going to be calling them Annabelle and Chucky regardless. Woody tells Annabelle that Forkface is the creation of their kid, which surprises her as apparently
toys around here don't have kids,
leading her to ask if they're lost, to which they say no, but that they are looking for Bo, who is a lost toy, which, no? She's not? You were a lost toy in the first movie. Lotso was a lost toy in the third movie. Bo Peep was consciously donated away after Molly outgrew her, and the Disney Plus short Lamp Life makes it clear that she kept being consciously donated throughout each stop of her journey. And we're going to come back to this short a little bit later. She's not lost, she just belongs to a different owner now. Whatever, while Woody is talking about Bo, the camera zooms in on the shiny plate behind him, which is acting as a mirror, thus allowing Annabelle to see that Woody has a pull string. And as a result of noticing this, she realizes that she really needs to get Woody into her pram before he leaves. And so she tells him that she knows exactly where Bo Peep is, even though that's obviously a lie. And so Chucky chucks the toys into Annabelle's pram and they continue on their quest to find Bo Peep. Really? You're playing the music from The Shining? Could you be any more on the nose than this? Why not throw some stock horror sound effects in there while you're at it? Maybe a Ouija board? How about we run up the stairs instead of running out the front door? And as the final nail in the coffin, why don't we bring home a possessed toy? Oh wait, you already took care of that one. What is the script? What am I watching? Is this still a Toy Story movie? Because I'm really not so sure anymore. Annabelle asks Woody when he was made, and he answers by saying he was made in the late 50s, which I'm pretty sure is the first time in this film the writers actually successfully nailed a piece of continuity. Well, I guess except for the fact that the toys are still with Bonnie at the start of the film, so that's 2 pieces of continuity nailed, I guess. But hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day. It turns out that Annabelle was also made in the late 50s. What a coinky-dink! She compliments Woody on how he's in such great condition, to which he says,
well, I try to stay active.
Which is just, what? Remember 5 minutes ago when you were whining to Forkface about how all you do is sit in the closet all day and feel useless? What happened to that sob story? Look, the fact that he said that doesn't make any sense given the information the film has provided us, but if Woody thinks that's true, for some stupid reason, then how exactly does he think he's staying active while simultaneously believing that he's just sitting in the closet feeling useless? Was anybody working on continuity in the script? Or did you just stitch the scene together in the hopes that nobody would notice that?
None of this makes any sense.
Oh yeah, we'll be coming back to this quote as we progress through this story. Thank you, you defective mushrooms, for candidly admitting how broken your script is. It's so kind of you to make my job all that much easier. Anyway, if you haven't figured out by now, based on Annabelle's line of questioning and the consistent emphasis being placed on Woody's pull string, she's trying to see if their internal mechanisms are compatible because she wants to steal his voice box and use it for herself because hers is broken. And I'm sorry, but this makes no sense at all. Even if we completely disregard the physical process that they have to go through to successfully extract a toy's voice box, which is nowhere near as simple as this film wants you to think it is. Why would Woody's voice box be in any way compatible with a completely different toy? You might be able to stretch it such that Woody and Jessie share the same voice box since they were made as part of the same toy line, but Woody is a cowboy rag doll. Annabelle is more akin to something like a Raggedy Ann doll. It doesn't make any sense for these two to have inner workings so similar that swapping parts would go off without a hitch. But hey, don't take my word for it, take theirs!
Yeah, for people to believe her voice box could be fixed by Woody's voice box, we had to simplify that in a way where it wasn't too much of a leap for people to try to think through how that might work.
Yeah, they had to completely remove all the nuance surrounding the construction of a toy and pretend like this process would be as simplistic as straightforward as swapping around potato head parts. Well, sorry movie, but your deceptive garbage isn't gonna fool me. This doesn't make any sense, your script is full of baloney. So then Woody realizes that his moronic plan to try to find Bo has got himself trapped in yet another situation where he's in danger of being horribly mutilated, but it's too late because 3 more Chucky dolls magically teleport into the scene. Because that's what this movie needed. More creepy dolls. Awesome. But just as Woody's about to meet his violent end, the owner of the antique store just so happens to walk through the doors along with her daughter and granddaughter, thus causing Annabelle to be distracted long enough for Woody to grab Forkface and jump out of the pram to escape. This is all so tiring. This entire script is running entirely on luck and contrivance. How lucky that Forkface just so happened to get his head stuck in the ground when he could have landed at any angle. How lucky that Woody happened to stumble into him in the vast world wilderness when he could have landed anywhere. How lucky that on their way back to Bonnie, they just so happened to end up in front of the one store in the world that currently has Bo Peep. How lucky that Woody happened to bump into Annabelle on their way out of the shop, and how freaking lucky that literal seconds before Woody was about to be torn to shreds for his voice box, the one girl in the world that Annabelle has a crush on just so happened to walk through the doors. Also, what is this positioning for the dummies? Why are you all crowding around the back of the pram? Why don't you both move slightly forward to block the sides and make it as hard as possible for Woody to escape so that he doesn't just... Exactly! Oh my god, I can't take this trash anymore. It's literally a bright sunny day outside, and for some reason this girl decided that she wanted to spend her day inside the stupid antique store. Wait, it's a bright sunny day outside? Wait, what? When did that happen? 2 minutes ago the sun was just getting ready to rise, and now all of a sudden it's mid-morning? What? Do you people know how time works? Did the Earth take steroids between scenes and it started spinning around faster? Did you send Superman to fly around the planet at superluminal speeds? What just happened?
You may notice there's a huge time jump here from 4 in the morning to now it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I think that maybe they were searching.
I don't think people would have noticed that unless you called it out, Josh.
Shoot. Well, movie magic.
Stop. That was too much brain cancer per second. Okay, first of all, these hacks are fully aware of the time jump and didn't do diddly squat about it. Why not just have them arrive when the sun was up? It would actually make this whole situation a lot more believable given the sheer amount of distance they had to travel if it took them longer than it did to make the journey. A lot longer, in fact. Why would you not just have them arrive then? Oh, right, because then there's even less of a reason for Woody to notice the reflection of Bo's lamp because he wouldn't be able to see them on the ground when it's bright and sunny out. Almost like you wrote yourselves into a corner, only instead of doing the sensible thing and going back to try to fix your story, you forced the sun to be just about rising so Woody can see the lights in this scene, and then force the clock to randomly jump ahead 4 hours so you can have this little girl come waltzing in when the shop opens at this exact moment. You wanted to have your cake and eat it too, and you prayed no one would notice you take a bite. Well, guess what? We did notice, and your trickery didn't work. Second, maybe they were searching around for a while? No, that doesn't work! The lighting in this store is very noticeably altered when the sun rises, and it was 100% consistent until this one specific shot. You might have been able to get away with that excuse had you shown the store slowly get brighter the longer they kept searching, but you didn't. It's still just as dark here as it was from when they entered the store until it magically switches for this shot. But finally, and most importantly...
I don't think people would have noticed that unless you called it out, Josh.
Shoot. Well, movie magic.
No, shut up. Can it right now. Stop it with this monumentally stupid idea that people don't notice these things. I'm sorry that you think your audience is so brain dead that they don't notice things so blatantly obvious like the time of day magically changing from dark as your soul to bright as Susanto, but I hate to break it to you, the audience isn't this stupid. I know you think that. You made that crystal clear when you admitted that.
None of this makes any sense.
And didn't make an effort to fix it because you just assumed no one would notice any of this stuff, and just try to explain it away by saying, movie magic! Or in other words, you screwed the pooch big time and now you're trying to compensate. Buzz off, you stupid movie. The director and producer of this film just admitted that they don't think you're perceptive enough to notice these glaring issues. I'm not gonna stand for this garbage, and you shouldn't either. And so the chase begins after a solid 3 seconds of Annabelle not doing anything to order the Chucky dolls to chase after him. But oh no, Woody gets his boot stuck between the keys of a typewriter, but thankfully he managed to pull both his boot free, and upon being launched backward, have his boot land on Forkface's head at the exact angle it needed to send them both falling between the aisles. How lucky! And so they continue running away, but somehow every single Chucky doll forces their way down this tiny, cramped aisle in pursuit of them. I don't know how in the world they managed to squeeze their massive bodies through, but fine, whatever, moving on. Woody topples over the stack and loses his grip on Forkface, but he quickly regains it only to discover that he somehow slipped out of his arms? What? How did that happen? It's not like the arms untangled themselves from the body, it's still perfectly intact. Woody would have had to literally slide the arms up his body and over his head for this to work, but that doesn't make any sense. How did his mouth and eyes not fall off with how flimsy they were demonstrated to be earlier when no one was even touching them? How did this even happen when he only had a hold of one end of his arms? With what they show us, Woody grabbed Forkface's left arm and then kept running. This should have just yanked the spork along with Woody and he would have been dragged behind him. How did this happen? Oh, I know, because they cheat! They cheat with how these shots are presented to the audience. It happens lightning fast because they clearly don't want you to notice it, but watch this scene in slow motion. Woody grabs his arm here, and his entire body is swept up along with Woody, which is exactly what would happen, but then they cut to the very next shot, hoping you didn't actually notice what happened here, and then magically his arms have slid off. This will not be the last time this film cheats with the presentation of its shots to try to convince you that something makes sense when it just straight up doesn't, so please keep this trickery in mind for later. So the dolls grab hold of the arms and pull him away from Woody, causing him to trip and leaving him seconds away from being grabbed by the dolls. So what does he do? Well, he notices the little girl from earlier, and then he...
I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm gonna sing a little song.
What? How did that work? It makes sense that the girl would instinctively turn toward a strange noise she heard, but the dolls just disappear into thin air after he does this. Why? Where did they go? Because it looks like they just teleported out of the scene. They were here one second and then gone the next. Where in this room did they disappear to? How did they all run away without the girl noticing them? And why would they even stop chasing Woody? If they can teleport away from the scene this quickly, then why didn't they just grab Woody when he was right in front of them and then take him with them before he disappeared? None of this makes any sense. What is happening in the script? Who wrote this? Anyway, the little girl immediately falls in love with Woody and asks her grandma politely if she can take him home, and she says yes despite her mom's reluctance, and I feel like I've been in this exact situation in my life way too many times to count. So by process of elimination, we shall crown the grandma as the best character, since there's no way in the world you're gonna get me to care about your new piles of garbage that you call characters when you're systematically murdering all the old ones. But then, perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself again. So the girl takes Woody home, and the Chucky doll reminds the audience that he's evil by creepily peeking his cemented head up over the window to allow Woody to see that they still have fork face. Awesome.
This book that Mom is reading right there, it says, Beyond Infinity, debunking the crazy theory of a shared universe, or something like that.
Yeah, so remember earlier when I mentioned how the people who made this movie revel in making fun of the people who theorize about Pixar films?
This was just the goal to destroy the Pixar theory.
Not to mention earlier in the commentary where he frustratingly said,
That's not Boo in the background.
And yet another instance later where he says,
That might be Boo. I don't know.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, maybe not.
In case you're not getting it, let me spell it out for you. These people hate the fact that there is an avid group of Pixar fans who love to theorize about their movies. They preemptively brace for the possibility of people asking whether certain character models who are almost too similar to be a coincidence are meant to be the same person, and are audibly annoyed that they even have to address the topic at all. They openly say without a hint of sarcasm or subsequent laughter that they are trying to destroy the Pixar theory, and then seconds later laugh like a maniacal Disney villain about how clever they are for naming a book essentially straight up calling the Pixar theory crazy. And yes, it's entirely possible that he's lying about what that book says. I certainly wouldn't put it past him at this point. After all, we can't actually verify it since we cannot read what this cover says. But whether the book actually says what he claims it does or if he's lying, it does not matter. Either way, it's still him voicing his beliefs about the Pixar theory. And in case you are completely lost right now and have absolutely no idea what I'm even talking about, then allow me to provide some context. The Pixar theory is the idea that every Pixar movie ever released is just one piece of a larger overarching timeline that begins with Brave and ends with Monsters, Inc. I'm not going to go into excruciating detail about all this because we'd be here all day. There is a lot to dissect about this. But if you're interested in learning more, then you can check out the website of the guy who originally concocted the Pixar theory, John Negroni, in the description below. Alternatively, if you'd be more enticed by a video version of the theory, then I will also provide a link to the Super Carlin Brothers video presenting a slightly more truncated version hitting on all the major beats of the Pixar theory for ease of consumption. Or, if you'd rather listen to the video in song form, you can also listen to the Pixar theory song for a lyrical version of a bullet point list for the core fundamentals of the theory. And just so we're crystal clear about this, I am not a proponent of the Pixar theory. In fact, I think that this thing is built on nothing but straw because it depends on certain Easter eggs being absolutely essential, deliberate clues that are meant to link the films together, such as there being a carving of Sully in the witch's hut since she's also supposed to be a time-traveling Boo, or the continued presence of companies such as Dynaco or By and Large, or Pizza Planet due to the fact that you see one of their trucks in every single Pixar movie no matter how insanely obscure its placement may be, or this postcard in Andy's room establishing the existence of Carl and Ellie in the Toy Story universe, while simultaneously dismissing certain Easter eggs, such as a Bug's Life showing up as a storybook, as a calendar, and as a toy line in Toy Story 2, or Boo having a Nemo toy, or Doc Hudson showing up in The Incredibles, despite the Pixar theory declaring that there's a difference of almost 2 centuries between these films and this car would be a pile of rust at this point, or Nemo sticker in Toy Story 3, or a picture of Darla on Molly's tween magazine in Toy Story 3, or the exact same tapestry that's present in Brave and Cars 2, or an Arlo toy in Monsters University, or a blatant Finding Nemo reference that no one would have any concept of in Inside Out, or Figment the Goddamn Dragon, or Captain America's Shield, or Riley being present in Finding Dory at the same age as Inside Out despite yet another blatant time discrepancy, or Sully's fur being used as a cover for a toilet seat in Partysaurus Rex, or Woody, Buzz, and Mike Wazowski being pinatas in Coco despite the latter not being a character that would exist for another 2 millennia. Alright, I think I get the idea. Dismissing all those as silly, meaningless, fun little Easter eggs. And I'm sorry, but you cannot draw an arbitrary line between which of these are meant to be Easter eggs you're supposed to think are meant for fun, and which are actual in-universe links between films with absolutely no consistent standard whatsoever, and expect me to think that this theory holds up under even the slightest amount of scrutiny. And I am telling you this because I want to make it crystal clear that I have absolutely no stake in this theory being correct. I am not coming at this from the perspective of someone who's upset that their theory was proven false. In fact, the writers telling me that the theory is crazy is only a boon to my position about it being built on straw. But I'm telling you all this because my position on whether or not this theory holds any water whatsoever is literally irrelevant, because this is about how these writers are addressing Pixar fans, some of whom may very well have been around since 1995. And you are directly spitting in their faces by tearing down their speculations and theories for no reason other than your pride. In stark contrast to other Pixar directors such as Pete Docter with his unblemished record of directing Monsters Inc., Up, Inside Out, and Soul, who actively contribute to the discussion surrounding the theories, you are sitting there laughing up a storm about how cool it is that you guys have made it your mission to destroy the Pixar theory and how crazy fans are for believing in it. There is a very, very sizable portion of Pixar's fanbase that loves speculating about potential theories for this series of movies, both in terms of theories that are confined within the universe of a given movie, and theories that attempt to link the films together into one giant timeline to tell one huge story. I am not a proponent of this idea, but you will never hear me decry or in any way impugn the creativity and thoroughness that Pixar theorists are capable of. But if you're Josh Cooley, you just talk like a maniacal Disney villain and say, "Mwahaha, look at these foolish mortals scrambling like ants caught in a rainstorm, trying to grasp at any straw that they can to prove the existence of their laughable Pixar theory. Well, I'll show them. I'll show them all. I'll litter my movie with more Easter eggs than any previous Pixar film and make it a selling point to prove how much better I am than other Pixar directors, and to destroy the Pixar theory so these theorists stop forcing their speculations into my story once and for all. Who can stop me now?" Alright, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but my point still stands. Imagine if the writers of any other highly theorizable franchise were to so callously laugh about the insanity of the theories of their fanbase. Imagine if Team Salvato saw people's theories about Project Libitina and struck them down, insulting people for even trying to figure it out. Imagine if the people uploading creepypasta-style videos like Petscop or Local 58 were to go through their comments and call them out for speculating on the meaning of some of those videos. Imagine if the makers of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared did this. Imagine if Bendy did this. Imagine if, and I can't believe I'm saying this, imagine if NBC or Jeff Rake ever spoke out against their fans for having the passion for their story to want to speculate on what it means and where it might go in the future. Manifest is doing a better job of this than you are. Let that sink in for a moment. And could you even imagine if Scott Cawthon ever demanded that people stop theorizing about the story of his games? The FNAF franchise would have died immediately. Oh, you know how I mentioned DHMIS earlier? Well, as it turns out, there was actually an interview that was conducted with the showrunners. And what did they have to say about theorists? "We have read a lot of theories online about what it all means, and they are all correct. Because YouTubers making a passion project for fun, funded out of their own pockets, have a better understanding of how to address fan theories and the people that craft them than professional directors and producers working for the most successful animation studio in the world. It's actually pathetic." So not only do they think their casual fans are brain dead enough to not notice the glaring problems with their movie, but they also think that their hardcore theorist fans are straight up insane for believing in a shared universe theory. Congratulations, you talentless Muppets. You've pissed off yet another group of people watching these films. I truly don't know how you do it. Well, I guess we should finally return to the plot and see how much more the script can run itself off a cliff. Cutting back to the rest of the toys who Woody left in the RV, they've attempted to conceal Forkface's absence by doing an over the hedge and swapping out the spork for a metal spoon, and I do not understand what in the world they thought they were going to accomplish by doing this. Literally, what was the point? Bonnie wasn't going to notice that Forkface wasn't in her hand while she was asleep because she was, you know, asleep. She would have been too lost in a dream to notice anything. Or even if she wasn't dreaming, she would still be unconscious. The reason why RJ has to swap out the can of Spuddies and over the hedge is because to remove it from Vincent's grip is to change the state of his body. If you remove the can without replacing it, his hand will move from tightly gripped to open and limp. So the idea is to replace it with something of similar shape and weight so his sleep cycle wouldn't be interrupted. But you aren't trying to replace Forkface with something else here. You're trying to retroactively place something in her hand hours after she lost the spork. Forkface fell out of her hand because her grip naturally loosened as she adjusted in the booster seat. If she didn't wake up to notice he was gone after he was initially lost, and she didn't wake up after her parents apparently relocated her from her booster seat to the bed, then there is absolutely no way she was going to realize that Forkface was missing until she woke up. And please don't tell me you think the reason that they put the spoon there is so that she'd still think that she had Forkface after she woke up, because that makes even less sense. As evidenced by what happens in this movie, she immediately realizes that a metal spoon is not the same thing as a plastic spork with a face, mouth, arms, and feet. This was never going to work. She was obviously going to realize that Forkface was gone the instant she opened her eyes, whether there was a spoon in her bed or not. So it just makes you wonder why they bothered doing this in the first place. What did you think this was going to accomplish? What was the point! Also, there's just this little blink and you miss it detail that I find extremely interesting. A major plot point earlier in the film is that the writers desperately want you to believe that Bonnie loves Jessie more than she loves Woody. And yet, you can clearly see that she's chosen to write her name on both Woody and Buzz, but Jessie's boot is entirely clean. Which is doubly interesting because not only did she not write her name on any of them for years, meaning this had to be a recent development, but also that she painted over Andy's name and didn't write her own name as a replacement on the toy that they want you to believe she loves more than Woody. Awesome. Moving on, Bonnie wakes up and has a panic attack because Forkface is gone, so her parents take her outside to look for him, which doesn't make any sense at all because Bonnie's been asleep all night and was holding on to him when she went to bed. And since they don't know the toys are alive, how exactly do they think the spork made its way outside? Alright, they're leaving so that the toys can have an excuse to come alive again and carry on with the plot. Awesome. So then Buzz tells everyone that Woody was right all along and they all should have been looking after Forkface. And this should be the moment, after staring her kid directly in the face and witnessing with her own eyes how distraught Bonnie gets without this stupid spork, where Dolly apologizes for being a complete...
I can't say.
But nah, she never apologizes for how she acted or for how wrong she was, and absolutely nobody holds her accountable for her actions. I certainly hope there aren't any other characters moving forward that aren't held accountable for their actions. They're much more despicable actions. That would be awkward. But it's not just Dolly who's at fault here. I mean, she's undoubtedly the biggest offender given how needlessly rude and dismissive she was. But nobody other than Buzz even offered to help Woody with Forkface, nor did they take him seriously at all when he told them all how important Forkface was to her. Which is insane because, as I already mentioned earlier, he knows his kid better than anyone. He always has and he always will. The fact that it took until now for everyone else to realize how important this spork was to Bonnie is ridiculous. Anyway, the other toys start freaking out and crowding around Buzz, asking him what to do, only instead of treating this like a serious situation, they just...
Buzz, what do we do?
What do we do, Buzz? Buzz, what do we do? What do we do, Buzz? What do we do, Buzz? Buzz?
Like, I don't... What are you doing? What is this scene? You've never acted like this before. You've never cartoonishly circled around Buzz begging him to tell you what to do. What is happening? But the way the other toys react to Woody not having returned with Forkface is like a slap on the wrist compared to how Buzz acts in this scene. Buzz Lightyear is mentally overwhelmed by all the toys asking him what to do. He just sits by the window like a dazed penguin, staring off into space with his mouth hung open as if he literally cannot process what is happening around him. But then, as if that wasn't bad enough, Buzz does this.
It's a secret mission in uncharted space. Let's go!
I think I have to go.
Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? This is what you've done with Buzz Lightyear! Hey, remember in Toy Story 3 when all the toys were getting hysterical and he took charge of the situation?
Sarge was right.
Yeah, and Woody was wrong.
Wait a minute, hold on. This is no time to be hysterical.
Should we be hysterical?
Now!
Yes!
Maybe, but not right now.
And... Really? You're just making him push the buttons on his chest to tell him what to do? You can't just let him think for himself? What are you doing? What is this scene? What have you done to Buzz's character? Okay, you know what? No, we're stopping this dead in its tracks. I briefly alluded to this earlier, but I'm not gonna be brief about anything anymore. I refuse to let this stand. Buzz Lightyear's character is assassinated in this film. He's mercilessly eviscerated. The person he is in this movie is not even kinda comparable to the person he was in the original trilogy. He was remarkably intelligent in those first 3 movies. In fact, I might even go as far as to say that he's the smartest character in the entire series. And if your knee-jerk response to me saying that is, lol, Buzz was an idiot in the first movie.
So he thought Andy's room was a planet? Wow, that is messed up.
Lol, how could he be so stupid? Shut the hell up, you ridiculous person. People have unironically said this before, and I swear to God, if I see even one more person spread this moronic sentiment around, I'm gonna blow a gasket. If you think that this is a perfectly acceptable counterargument to the idea that Buzz is an intelligent character, then sit down and listen up while I explain to you how Buzz was portrayed in the original trilogy and how much Toy Story 4 butchered him without a care in the world. You are correct about one thing and one thing only. When Buzz arrives in Andy's room, he believes that he has crash landed on an uncharted planet. And so, he makes a lot of decisions that don't quite make sense with the information that we have. For instance, he tries to repair his cardboard spaceship. He freaks out and thinks that he's gonna suffocate to death when Woody lifts his helmet. He thinks the crane game is an actual rocket ship, etc., etc. But the reason why you and I realize that those are silly events to occur is because we have the benefit of knowledge that he is really a toy. That his spaceship is made out of cardboard, that he's on Earth, and that this is a pizzeria with an arcade. And intelligence is not measured by how much knowledge someone has. That's why knowledge and intelligence are 2 different words in the dictionary. You can be an intelligent person but still lack information that is necessary for you to make proper decisions. So, you can call Buzz ignorant for believing that he is a real space ranger, but you cannot call him stupid for it, especially when that is how he is programmed. Buzz freaking out upon his helmet being opened is a logical response if you believe that you are on an uncharted planet with a potentially toxic atmosphere. In fact, with the information that Buzz has available to him, he actually makes incredibly smart choices throughout the entirety of the first film. He believes that his ship has been broken, and so he sets up a rudimentary repair station and makes use of the materials he has available to him to try to fix it. When Woody and Buzz are hitching a ride aboard the space freighter, the two have this exchange of dialogue.
Well then, let's climb aboard.
No, let's get in the back. No one will see us there.
Negative. There are no restraining harnesses in the cargo area. We'll be much safer in the cockpit.
Remember, Buzz doesn't think he needs to freeze in front of all humans, just Andy, as that is a part of what he considers to be the culture of Andy's room. As far as he's concerned, the only danger involved in getting into the space freighter is the turbulence that you may experience throughout the journey. So he chooses to stow away in the location where he can safely secure himself to prepare for said turbulence. A minute later, when they arrive at Pizza Planet, he says this.
Now the entrance is heavily guarded. We need a way to get inside.
He understands that they need to take precautions so that they are not spotted when trying to sneak into the spaceport. Even the idea to use the cup and food container as disguises is his idea, because the only reason Woody has this on his head is because he was tossed around during the ride. Buzz realizes the daunting task at hand, sees the cup, and then realizes, aha, we can use these things to hide as we sneak in. And the hits just keep on coming. In Sid's house, Buzz's first reaction upon being surrounded by cannibals is to dive for cover and immediately call for backup because he understands that he and Woody likely can't fend them off by himself. It is only after calling for backup and not getting a response that he resorts to needing to fight them off by himself and setting his laser from stun to kill. He knows that he is in serious danger and he believes that his laser is a fully functional weapon. He is using literally every resource available to him in this unfamiliar location to try to protect himself and Woody. More evidence? Sure, why not? When Woody notices that the door to Sid's room is open, he is ecstatic and blinded by the possibility of being able to escape once and for all. But Buzz is more reserved and cautious, saying that,
Woody, we don't know what's out there!
Buzz doesn't want to jump into the unknown when he's in uncharted territory with absolutely no intel on what potentially dangerous creatures could be waiting outside for them. And when a predator is poised to attack them, his instinct is for the two of them to split up because Scud can't chase both of them at once. And that is a full summation of every single major decision Buzz makes throughout the first movie, excluding when he comes up with the plan to use his wings to break the seal on the rocket and saving both their lives, but whatever. And they were all very smart and reasonable decisions to make given the information he knows, the situations he's in, and the resources he has available to him. He may be ignorant to the fact that he is a toy, but a person's ignorance is not equivalent to their intelligence. So stop shoving that excuse down my throat because it doesn't hold up under even the slightest amount of scrutiny. But I'm not even done proving that Buzz is a smart character yet. We still got 2 more movies to go, friends. Because for some insane reason, there is a disturbing number of people on this planet that genuinely believe that Buzz Lightyear was never a smart character, and I am so far beyond sick of seeing the sentiment circulating. So let's crush this defense into pieces once and for all. The core conflict in Toy Story 2 is that Woody is kidnapped by Al and the toys need to rescue him. But before they can begin the rescue mission, they have to figure out where they even need to go in the first place. And who's the one to figure that out? Buzz Lightyear. He only has 2 clues to work with: a feather that falls out of Al's car and the license plate, LZTYBRN. And that is all it takes to get the job done. With just these 2 pieces of evidence, he is able to solve the license plate puzzle to realize that it's short for Al's Toy Barn, and uses the feather which indicates the mascot of that toy store to link the 2 pieces of logic together. That is Kyoko Kirigiri levels of deductive abilities, and this happens within the first 20 minutes of the movie. From that point on, the one who leads the team to rescue Woody is Buzz. He's in charge of the rescue mission, and he commands the team every step of the way from the moment they leave the room to the final battle at the airport, with the obvious reference being the crossing the street scene. The plan to use the traffic cones as a disguise as they cross the road is ingenious, and it is entirely Buzz's idea, because there's no other way for them to cross without the drivers noticing the toys walking around. And even if they don't notice them, that's even worse, because then they just get run over immediately, as evidenced by the end of the first movie when the drivers can't see Woody or Buzz, and they are nearly flattened multiple times as a result. But a traffic cone is big, bright, and obvious, and impossible to miss, giving drivers plenty of time to react by either slamming the brakes or swerving around them while being completely unaware that there are sentient toys inside them. And throughout the entire scene, he is the one issuing commands and determining when it's safe to drop and when it isn't. He figures out how to trigger the automatic doors both times. The first time, he realizes that to replicate the presence of a human, they all need to jump simultaneously. The second time, when he's racing the clock to catch up with Al, he quickly analyzes his environment and immediately figures out how to use everything around him to his advantage to try to catch up before the doors shut. And when that doesn't work, he finds other weighted objects to trigger the doors. And from the moment that the prospector seals the vent in Al's apartment to the moment that he victoriously hoists him up at the airport, Buzz is the one leading the final charge to rescue Woody. It's all him issuing commands. He instantly orders everyone back to the elevator. He devises a way to reach Alsuke stealthily from the elevator escape hatch without dropping down himself. When he realizes that the only way to catch up to Allenheim is to hit the road, he instantly figures out how he can use everyone's abilities together to collectively be able to drive this truck all by themselves. I want to draw extra attention to that one before we move on. He figures out a way for a group of toys, only one of whom has the full body functionality of a standard human, to take all the actions a single human would need to engage in to control this thing, and he puts this plan together in a matter of seconds. And it is because of that they are successfully able to reach the airport in time, leading to him instinctively ordering everyone to split up to look for Woody when the clock is ticking on how long it'll be before they lose those suitcases forever, and the final charge to grab the prospector using the cameras to his advantage. Then we have Toy Story 3. When all the toys are stuck in the trash bag, Buzz is the one to figure out how to escape by using Rex's tail to break free. When he needs to escape the caterpillar room, he's the one who notices the transom, devises the escape plan, and commands everyone with the same caliber as he did in the Pizza Planet truck, using almost everything in this room to engage in an incredible feat to reach that transom and escape the room. The result of a plan that was entirely of his making. When he reverses Space Ranger mode, he uses his laser to try to break free from the bin because, as we recall from the first movie, he believes that this laser is a viable weapon. And when he realizes the laser isn't gonna work, he waits for Rex and Ham to walk to one side of the bin, and then uses the balance offset to his advantage to break free and make a run for the exit. At the dump, the instant that they realize they're on a path leading to death, he immediately, without hesitation, tells everyone to grab onto something magnetic to pull them up to the ceiling and get them out of danger. In the small fry short, oh, you didn't think we were stopping at the movies, did you? Oh, no, we're still going. Even the writers of the 5-minute shorts meant to act as opening acts for other movies had a better grasp of Buzz's character than this meandering buffoon. He thinks of a way to deceive the delusional therapy toys by using the grappling hook to escape. In Toy Story of Terror, he serves as the leader of the team sent to find Mr. Potato Head, ordering everyone to divide and conquer to cover as much ground as possible while still keeping his searching buddy so there's a lesser chance of getting lost. He creates a makeshift zipline out of the shoddy resources he has available to him so the team can safely descend from the vent above, and in Toy Story The Time Forgot, he's the one who deduces the cleric's plan all by himself. There is absolutely no wiggle room here. Buzz Lightyear is not stupid. He is incredibly intelligent, and there are references throughout the entire Toy Story series that I've used to definitively prove so. To take this character, who has consistently devised elaborate plans, and when said plans go awry, has also consistently been able to make smart split-second decisions when the situation called for a cool head, and turn him into an airheaded, slow-witted, timid cabbage is nothing short of insulting, not just to his character, but to every single person around the world who loved Buzz Lightyear and admired his intelligence and his bravado, of which he demonstrates neither here. His portrayal in this movie is so contradictory to the person we knew and loved from the series prior to this point that you may as well just call him Buzz a Diddlelip. But as if that wasn't bad enough, he has to be told by the stupid buttons on his chest to go look for Woody when he hasn't come back all night. Buzz off with this garbage. No way in the world Buzz would need to be told to go search for his best friend when he needs help. Remember in the first movie when he didn't even hesitate to put himself at a risk and jump onto Scott when Woody was in danger? Remember in Toy Story 2 when he sees Woody being kidnapped and leaps out the window to get him back without even a second of hesitation? Or how about Toy Story 3's pulse-pounding climax, when Woody's good-hearted nature will not allow him to condemn Lotso to death, even after all the horrors he committed in the tyrannical society that he crafted under the guise of Sunnyside Daycare? He won't let him get shredded up because that is how kind-hearted he is. So he drops down from the safety of the magnet and risks his life to free Lotso from under the weight of the golf bag. But if Woody's gonna put himself on the line to try to free Lotso, then so is Buzz. It's not even a question. There is no thought process here. He doesn't even hesitate. He immediately drops down because, as he puts it,
Woody once risked his life to save me. I couldn't call myself his friend if I weren't willing to do the same.
Their relationship was consistently phenomenal throughout the series. Neither one would have left the other behind if they were in danger, no matter what. They were willing to risk everything for each other, and if Woody was going down, then Buzz was gonna go down with him. Buzz never had a single moment of hesitation if Woody was in danger and needed his help. So now, let's compare these masterful scenes to this schlock.
It's a secret mission in uncharted space. Let's go!
I think I have to go.
So, again, Cooley, this is another genuine response from me. Kindly f*** you. You don't even have the most basic understanding of Buzz's character from any angle, and if you do, and choose to ignore it for the sake of a joke, or other malicious reasons, then that is even worse, and there is no excuse for what you've done here. In only a handful of seconds, you have destroyed Buzz Lightyear as a character after 3 incredible movies of build-up, and a handful of shorts and TV specials that still managed to keep him consistent. And believe it or not, he's still not done destroying Buzz. But we'll get to those scenes later. Even Jessie doesn't escape this scene unscathed. She just stands idly by while Buzz jumps out the window? What? What are you talking about? Jessie was never this passive. Remember like 2 hours ago when I was talking about how adventurous she was? Reveling in the battle with Woody, leaping into action to help Buster, leading everyone out of their cells, trapping Buzz, getting to the playground, standing up to Lotso, jumping to help Woody in the dumpster, fighting fiercely and bravely against the iguana to save her friends from the hands of Ron. I mean, for Christ's sake, she was enthusiastically egging everyone on to ensure a dinner went well. A goddamn dinner! You are actually hilarious if you think for even a second that Jessie would be willing to sit around in the RV while Buzz goes on an adventure without her, especially given how their relationship was left off at the end of Toy Story 3. Who are you people? How did you get this job? What are you doing to this script? No, scratch that. What are you doing to these characters? Do you understand what you're doing? Or do you just not care at all about the irreparable damage that you are dealing to the Toy Story series because you are so desperate to maliciously and meticulously destroy everything that... Well, perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself again. And so Buzz jumps out the window in search of Woody and...
Okay, what is with everyone jumping out the window?
Dolly, you arrogant little waffle. Not 10 seconds ago, you all came to the conclusion that Woody was right, all along with what Bonnie needed and how important Forkface was, when you spent the entire movie up until this point being condescending to Woody and telling him that he was being overdramatic about Forkface. You are in absolutely no position to be snarky about what Buzz is doing right now. Get off your soapbox before your massive ego-driven head causes you to lose your balance and fall off the box to your doom. So then Buzz runs off into the carnival to search for Woody, and then they... Well, what do you know? It's the same exact music they played in the beginning of Toy Story 2 when Buzz arrived on Zurg's planet. How... interesting. No, to the incinerator with it. I'm done being subtle about this. You know all those instances prior to this point throughout this series? And let me assure you, there will be many, many more instances in the future. When I pointed out how the music they played is a one-for-one replay of a track from the original trilogy, well, there was a point to all of that, and it's finally time to talk about what that point is. The only song that was repeated throughout the original trilogy was You've Got a Friend in Me. Almost every single instrumental piece that played in the background of a dramatic character moment or intense action sequence was entirely unique to that movie and that movie alone. There may be instances within the films when tracks are repeated for dramatic effect. For instance, the theme that plays during Woody's finest hour on the TV is the same one that plays during Woody's actual finest hour at the airport, but each film has entirely unique soundtracks from one another. Toy Story 4, on the other hand, is almost entirely comprised of tracks that have been used in the original trilogy, and that is true from the opening seconds of the film during the logos. Why is this the case? Well, it's because of a little thing called nostalgia pandering. Nostalgia pandering is, in layman's terms, the act of taking something from a previous installment in your franchise, such as a piece of imagery or iconic character, or, in this case, piece of music, that is easily and immediately recognizable, and shoving it into your story for the sake of pandering to an audience's nostalgia. It's essentially a misuse of fan service, because believe it or not, the simple act of including fan service in a story does not inherently mean it's bad. Fan service can be used to brilliant effect if given the proper in-universe context for it to have more than just superficial meaning. But simply playing the soundtrack from an earlier entry in your franchise does not automatically earn your story any points if the narrative justification for the music is built on straw or, at worst, blatantly insulting to the work that came before it. You need more than that for your scene to have substance. Is the reason why people reacted positively to this scene because it actually had substance in either character or plot to support it? Or is it simply as shallow as the fact that you are hearing the same music you heard when you were a kid? Because judging by the comments on the YouTube uploads for these tracks, the answer becomes pretty damn clear. It really is that shallow. There is nothing more to this beyond the fact that they are playing the music that you heard when you were a kid, and that's all they were trying to accomplish. Because it's so easy to do it nowadays. Why bother putting effort into your scripts when you can just dangle the shiny toys in front of your audience and play the sounds your brain remembers like when you were a child? It's literally as easy as dragging and dropping the track into the editing timeline and calling it a day. It's actually pathetic, and it is mind-boggling that these people still have the audacity to say this.
Randy did an amazing job of calling back to themes just enough, feels familiar, but we're not relying on it to carry the whole scene.
What do you mean you're not relying on the nostalgia? That's all you've been doing this entire time! You just dangle the keys in front of the audience. You do the same camera wipes. You use the same backgrounds, only without the full circle conclusion that Toy Story 3 had. And you play the same music tracks from the original trilogy as if you're just dragging and dropping and calling it a day. You've been doing this since the opening seconds of the damn movie, and people's reactions were exactly the same in that scene. Relying on nostalgia is all you people know how to do. At least own up to it already. Oh, whatever. Buzz runs through the carnival and isn't even a little bit concerned that he might be spotted. How does nobody nobody see him? It's mid-morning at a carnival that is obviously very populated. How in the world does nobody see the toy running past them? He literally runs out onto the ground of a ride that is currently operational and absolutely nobody spots him. Actually, how does this happen? How do the people in line for the ride not see him running? How does the ride operator not see him? How did nobody that just so happens to be waltzing by notice him? Why are the people in this movie totally blind compared to the people from the original trilogy? Okay, so Buzz decides that since Woody and Forky were last seen along the highway, his mission should be to find his way towards the highway and commence a proper search for them there. And he's going to accomplish that task by holding on to the spinning ride and then using it to slingshot himself toward the highway. Look, Buzz soaring through the air is not the unbelievable part of this scene. We know he's been able to fly since the first movie. Or fall with style, as it were. The part that makes this plan absolutely ridiculous is the simple question of what are you going to do when you land? The plan in the first movie was simple. Glide far enough to get above the car, then drop through the sunroof and land safely on a cushioned surface before being finally reunited with Andy. But there is no cushioned seating or padded box to land in here. What did you think was going to happen here? If you actually managed to soar all the way to the highway, you wouldn't have been able to make a proper landing. You would have either bonked into a tree and exploded instantly, or skidded across the road before being subsequently ripped to pieces upon impact. What was this moronic plan? Anyway, Buzz's plan fails because of course it did. Remember, Buzz is a moron now. He's not capable of thinking of intelligent plans anymore. And so a different ride spins into the perfect position to block Buzz's trajectory at an extremely inconvenient moment because the script is built on nothing but contrivance, and so he explodes into the ride and Buzz Lightyear dies. Oh wait, no he doesn't. Instead he just comically bounces off the ride and then proceeds to be ping-ponged around a bunch of other obstacles throughout the carnival before somehow landing on his feet and then being bonked to the side by some random dude stumbling out of the porta potty. And what? Buzz should have been instantly demolished the second he hit that ride. He was slingshotted away with enough momentum to send him soaring through the air. There is absolutely no reason why all his limbs should still be attached to his body right now. Do you guys remember when I broke down how powerful Buzz's realization scene is? Well, a major point of that scene was the fact that Buzz's arm broke off after he failed to fly through the air and crashed against the stairs. And that was only after falling from the top of the stairs. Buzz is soaring through the air at an incredibly high velocity in this scene. If this fall was enough to break him, then he should have exploded into a bunch of tiny pieces after this crash. And this one, and this one, and this one. You are dead. You are very dead. You don't survive this. There's no way. Also, after Buzz lands, he's swatted away by the porta potty door, meaning he would either be swept up behind the door or sent flying very far in this direction. Yet one shot later, the dude doesn't even take an extra step outside the thing, nor does he close the door, and somehow Buzz is magically right in front of him at his feet? How? That's not how physics. What is this movie? What is happening anymore? Who wrote this? So then the toilet dude picks Buzz up and hangs him in his carnival game as a top prize, leaving him trapped there. Maybe you shouldn't have listened to the pre-recorded lines from your voice box and actually thought for yourself. But no, remember, Buzz sucks now. He's really stupid, actually. Such a silly, stupid toy that nobody should like anymore. I hate this movie so goddamn much. Moving on, Woody's having playtime with a little girl whose name is Harmony, and it is very clear that she's having a lot of fun playing with Woody. She loved him from the moment she picked him up and is clearly still enjoying playing with him on the swing set. Then her mom calls her over to the bench to put sunscreen on her, and Harmony tells Woody that she'll be right back, only for him to leap off the swing set seconds later and completely abandon her as he slithers across the ground like a snake. Hey Woody, why'd you leave the girl who was clearly loving playing with you? If you believe so wholeheartedly that Bonnie is done playing with you, then why not give up on her and make lifelong memories for this new girl? Oh right, because Woody would never leave his friends or his kid for any reason ever. Silly me, how could I have ever thought of something so stupid? Please remember this for later. But even then, he doesn't show even a hint of remorse for abandoning this girl who's now going to think that someone stole her toy. And since there's about to be a whole busload of cameras that gets dropped off on the playground, she's probably going to go around interrogating every single one of these kids trying to figure out which one of them stole her cowboy doll, which might end in physical altercation. Brilliant job, Woody. Hey, remember in Toy Story 3 when Woody felt bad about leaving Bonnie but knew that he had to in order to both return to Andy, who was freaking out over losing his toys, and to rescue his friends from Sunnyside? And you know how after it was all over, he brought all the toys back to Bonnie so his friends could have a new loving home and she'd have even more awesome toys to play with after he abandoned her the first time? Yeah, well, not here. He doesn't care at all about abandoning Harmony. Awesome. You'd love to see it. So Woody spots the carnival, which he knows is right next to the antique store, and hops in a nearby toy truck, setting off on a quest to rescue Forky from the clutches of Annabelle and her army of Chucky dolls. But unfortunately for him, a busload of cameras just so happens to be rolling in at this exact time, thus preventing him from getting any further. Gee, how unlucky! Yet another instance of things just happening to go wrong for the main characters at every available opportunity without any sense of logic or cause and effect to justify it. It's almost like this script is built on straw or something like that. But wait, it gets worse! Upon seeing the bus pull up to the park, he jumps out of the truck? Why did you do that? The whole point of riding in the truck was to stay hidden from other people. A random toy truck rolling down the street won't draw suspicion, but a cowboy doll neurotically running around all over the place definitely will. Need proof of this? The truck keeps rolling onward after Woody abandons it and not a single one of the kids notices. If he had just stayed in the truck, he would have been able to slip away entirely unnoticed and then keep on moving towards the antique shop. But fine, let's assume that you just didn't want to risk one of the kids picking up the truck and further derailing your mission. Your actions here are still stupid because the very next thing he does after jumping out of that truck is to run back towards the playground. What? What are you doing? What is the point of that? You are running towards the same place where all the kids are going. If your goal is to not be noticed, then why have you picked the single stupidest manner in which to go about doing this? Why not just hide behind the trash can? There is a wide enough gap between the corner of the can and the fence where you would be entirely hidden from the vantage point of all the kids running towards you. And you can use the foliage to further conceal yourself. Why are you running back to the playground? You literally just jumped out of the truck right next to the garbage can. What are you doing? Who wrote this? This whole scene is just Woody fumbling around like an intoxicated zebra, getting himself into more and more trouble each time. Why did you jump into the sandbox? It is, by design, a place for children to jump into and play around in. What happened to you? What happened to the character who single-handedly devised the plan to break out of both Sid's house and Sunnyside and had absolutely no trouble improvising on the fly whenever something went wrong? Who are you? What did you do to Woody? He should not be this bad at staying hidden. He should not be this bad at staying away from the kids. There are so many different ways that he could have gotten out of this park without being noticed by any of the campers, and he chose to take advantage of approximately none of them because Woody's an idiot all of a sudden. Why have they done this, you may ask? Well, aside from an unapologetic attempt to assassinate Woody and strip him of all of his intelligence just like they did to Buzz, the writers have to contrive a reason for Woody to stay in the park because it's time for him to be reunited with none other than Bo Peep herself! No, I'm not kidding. I'm not lying to you. This is real. This actually happens in the movie. She's here, in this town, in this park, at this exact moment in time, and being played with by the exact same kid who picks up Woody so they can stare each other in the face! I can't believe this. Garbage! This script is hemorrhaging. It's bleeding out as we speak and no one's doing anything to treat it. The chain of events that led to these two toys reuniting is that Bonnie's family just so happened to decide to go on a road trip the day after kindergarten orientation, which led to them just so happening to bring Woody to the one store in the entire world where Bo Peep could have been taken to, which is even more insane when you watch the Lamplight short, which reveals that Bo Peep was taken all around the world and even overseas during her time between being owned by Molly and the antique shop and could literally have ended up at any one of these locations, but she just so happened to land at the only spot that Woody stumbled into on the road trip, which then led to Woody just so happening to see her lights being projected onto the ground, which aside from failing to make any mechanical sense is an insane leap of logic because she is not the only Bo Peep in the entire world, yet he just immediately assumes that it has to be the one that he knew, which led to him just so happening to bump into Annabelle on the way out of the antique store, which led to Forkface's arm just so happening to slip off of his body for some stupid reason, not to mention the fact that all of these events just so happened to occur on the day that Harmony came into the shop to look around for cool things, thus allowing her to just so happen to cross paths with Woody and luckily decide that he was a toy worth taking, and that she just so happened to have plans to go to the very same playground where Bo Peep was residing at because apparently she didn't make it too far past the antique shop after breaking out, a playground that just so happened to be visited by a busload of campers right as Woody was about to leave, which led to Woody just so happening to see her sheep despite the fact that he was looking in the complete opposite direction of where they were running, and that he just so happened to be picked up by the one kid in the entire playground who happened to be holding on to Bo Peep already! Who wrote this? Who wrote that? Who assembled this script? Who put together a chain of events so absolutely insane that it almost relies on more contrivances and luck than the domino effect leading to the brainwashing of the Hope's Peak Academy students? Because yes, we are on that level here, people. Just because it has a shinier coat of paint and a bigger budget doesn't absolve it from bad writing. In fact, at this point, Toy Story 4 is on track to dethrone Danganronpa 3 as the worst piece of content that I've ever consumed, which is really saying something. But you know who else is really saying something?
Out of all the sandboxes and all the playgrounds and all the world, he comes running into mine.
No, shut up! Stop it! Stop doing this! Stop calling out how your story makes absolutely no sense and then just moving on as if it's perfectly acceptable. It's getting on my nerves. Now, there's a lot to go through in this next scene. A lot of garbage that's gonna make your head want to explode. I'll run you through the whole scene, and then we'll talk about it. So the kid puts down both Woody and Bo, running to go play on the swings, and Woody breaks free from Toy Mode to talk to Bo, but she instinctively swings her crook down to stop him from moving since there's a kid running toward them. Once the kid runs past, she leaps to her feet and pulls Woody along with her, flips up a frisbee on the ground, uses it as a shield to block themselves from view, and then runs alongside it as they are then launched over the barrier of the playground and into the foliage. And all I can do is just sit there with my jaw on the floor thinking, what? What did I just watch? What just unfolded on my screen in the last 10 seconds? seconds. Where do I even begin dissecting this? Okay, so first of all, stop making Woody out to be an idiot. He knows better than this. He knows not to stand up in the middle of a crowded playground as kids are running towards him. Why do you keep cutting down his character?
Ultimately, we wanted to show that Woody's out of his element and Bo knows exactly what she's doing. She plays on this playground all the time.
No! Canon with this garbage! Woody is not out of his element. He has more experience dealing with this stuff than any of the other toys in the room. He's been around since the late 50s! He would never do this. He's not this absent-minded. And don't think you've pulled the wool over the eyes of the audience here, writers. It's blatantly obvious what you're trying to do. You want to show off how totally awesome and competent your new character is, because let's be clear here, the way in which Bo was portrayed in this film is so radically different from how she was portrayed in the first two movies that she may as well be an entirely different character. But instead of simply showing off how she's awesome in her own right, you have to retroactively make Woody look like an idiot in order to gaslight the audience into thinking that he was always this stupid, so they can be blown away by how cool Bo is now. It's the same thing that happened in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. How do we make people care about our new characters? Oh, I know! Make the old Phoenix out to be a depressed loser who can't do anything for himself, and make Emma Skye into Oscar the Grouch who has given up on life. Apollo and Tracy look so awesome compared to these two losers now, don't they? Stop it! Stop doing this! Writers around the world, please listen to me. If you want to introduce a totally awesome new character that you want people to love, you don't have to make your old characters look like useless idiots in comparison to achieve that effect. When you introduce Professor Layton into the Ace Attorney series, you don't need to have every single character praise this man like a god and actively decry Phoenix as a useless muppet who can't do anything for himself. You can have each character stand out in their own right and contribute equally to the fight, so you actually have a team dynamic where you can accept these new characters as a part of the group. You can introduce your new character and give them their own development and spotlight and compelling personality without demeaning the characters we're already familiar with. It is possible. It can be done. These games did it marvelously. You can do it. Or you can do what Toy Story 4 does and make all your old characters look like trash so your new characters will look comparatively better. It is such slimy, manipulative, unmitigated gaslighting garbage I will not stand for it for even a second. Also, this will not be the last time that this movie tries to demean Woody's competence to make Bo look amazing. So please keep all this in mind for later. Second, they cheat again! Only this time it's much more egregious. Because in this shot, Woody and Bo are right next to the merry-go-round and they start running off in this direction, only to then, in the very next shot, suddenly teleport halfway across the playground, having moved in this direction apparently, underneath the monkey bars. Which is a pretty significant change in locations because the only reason why they're able to escape this park unseen is due to using the frisbee as cover between themselves and the kids so they can't see them. But in order to get to the frisbee, they would have had to sneak past all these kids without any of them noticing. How do you make this mistake? I don't understand. How did nobody notice this? And it wouldn't even be hard to fix. Just move the frisbee from here to here in the scene and then that's it. Problem solved. You've done it. Except, oh wait, no you haven't, because third, this frisbee isn't doing anything for you. All the kids are on that side of the frisbee. If even a single one of them happened to glance your way, you'd be done for. The only people who won't be able to see you anymore from that side is the audience. This is utterly useless. You may as well have just run off without the frisbee if you were going to be stupid about it. In fact, you might have had a lesser chance of being noticed because just like the traffic cones, a brightly colored large object is a lot more likely to draw attention than two tiny toys. And once again, this is such an easy fix. Just flip the frisbee around so that they're on the other side of it. Literally just rotate the object around. How do you keep screwing this up? How incompetent are you? Finally, why are they launched over the edge and into the foliage? They aren't riding on the frisbee, they're walking behind it. So unless they ran over an invisible springboard, they should not have been launched into the trees. They should have just clambered over the pegs and then they'd have been safely out of sight from the kids. Why did this happen? Surely you didn't just place an imaginary springboard there to randomly send them flying through the air for some dramatic effect, whether or not it made any sense at all. Surely you'd never do something like that. Oh, and one last thing. Recognize this music? But remember, guys,
we're not relying on it completely to carry the whole scene.
Their soundtrack is almost entirely comprised 100% of music from the original trilogy, but they're definitely not relying on nostalgia. And so, Woody and Bo are officially reunited as Woody awkwardly tries to hug her despite Bo very deliberately keeping her at arm's length, and all I can do is just sit there and cringe. But not quite as much as I cringed during this set of dialogue.
You're a lost toy?
That's
awful.
great, huh?
I mean, awfully great that you
are lost. Out here.
Oh my god, just end me now. Throw me into the shredder and incinerate me already. Because dialogue is really hard to write these days, Woody and Bo do that thing where two characters have opposite views on something, and when one character realizes that, they retroactively change what they just said to fall in line with the beliefs of the other character. Which, aside from being a trope that pops up all the time and just makes you want to die, the reaction that these two characters give doesn't make any sense at all given their previously established personalities. Obviously, Woody would say that being a lost toy is a bad thing, while Bo would view it as a good thing since she's had to acclimate to that lifestyle in the years that have passed since Toy Story 2. Now here's where you bungled over yourselves. You have Bo Peep acting surprised that Woody thinks that being a lost toy is a bad thing, which is absurd because she should know how loyal Woody is to his kid and would never, ever, in a million years, consider becoming a lost toy. Why would you think for even a second that Woody should view the life of a lost toy as a positive experience and react in the confused way that she does? And on Woody's side,
I mean, awfully great.
Jesus, who turned you into a walking doormat? You've never had a problem with speaking your mind to anybody. You've always been steadfast in your beliefs no matter how close you were to the person you were butting heads with. You never caved just because you were afraid of disagreeing with someone. So why magically now are you suddenly terrified at the very thought of Bo Peep having a different perspective on toy life than you? And don't even try to tell me that it makes sense for Woody to be afraid to disagree with Bo since he's in love with her, because if you think that is a rational counter-argument, then first off, you don't know how marriages work, and second off, even when talking to Bo in the first two movies, Woody still managed to have intelligent conversations with her even when they didn't see eye to eye about something, such as whether or not Andy would be willing to take him to cowboy camp without his hat. These characters haven't even been back together for a full minute and already their personalities are shattered. I am not watching Woody and Bo Peep reunite. I'm watching two emotionally constipated turtle ducks fumble over their words as they struggle to make basic eye contact with each other. It's embarrassing and just left me cringing out of existence. Moving on, this wonderfully heartwarming exchange of word salad is cut short when a random surprise skunk teleports into the scene and decides to run over our heroes, only for their fates to be averted as Bo uses her crook to upend the skunk and reveal it to be an RC car? And one that's being piloted by her sheep? Wait. How is this RC car merely a machine you're using as a means of transportation while the RC car from Andy's room is fully alive and sentient? They're both RC cars, what's the difference? You can bring a spork to life but not another RC car? This is why you don't mess with the rules of the Toy Story universe. Stop introducing all these new elements into the mix and mess everything up. Also, what do you mean the sheep are driving this thing? Remember 30 seconds ago when the sheep were on the playground and then ran away in the complete opposite direction from where the skunk appears in this scene? How did this happen? How did they get back to the skunkmobile so quickly? Is the playground like a Pac-Man maze where you can just warp from one side of the screen to the other? Wait a minute, why did you even park the skunkmobile so far away from the playground if you were making a pit stop here? None of this makes any sense. Oh, but wait, it's all about to get so much worse! Because we are moments away from Bo delivering her backstory monologue to us, and it's about to completely shatter this timeline of events. So the sheep jump out of the skunk and immediately start licking Woody, only for that enthusiasm to be immediately dashed to pieces when he fails to recall their 3 names. And they get pissed at the fact that he cannot recall their names, despite the fact that he literally didn't even know they had names until the exact day that they were taken from Andy's room, which was also the exact same day that he risked his life in a horrific thunderstorm to rescue RC. This was a very harrowing day for Woody. The names of the 3 sheep were nowhere near the top 10 things in his mind on that given day. But like I alluded to at the beginning of this analysis, the writers are going to rely on this plot point to make Woody look like complete garbage again later in this movie. So please remember this for later. The sheep bring Bo a paperclip, which she accepts because she says that some kids play rougher than others and she always tries to be prepared, which then prompts Woody to ask how long she's been on her own for, to which she responds,
7 fantastic years.
7?
Which what? Okay, look, I am trying to be really fair to this film in my efforts to tear every aspect of it to shreds without remorse. So I've looked at every reasonable interpretation that you could possibly draw from this response, and every single one of them crumbles to pieces when compared against events elsewhere established in this universe, and even just lines later in this very movie. The Disney Plus short Lamp Life goes as follows. After leaving Andy's house, she is given to a different family where life sucks. Eventually, the new girls outgrow her, and she's given to 2 other families whose kids immediately declare that the lamp is for babies, leading to her being donated to different people that take her on a variety of adventures all around the world, from being a symbol to a disco lamp to an adventure of an unbreakable speckled band to becoming Snowman, before finally being thrown out and then subsequently adopted into the Antique Store family, ultimately deciding to break out of the store through a series of straight up nonsense and then settle into the playground as permanent lost toys. So, with all of that in mind, let's really think about this. If she means that it's been 7 years since she left Molly, then that is just straight up impossible because we know that it has been 9 years since that happened. There's also no way that she would describe these views as fantastic given the harrowing journey we saw her embark on throughout Lamp Life. And if she means that it's been 7 years since she stopped being owned by a family, then that can't work either because we know based on the progressing ages of these kids that she was with this family for far longer than 2 years. The only way this math works out is if she left them when the oldest turned 2 years old and she was a baby when she first arrived. But both girls are clearly way older than that here, so she must have been away from them for less than 7 years. And that logic is only further extended the further along her journey you get due to the nature of how time works. It makes the most sense for Bo to mean that it has been 7 years since she left the antique store, since that would be when she was properly on her own. But that cannot possibly work with the timeline that you've presented us, because that means that she would have had to go through all these families and go on her globetrotting adventures in the span of 2 years, which is straight up impossible when she already spent more than 2 years with this first family as the girls grew up, and the fact that Bo Peep says later in the movie that she's been in the antique store for a couple years. Also, even if the timeline didn't render this impossible, are you seriously telling me that over the course of 7 years, not a single one of these kids wanted to bring her home with them when they left the playground? Seriously? Man, that's pretty lucky. Also, if you've just been sat at a playground every day for the past 7 years and you've never left, then why do you need a skunkmobile to get around? Where did you even find this thing? How did you assemble this? Did you just find a random taxidermized skunk, or did you murder a skunk to get this? Concurrently, did you find an old, abandoned, yet still perfectly functional RC engine, or did you murder another sentient toy to get this? Also, if it really has been 7 years since they left the antique store, then how is the shop owner not replaced the security system at any point throughout those 7 years? Also, this shop owner doesn't look like she's aged even a single day throughout those alleged 7 years. Did anybody pay attention to the continuity in this film? Was anybody supervising the script? We then meet Weeble Wobble. She does approximately diddly-do throughout this entire film, but remember, our old characters are stupid and lame and boring, and nobody liked them, so now we need a million new characters. Bo tells Weeble that this is the cowboy she told her about, and then they both talk about him very loudly, and yet Woody just stands there lost in thought as if he can't hear what they're saying when they're literally right next to him. Anyway, Weeble instantly jumps for joy upon noticing that Woody has a sheriff's badge, immediately identifying him as a member of law enforcement.
You didn't tell me he was a cop. Howdy, Sheriff. Officer, Giggle McDimples. I run Pet Patrol for Minneapolis.
Hey, remember when they did this in the first movie?
The bed here. Local law enforcement. It's about time you got here. I'm Buzz Lightyear, Space Ranger, Universe Protection Unit.
Yeah, well, we're doing it again. We're out of original ideas. Shut up and enjoy our film. We then immediately meet another new set of characters, the Combat Carl Brigade.
Combat Carl just heard there's a birthday party at the playground on Main Street.
Wait a minute, why are you all talking like normal Combat Carls? Remember in Toy Story of Terror when it was made crystal clear that the big ones talk normally, but the smaller ones have a higher pitched voice?
The only thing that's kept Combat Carl going is the thought he might see his owner Billy just one more time.
Third time's the charm.
Oops, looks like you forgot your own story. Again. And you actually had a voice in this one. How are you this bad at keeping things consistent? Why did they hand you the keys to the Toy Story universe? You have no idea what you're doing. You can't be trusted to keep the little things consistent, and you certainly can't be trusted to keep the big things consistent. How did you get this job? Did they just run out of directors and the choices were you or Tree? Because if so, then I still think the Tree would have done the better job here. Anyway, the Carl Brigade reports in that there's a birthday party on the Main Street playground and invites Woody and Bo to join them, but he stops that plan dead in its tracks by declaring that he still has a kid, which seems to annoy Bo for some stupid reason. And so after they leave, she interrogates him about his new life and is excited to hear that he's with a little girl named Bonnie now. But that smile fades from her face immediately when Woody tells her that one of her toys, that being Forkface, has been kidnapped by Annabelle and he needs to get him back. She tells him that Second Chance Antiques is the place that she and Weeble broke out of, and that
we wasted years there just sitting on the shelf collecting dust.
And just like that, you've broken the timeline even more because you've already spent 2 of the 9 years with the first family, and then another set of years sitting around in the antique store. And it does not matter what the specific number is here, because even if it is as few as 2 years spent on that shelf, that already means that it is completely impossible for her to have spent 7 years on her own when added on top of the years spent shifting between families. And I'm sorry, but this doesn't make any sense at all. It is literally impossible with the timeline you've presented to us across both these pieces of media. I genuinely don't understand how this stuff happens. It's just basic math. We're not talking high-level calculus here, we're talking basic addition and subtraction. How do you keep screwing this basic stuff up? Was this movie written by kindergartners? Actually, no. To imply that is insulting to kindergartners, because at least addition and subtraction would be fresh in the kindergartners' minds. Moving on, hearing about Bo's time with the antique store fills Woody with joy at the thought of someone who knows the ins and outs of the store helping him on his quest, only for her to immediately shut him down by advising him to steer clear of Annabelle. He begs her to help him because Bonnie needs Forkface to get through kindergarten, only for her to then say in response,
"Oh, kids lose toys every day. Bonnie will get over it."
And this is the point where my brain just wanted to explode, because Bo Peep would never have said this. She knows firsthand how important a single toy can be to a kid. She's seen it with her own eyes. Do you remember this line of dialogue from the first movie?
If only you could see how much Andy misses you.
Oh, right, I forgot. Consistency isn't something that you clowns are particularly skilled at. Hey, at least they remember that you need a remote to control an RC car this time, unlike the opening scene where they— Wait, what? Why is there a setting on this switch between off and on? It doesn't make it's a binary switch. The car's either off or it's on. That's how a binary switch works. It's literally in the name. Two possible states, on or off. How do you bungle an on-off switch, you geriatric cabbages? So Woody attempts to appeal to Bo's time with Molly when trying to convince her to help him, saying that Bonnie needs Fourface just like Molly needed Bo. This leads to Woody talking to Weevil about how Molly would cry every night because she was scared of the dark, but that as soon as Bo came into the room, she felt completely safe and would fall asleep with her hand resting on the lamp. I don't quite know how that would have happened when she would have been sleeping in a crib and couldn't possibly have reached the lamp, but whatever. And as he's telling the story, the camera is zooming in on Bo's face, her eyebrows arching as she reminisces on those years she spent in Andy's house, before finally smiling, reliving those wonderful memories of her time before a lost toy, remembering how good it was to be loved by a kid. Please don't forget this. Remember this for later. Do not let this get flushed out of your brain for even a second. This scene is going to be critical later. Moving on, this convinces Bo that Woody is correct about how much Bonnie needs Forkface and agrees to help him, so they all climb aboard the skunkmobile and the quest to retrieve the neurotic sport from the evil Annabelle begins proper. Speaking of Annabelle, next up we cut back to the antique store where we see that Annabelle is painting over her freckles. The movie wants you to think that she's doing this because she wants to look her best, but it's really just so the animators have an excuse to flex their muscles and show off how detailed the character models are, even if you put a microscope out to the polygons. Chucky reattaches Forkface's arms and he makes these noises while doing so. So you moan and wail and cry while your arms are being tied back around your body, but when Woody somehow effortlessly ripped them off of your body, you didn't make a peep. Okay then. Now it is during this scene that we learn our villain's motivations. See, turns out that this girl from earlier, Harmony, is the kid that Annabelle wants to be with more than anything. She admires her so much that she outright says,
My Harmony is perfect.
And stalks her like an absolute creep whenever she comes into the store, staring at her through the glass case as she plays pretend tea time. And I'm sorry, but if I were this little girl and I looked up for my toys to see this thing staring at me through the glass, I'm running the other direction as fast as my little legs can carry me because you were ripped straight out of a horror film. You have chosen a very stupid plan to get her to like you, Annabelle. Word of advice, everyone. If you like someone, don't stalk them, don't spy on them, don't creepily stare at them as they do their day-to-day activities. I promise you, it's not winning you any favors and it's just creepy. Anyway, this is why she needs Woody's voice box, so she can be just as perfect as she thinks Harmony is, because she doesn't think she would want to take her home if her voice box doesn't work. Now, we're gonna pin that one for the time being and come back to it later. I want to focus on something else for the time being. As Annabelle is stalking Harmony, she's also referencing her Prima official game guide for the teacup level of the Befriend Harmony video game and practicing tea time mannerisms such as how high to lift up her arm and to stick out her pinky? Why? Why are you practicing tea time? What is this gonna do for you? It doesn't make any sense for you to be practicing any particular techniques for tea time because even if you get a playtime with Harmony, anything you learn from your little book isn't gonna matter because you're gonna be in toy mode. You won't be alive. You can't move while you're in front of her. You will be entirely motionless. You will be at the beck and call of whatever kind of tea time she wants to have with you. Why are you wasting your time with this? Why are you wasting my time with this utterly pointless scene? What are you doing? the demo girl drawn in her book looks exactly like Harmony, from the hair color to the style to the dress to the headband. She's literally a one-to-one replica of the girl she's using as a reference in her book. I can't. What are the odds that they look this similar? Are you kidding me? Really? Anyway, we get this utterly laughable shot where Forkface puts his wobbly little hand on Annabelle's because for some reason he feels bad for her when she gives him the sob story about wanting Harmony to love her, despite the fact that she literally wants to rip Woody to pieces to get his voice box. And then a second later, she asks Forkface to tell her all about Woody and his history, which he's conveniently able to do because he made a Freudian slip earlier and said Annie's name instead of Bonnie. Remember when I said that was going to define the climax of this film? Yeah, we're getting there. Consider this your reminder to not forget this scene for later. Moving on, we're cutting back to the shooty bang bang carnival game that Buzz got stuck in earlier due to a series of insane garbage that had as much coherence as a pile of horse manure. He's currently trying to wrestle free of the zip tie that's keeping him secure to the wall, at which point we meet another set of two brand new characters, Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny. They're yelling at Buzz because he took their place as the top prize spot, therefore making it less likely for a kid to pick the two fluffy animals to take home when they could instead win their own Buzz Lightyear action figure. Luckily for them, Buzz doesn't want to be there either, and so he asks them to help him get out of there, and their response is,
I'll help you. With my foot!
And then they,
Ha! How you like that, cheater?
What? Why are you beating Buzz to a pulp? Why are you so mean to him both verbally and physically when not 2 seconds ago he just told you that he doesn't want to be there? He doesn't want to inconvenience you. He wants to leave. He's more than happy to give you back the top price spot. Why are you kicking his head over and over again? He didn't do anything to you. Helping him leave would be only beneficial to your desires. Kicking the crap out of him doesn't help you at all. What are you doing? And why are you yelling so loudly and moving around so wildly when you are on display front and center in this carnival game? Any kid could walk up to this game at any moment and see you. Heck, anyone that just so happened to be passing by could easily overhear you or see you. Why do you not care about being noticed by people? Also, I know science and logic isn't exactly this film's strong suit, but Buzz's head would never bounce back this far. It basically goes inside himself at one point. Buzz isn't a ragdoll, he's an action figure. His head would never do this. Did you not test this out with a real Buzz Lightyear toy before you animated this? Or did you just throw all logic to the wind because you wanted a funny sound effect? Awesome. Anyway, Buzz is in a little bit of a pickle once again, so I can't wait to see him use his brain to think of a clever solution.
How do I get out of here?
This planet is toxic. Closing helmet to conserve oxygen.
In a vacuum of space, they cannot hear you scream!
Buzz off with this trash! Stop doing this! Buzz is not stupid! He doesn't need his stupid voice box to tell him everything! Remember in the first movie when he was in a similar situation where he kept getting beaten up over and over again so he closed his helmet to trap Woody's hand? And how he came up with that plan entirely by himself without pushing his stupid buttons? Did even a single one of you defective cactuses actually watch these movies before you wrote this script? Oh, whatever. Daffy unintentionally yanks him out of a zip tie, and then the sheer weight of Buzz causes the Looney Tunes to fall down from their tie, and Buzz runs away from the game to continue his quest to find Woody. Having owned a Buzz Lightyear as a kid, I can say with absolute confidence that his helmet is nowhere near sturdy enough to remain closed while Daffy tries to yank his foot free of Buzz, but fine, whatever, moving on. Now, this should be the best case scenario for our Looney Tune friends here. They are free from the confines of the Carnival game, which should make achieving their dream of finding a kid even easier than ever before. But instead, they say,
Put us back up there!
What? You wanted to put you back up there? Why? Buzz can't get your cotton-filled rear ends all the way back up there, especially not on his current mentally deficient state. Why do you even care about him anymore? Why does it have to be him? Remember what happened the last time this guy found a random toy on the ground? Just do the same thing here. Literally just plop yourselves down in front of him and he'll put you right back up there again. Or alternatively, here's an idea. Just go find your own kid. You're literally free now. You can go anywhere you want. Just keep going limp next to random kids until eventually one of them thinks that you're cool enough to take home. Why do you care about Buzz? Whatever, moving back to the incredible Skunkmobile, and I don't understand how these sheep are driving this stupid thing. Even if we accept that they have an acceptable field of vision by looking through this tiny little hole despite their eyes being nowhere near aligned with said hole, how in the world do these three heads have the necessary coordination to be able to steer this thing at all? Oh, and also this music plays. Feel nostalgia, being nostalgic. Remember the original movies and how much you love them so that you'll transfer that love to our movie without even thinking about it at all. Anyway, the sheep crashed the skunk underneath the carousel, resulting in one of the tires falling off. Please remember this for later. And when Bo tries to help get Woody to his feet, she...
I'm fine. Don't worry. Happens all the time.
This happens all the time. Presumably with more limbs than just your right arm, since we can also see some kind of band-aid substitute on your left wrist. And yet the force of a mechanical spring launching forward wasn't enough to rip your arm off. Okay then. Now, look, we don't actually know definitively what event caused her to lose her arm. We can take a pretty solid guess that it happened when she was being played with at the playground. She had both arms firmly attached when she left the antique store, so the accident must have happened between then and now, and all she's done in that time period is hang around the playground, meaning that one of the kids must have played with her a little too rough and caused her arm to shatter. Putting aside the probability of that being the only part of her body to suffer an injury, I find it absolutely ridiculous that your arm couldn't withstand that, but you were completely unaffected by this scene. Also, I don't even buy the idea that this tape would fix her up at all. First of all, this appears to be a roll of ace adhesive bandages, not what you traditionally think of as
tape.
Even then, with the amount of acrobatics Bo Peep is about to engage in throughout this film, you'd need super glue in order for this to work properly, and even then I'm not sure that'd be enough to support her throughout all of this. Second of all, you explicitly state that
happens all the time,
and yet you keep using the exact same kind of tape? If this really happens all the time, then why don't you try a different method of reattaching your arm? How about you go on a supply run in your Skunkmobile for some super glue like I mentioned? Third, and most importantly, even if this was strong enough to actually support her arm, if the idea here is that reattaching your limb will allow you to regain control of your hand, then this shouldn't work anyway because tape doesn't stitch things together. The Collector and Andy literally had to stitch Woody's arm back together in order to fix him in Toy Story 2. If you rip something in two and then touch the two halves together, you've not reattached the pieces, you simply applied a band-aid to the problem. The only toys that have control of their limbs when not attached to their bodies are Mr. Potato Head and Mrs. Potato Head because they are toys that are designed to be taken taken apart and put back together. Bo Peep isn't even supposed to be a toy that children play with. She's supposed to be a solid lamp figurine. It doesn't make any sense that taping her arm back together would allow her fingers to start working again when we know that you lose control of that limb based on what happens in Toy Story 2. Did anybody actually watch these films before you wrote the script? Why did you even do this in the first place? The only thing ripping her arm off surfaces is a quick and stupid joke. There was no point. Every time you think you're making a funny little joke, you're just dealing more damage to the script, whether it be through the world building, the characters, or the plot. Stop doing this, you useless blob of Play-Doh. Moving on, Bo and Weeble bounce up a few steps and then stop to have a chat. Weeble suspects that Bo has feelings for Woody and warns her not to pursue them because he's got a kid, and also hints that she wanted a similar relationship with He-Man, and literally, who cares, let's just move on. Woody climbs up next to them, and then they do the thing where a character walks into the scene as people finish gossiping about them, and then they go, hey, what are you guys talking about, lol? And you just want to die. Did Woody seriously not hear them talking about him at all while he was climbing up the steps? Really? Also, why did you even bother coming up here at all? As soon as you fix up your arm, you immediately abandon the position and head off in a completely different direction. What was the point of coming up here in the first place? What, so you could sneak in a He-Man reference? Was that it? Because it's not like you couldn't have fixed your arm down there. What was the point? Why did you bother? I can't. Anyway, Bo grabs a sticky hand and uses it as a makeshift grappling hook to launch herself up to the top of the carousel. I find it to be a bit of a stretch, if you will, that this thing would reach all the way from the bottom of the carousel to the top. They cheat with the shots, again, by not actually showing the projectile reach the top and just cutting from the bottom to the top. But are you aware of how ridiculously tall this carousel is from the perspective of a toy and how little a chance you have of reaching the top from the bottom? Tell you what, get a real sticky hand and see if you can launch it to the top of a carousel from the ground. Let me know how that works out for you. Spoiler alert, it won't. This movie is full of baloney. So then Bo tells the sob story of how she went from another family to where she is now, and Woody expresses sympathy for her, only for her to then say in response,
Who needs a kid's room and have all of this?
Implying that Woody could have so much more than just a kid's room if he were a lost toy like Bo was. Which is hilarious when you realize that, first of all, we learn later that this is a traveling carnival that moves all over the country and it wasn't at this location until recently. And Bo hasn't left the vicinity of the antique store since she became a lost toy. So her life has been confined to a single playground, which is just the same as being confined to a kid's room, only now you have a better view and you're covered in sand. But secondly, and more importantly, Woody is currently in the exact same marvelous location as Bo Peep is, despite him being owned by a kid. Oops. It's almost as if you aren't confined to a kid's room for your entire life, as evidenced by the adventures of the first 3 movies. But the writers don't want you to think about those. They want you to forget they ever happened. They really want you to forget all about those movies. In fact, the finale of this film is dependent on your memory being so pathetic that you can't remember what happened in those movies. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself again. So then they stare into each other's eyes for a few seconds, and then the journey to reach the antique store begins. How do they plan on reaching the store, you find yourself asking? Well, it's simple. They're gonna jump across the carnival tents to stay out of sight of the people below so they can reach the store. Which, putting aside the fact that it is absolutely absurd not a single person saw them do this, especially when Woody nearly slipped off the roof in full view of everyone and their shadows can clearly be seen from beneath, riddle me this. They plan to reach the store by bouncing across the carnival. So how exactly do they plan to get from here to here? Literally, how are they gonna do this? The parasol and delivery truck are on completely opposite sides of the street. You cannot tell me with a straight face that you think it makes any sense at all for these toys to be able to jump from here to here. Nor can you tell me that they managed to stealthily walk across the street. There aren't any traffic cones they can use to their advantage this time. Oh, but it's alright because we can just wait a few more seconds to see how they're gonna cross this gap. Nope! They immediately cut away, and the next time we see them, they've made it on top of the truck! You cheated! Again! You keep presenting characters in one situation, cutting away, and then the next time they appear in a shot, their situation is radically changed despite the connecting tissue making absolutely no sense. This can't work. They never could have possibly made this jump. Okay, whatever. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a break from deceptive cinematography for a while. Buzz appears between flower beds outside the antique shop, wondering where the highway exit is, so he pushes the button on his chest to tell him what to do, causing him to look up towards the sky and see Woody, Bo, and the sheep leaping from the top of the truck onto the roof of the store. What? What just happened? Why did you, again? Oh my God, please, can we please go 5 seconds without everything breaking? This shot lasts less than 10 seconds and everything about it is broken. First of all, they cheated. Again! They want you to think that they managed to jump from this truck to the roof of the antique store. But that doesn't make any sense. Do you remember the shot that we just saw 5 seconds ago? This truck is not as tall as the antique store. And there is no ledge here that they could jump onto to climb even higher. And even if there was, there's no way they climbed from there to there. Especially not the stupid sheep. But but they angle the camera the way that they did and cut from this shot to this shot to trick you into thinking that this makes any sense at all when it just doesn't. Second of all, again, you made Buzz push the stupid buttons on his chest again. He doesn't need to do this. We went over this already. What are you people doing? Third, really? Buzz just so happened to find out where Woody and Bo Peep were because he just so happened to push his buttons seconds before they jumped, which just so happened to play the exact voice line that would tell him to look in the exact location they needed to see them jump. It's all luck. That's all the script is. It's just a constant flood of luck and contrivance in every direction. Of all the potential voice lines, it played this one.
Meteor shower, look out!
Of all the times he could have pressed it, he chose to do so literally seconds before the only window of time he would have had to see Woody and Bo jump. This script is running on nothing but contrivance at every opportunity, not even mentioning the fact that Buzz got nothing more than a passing glance at the blob leaping through the air and thankfully managed to immediately identify him as Woody. Are you kidding me? Fourth, and most importantly, how did you even get here? Even if you managed to somehow sneak your way through the crowds of the carnival, how did you get across the street without anybody seeing you? And I swear to God, if you are going to tell me...
If movies showed us every single second that happened during the span of the story, they would be 40 hours long and really f***ing boring.
Shut up, you ridiculous monkey wrench. Unlike what Zack Snyder wants you to believe, you do not physically need to show the entirety of Buzz walking across the street with every single goddamn step to know how he made it across. You know, it's funny how Toy Story 2 managed to do that with no problem whatsoever by simply showing Buzz arrive at Al's apartment with the cone over his head, immediately communicating to the audience how he crossed the street without having to actually show it. But there is no such thing in Toy Story 4. The film keeps cheating. It keeps teleporting characters to the exact positions they need to be in all the goddamn time. And wait a minute, why did you even try to get here? Why would you have left the vicinity of the carnival without first trying to figure out which direction the highway is in? Why did you stop in front of this random antique store first? Oh my God, none of this makes any sense. Who wrote this? Okay, moving on. Woody, Bo, and the sheep climb on top of the antique store. Somehow. Please don't ask me how they pulled this off when there are no ledges or anything they could possibly grab onto when she left the sticky hand behind and they have no rope, because I have absolutely no idea how they could have possibly pulled this off. Then Woody tells Bo that the whole gang is still together, except for her, of course, and upon turning around to face Woody, she notices that Buzz has joined them on the roof. What? How? How do you people keep getting up here? It doesn't even make any sense for Woody and Bo to get up here, and they had the height advantage of being on top of a truck. How in the name of your makers did you climb up here? How did no one see you? What did you climb? Why does everyone keep teleporting all over the place in this movie?
My old moving buddy.
See, this is a blatant attempt by the writers to trick you into thinking that they actually care about the original trilogy of movies because it's supposed to be a reference to this line.
I found my moving buddy.
Except that makes no sense at all because they obviously couldn't end up being moving buddies since Bo and the gang rode to Andy's house in the moving van and Buzz rode to the new house with Woody in Andy's mom's car. How do you screw up something this simple? They have tried to convince you that they are super fans of this series by referencing one single line from the first movie that they think only hardcore viewers would remember. But what they failed to realize is that in doing so, they are directly contradicting events which take place during major scenes that everyone remembers. It doesn't even make any sense in-universe for Bo to remember Buzz as her old moving buddy, because aside from the fact that he literally wasn't her moving buddy, they spent half a decade in the same room before she was taken away by this guy. Why in the world would this be the first thing to come to her mind when she sees Buzz Lightyear after everything they've been through? But they clearly don't want you to think too much about this, because seconds after Bo rushes to hug Buzz, Daffy and Bugs teleport into the scene and tackle Buzz down to the roof. What? How did you get up here? Why does everyone keep teleporting all over the place in this movie? But that's not even the worst part of the scene. Aside from the fact that it makes no sense for these two to be pissed off at Buzz, aside from the fact that there's no way they could have possibly tracked him down given the massive head start that he had while they were twiddling around stuck in the game booth, aside from the fact that there's no way Buzz should have been surprised by their presence if they were this close behind him, and aside from the fact that there's no way they could have scaled the building as quickly as Buzz did, since, remember, Buzz started climbing shortly after Woody and Bo landed on the roof, and the next shot picks up with them landing on the roof, meaning it took Buzz all of 20 seconds to get up here, and the Looney Tunes wouldn't have started climbing until they saw him go up there, meaning that it had to take them less time to do that when they are literally attached to each other and clearly lack the basic coordination to do just about anything. Aside from all that, Buzz is being beaten to a pulp by these two toys out for revenge, and Woody is just sitting around on his rear end doing sweet bugger all? Hey, ding dong, that is Buzz Lightyear, you know? The guy who you promised you'd be with for infinity and beyond? The guy who you risked your life to save several times throughout this series? Such as when you thought he was being torn to shreds by Sid's toys, or when Sid was gonna blow him up in a grand spectacle, or when Scud was trying to eat him, or when the prospector attacked him, or when he was under Lotso's control, or when he was trapped under a TV? Why are you sitting around twiddling your thumbs while he's being insulted by the Looney Tunes? Listen to this trash.
All right, now, come on, stop it. Cut it out now.
Come on, guys, break it up.
What are you doing? Who are you? You know that detention proctor in Spider-Man Homecoming who tries to stop Peter from leaving detention?
Hey, where you going? Get back here.
And it's like a joke? Well, that's literally this this scene, except it's not for the funny ha-has, it's for real. Woody is literally just standing around staring at Buzz as he gets the batteries beaten out of him by these two plush abominations. And the most amount of effort that he's willing to put in to help his friend is...
All right, now, come on, stop it. Cut it out now.
Buzz off, you stupid movie. You don't know who these characters are. You don't know how they would act around each other. You don't have even the most basic understanding of this series. And to think we're only halfway through this film, oh my god, just make it stop. This movie is so stupid. Okay, so he eventually tells them that he has a kid and that he'll take them to Bonnie if they stop attacking Buzz, and so Daffy and Bugs Bunny join the party as they continue on their quest to rescue Forkface. Terrific. Meanwhile, back in the RV, Bonnie is crying about losing the spork, so her parents agree to check outside for him one last time before they set off down the road again to continue their trip, thus prompting the other toys to quickly think of a plan for how to stop them from leaving while Woody and Buzz are still out there. And why are you all stuck in an RV? Who gives a flying hoot about the Looney Tunes or the stupid mentally defective eating utensil? Why have you quarantined off all the toys we actually care about and are attached to, including Jessie, one of the 3 leading stars of the previous movies, in this stupid RV where they can do absolutely nothing for the plot? And it's even more confusing when you look at the marketing for this film. Everything from the promotional posters to the trailers.
Jessie, Ham, Buzz, Bo, Rex, Potato Head.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Let's go save a spork.
Including the original teaser trailer, makes it seem like the original toys we actually care about are going to have a much more significant role to play in this movie than they actually do. Almost like the writers knew no one was going to care about the stupid new characters, so instead of rewriting their script, they falsely manipulated the marketing to trick the audience into thinking that they were going to get more screen time for characters that they were attached to than they actually were. Or something crazy like that. Oh, but fear not, everybody, because it looks like Jessie's finally going to get to do something important. But it's too little too late, because aside from the fact that she would have gone out that window with Buzz and she'd have never sat idly by when there was an adventure to be had, you want to know what Jessie does in this scene? You want to know what her big role to play is in this movie? What her grand plan is to stop the family from leaving the carnival? Well, she just have a look for yourself.
Go to kindergarten.
Are you kidding me? What did you do? We're not going anywhere. If you get my point.
You really nailed it, Jessie. You really hammered that joke home. No, I am not misleading you here. I am not lying to you. This is actually what happens in this film. Her big role in the movie is popping the tire. That's it. That is the extent of Jessie's importance to this movie. She doesn't join Woody and Buzz in their adventure. She just lazes around in the RV, quickly pops the tire, and then goes right back to lazing until the very end of the movie, which is an entirely other can of worms we're gonna have to open. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself again, because guess what? You're never gonna believe it. This makes no sense. Putting aside the fact that Jessie's minimal role in the story is so lame, there is no way in the world that she should have ever been able to pop this tire. First of all, what exactly was her plan here? She's been inside the RV the whole time they've been here, so there's no way she could have possibly known about this nail, meaning her plan was as follows. Step 1, jump out the window. Step 2, I thought we'd be dead by step 2. What was she gonna do next? Just hope that she'd find something to pop the tire with? Okay, fine. Let's say that she just jumped outside with a leap of faith that she'd find some way to accomplish her mission. In that case, the criticism simply shifts from she had no plan here to, oh my god, again? You got lucky again. You added yet another instance of, wow.
Insert character here.
Just so happened to
insert plot necessary action here.
Onto the mountain of contrivance you already had? Why is this script just a giant pachinko machine where characters just get randomly lucky or unlucky depending on the situation? But as if that wasn't enough, the actual logistics involved in the popping of this tire are absolutely laughable. Really think about what would have had to occur in order for this to happen. Jessie grabbed the nail and used it to penetrate a car tire with her bare hands. Do you even need me to explain to you how absolutely absurd that is? Tires are designed to be able to absorb damage while out on the road traveling at very high speeds. And this film wants you to believe not only that one could be penetrated by pressing a single nail into it, not by running over the nail, mind you, but by manually pressing the nail into the tire, but that a toy would have the strength to do that. I shouldn't need to prove the fact that the toys have less muscular strength than humans, but in case you need evidence, here's Woody and Buzz both trying to push a golf bag off of Lotso when the average human would be able to do so effortlessly. So the idea that Jessie could penetrate this tire with a nail using nothing but her hands is absolutely absurd. Most human beings couldn't do that with their hands. Try to imagine you trying to push this nail into a tire. You couldn't possibly accomplish that by pressing your thumb into it. You need to use your palm to even have a chance at breaking through, and even then I don't know that you'd be able to do it. At least not without seriously injuring yourself in the process. process. In other words, there is no way that Jessie could have popped this tire with her hands. That did not happen. Nice try, movie. But not only does Jessie disregard science and somehow still manage to pop this thing, she does so instantly. Watch this clip again. Jessie leaves the frame, and then 5 seconds later the tire was popped. Even if we generously assume that she grabbed the nail as she was running toward the tire and lost no time in the process, that means it took her less than 5 seconds to pop this tire with the muscular strength of a cowgirl ragdoll. Who wrote this? And as the cherry on top of this travesty of a scene, they play this music. Followed immediately after by...
We looked everywhere, but
It's like a nervous tick for this movie. When all else fails, play nostalgic music for the audience to gobble up and subsequently disengage their critical thinking skills over. Oh, and one last thing before we move on from this scene. When Bonnie walks off the RV, she doesn't have her backpack. We know she never re-enters the RV since we have full view of the inside while the toys are talking, and yet she magically has her backpack on the next time we see her outside, ready to head to the carnival with Pearl while Magnum fixes the tire. Please remember this for later. It is, much like Woody's Freudian slip from earlier, going to define the finale of this film and allow it to happen. Moving on, Bo leads the way inside the antique shop as the other toys silently follow behind her. Well, silently, except for...
Are you kidding me? Move over. You move over. Quit. Oh, my maker. That sheep has 3 heads. No.
How did it take you this long to realize that the sheep had 3 heads? Anyway, we've reached a crucial point in this film. The plan to rescue Forkface is about to begin coming together. And wouldn't you know it, it makes no sense. But before I can tell you why it makes no sense, I have to present to you the logistics of this antique store and the obstacles it presents, followed by Bo's plan of attack. Then I'll ask what group of paste-eating preschoolers wrote this, and then I'll explain how none of it makes any sense. Now then, let's begin. Annabelle has Forkface locked up in the cabinet in the center of the antique shop, which is secured under lock and key. So they need to find a way to retrieve the key from the shopkeeper to even get into the cabinet. But as if that wasn't bad enough, the cabinet is also guarded by a group of 4 Chucky dolls guarding all possible angles, which doesn't seem so bad in and of itself. They just need to find the time when the dolls aren't looking their way and then run across. But as the final source of trouble in this store, there's also a vicious cat roaming the aisles that takes pleasure in tearing toys to shreds. So, to recap, the team needs to retrieve the key, slip past the Chucky dolls, and maneuver their way past the cat without getting eaten or seen. And Bo's plan to outsmart this treacherous terrain is to retrieve the key to open the cabinet, and then fetch an Evel Knievel knockoff toy that will allow them to jump across the aisle from the shelves above, land on the cabinet, and then use the key to open it up and rescue Forkface. What? What group of paste-eating preschoolers wrote this tumorous sludge? None of this makes any sense at all. Why do you need an Evel Knievel toy to jump across the aisle? Why would you ever choose to use that plan? Hey, Galaxy Brain, where are those Chucky dolls looking? Straight across. They're not looking down. Jumping across the aisle would put you in the direct line of sight of the dolls, instantly exposing your plan. If you simply run across the aisle and jump up onto the ledge right here, you can reach the cabinet door in seconds. But the cat would eat them. No, shut up, you broken crayon. No, it would not. The cat is not omniscient. It can't look everywhere at once. All you have to do is simply send one toy to distract the cat, or literally just wait until it's not looking at you, and then run across the aisle. That's all you had to do, as proven by the fact that upon seeing that Bonnie is in the antique shop, Woody instinctively, fearlessly runs across the aisle, and it works flawlessly. The only thing that stopped him from getting inside was not having the key in his possession. There is absolutely no reason to execute this moronic and overly convoluted plan. Just get the key, distract the cat, and run across the aisle. Game over! And what's absolutely hilarious is that the one necessary part of your plan was the one part you had absolutely no idea how to accomplish, getting the key. What is this plan? Who wrote this? This movie is full of baloney. Oh, and let's not gloss over the fact that Buzz abandons Woody when he charges headfirst into the lion's den in danger of being spotted by both the Chucky dolls and the cat. No, absolutely not. Buzz Lightyear leapt onto Scud when he was about to eat Woody without a second of hesitation. And then again in Toy Story 2. And again. And again. And yet all of a sudden in this scene he shows absolutely no compunctions about potentially condemning Woody to his death. This movie is full of baloney. Get out of here, you brain-dead writers. And let's also not gloss over the fact that Woody charging toward the cabinet and Buzz abandoning Woody to go key hunting with the Looney Tunes and Weeble Wobble only happens because Bonnie just so happens to wander into the antique store at this exact moment. Again, more luck, luck. It's everywhere in this film. All the time, in every scene. But not only that, they turn around and leave less than a minute after entering the store store in the first place? Why did you even come here? What was the point? You couldn't possibly have gotten further than the entrance area. You didn't look around at anything. You just walked in and then walked right back out again. Why did you even come here in the first place? And please don't try to tell me that, oh, well, her mom probably wanted to show Bonnie the antique store, but then Bonnie got bored and then she wanted to leave. Because if you believe that to be a satisfactory defense, then I'd like to remind you that there is a carnival outside. Given how we've seen Bonnie act throughout this series, there is no way this child got further than 5 steps into the carnival without stopping dead in her tracks wanting to play one of the games or go on one of the rides. This whole movie is full of baloney. You don't know what you're doing with the script. Also, please notice how Bonnie has her backpack when she enters the store and then suddenly doesn't have her backpack as they leave the store. Please remember this for later. So Woody tries to open the cabinet door and we get to eavesdrop in on Forkface's conversation with Annabelle.
Woody just sits in the closet with no playtime?
Yeah, he told me himself. He's useless.
No, shut up! That is not what happened in the beginning of this film. How many times do we have to go over this? Woody was only in there for 3 out of the 7 days in a week. The only reason they were all in the closet was because of a house cleaning and no playtime?
What? What are you talking about?
She literally played with Woody in this movie. You were right next to him when Bonnie played with him. Stop lying about the events of this movie in order to reframe them to neatly fit the nonsensical narrative that you're trying to push onto the audience. So Bo gets mad at Woody for running across the aisle and going against her brain-dead plan, but then surprise! The Chucky doll spotted Woody. Wait, what? How did they spot him? He's completely obscured from their field of vision down here. How did they see him? And if they did see him, then why did they wait so long to actually jump down and attack them? And why did they not jump down from 2 opposite sides so they could actually surround Woody and Bo? Then this happens. Whoa, buddy, you are dead. You are super dead. You are a porcelain doll that was just yeeted across the room and smashed into the floor. You are now a million tiny porcelain pieces. You did not sustain 0 damage from that. She's totally fine and gets right back up like nothing happened. What the So then the Chucky duo kidnaps Woody and starts waddling off to perform surgery on his voice box, but then Bo comes to the rescue to knock one of them down. Why were neither of you keeping guard of Bo Peep? Why did neither of you think that it was a good idea to watch over her in case she somehow wasn't smashed to pieces and got back up again? Remember how Lotso had every square inch of Sunnyside covered with guards of some kind? Be them patrols roaming the halls or stationary watchmen with spotlights? Or a monkey with access to the entire security system? Yeah, well, these guys are just wobbling around like confused penguins with tunnel vision. And I swear in the name of the monkey, if you try to tell me they're ventriloquist dummies, they're supposed to be stupid, then excuse me while I smash my head into a brick wall in response. How far can I push that principle until it breaks? How stupid does a villain or group of enemies have to be before you finally say, okay, maybe they could be a little smarter than this? What if it's literally a room full of drooling toddlers? What if these are the villains for a movie? Will you finally say, okay, these are really stupid villains. We should probably rewrite this so the villains are actually smart so our heroes can actually have an intimidating threat to try to conquer? Why would you ever advocate for a brain-dead villain who consistently makes the stupidest possible decisions and obviously poses no threat to the heroes when you could instead craft a villain or a team of enemies that is so forced to be reckoned with in terms of their raw intelligence and capabilities? Good grief. Okay, on with the action scene. Chucky doesn't notice that his friend just got dunked on, so he keeps running forward with Woody and then the sheep eat its ass.
I can't say.
No, really, that's not a joke. I'm not lying to you here. The sheep leap forward and bite down on his butt in an attempt to get him to drop Woody. And then Bo throws her staff at a row of croquet sticks, which fall just in time to cause Chucky to fall over and drop Woody onto a random telephone that just so happened to be in the way, thus causing him to fall on the buttons and make this noise. Thus drawing the attention of a nearby shopper. Sure, random telephone on the floor. Why not? Not like this should be on a shelf or anything like that. Sure, why not pepper some more luck into the mix? So Woody thinks quickly enough to pass himself off as a part of the telephone while Bo and Chucky hide in the shadows waiting for round 2, but then oh no, the sheep haven't let go of Chucky's butt yet, and so he runs off with the sheep still in tow. And by the time the shopper runs past so Bo can give chase, they've already mysteriously disappeared into thin air. I don't know how in the world they could have possibly gotten away so quickly when we've already seen that Bo can run way faster than Chucky and easily catch up to him, but more importantly, why are the sheep still holding onto its butt? The whole reason they grabbed on in the first place was because they were trying to get him to let go of Woody, but he already let go of him like an hour ago. There was no reason to still bite down on his butt. Let go, drop down, retreat, and then carry on with the rest of the plan. What are you barnyard animals doing? Let go! Or alternatively, just have Bo command them to let go. Oh wait, never mind. That'd be silly. I mean, it's not like she could just tell them to let go of Chucky and then instantly resolve the conflict. Because that would be really silly if that were the case. Moving on, Bo gets mad at Woody for not listening to her again now that her Sheba decided to keep eating its ass.
I can't say.
And even after Woody profusely apologizes for doing something that literally would have worked if they had the key, she snaps at him and demands that he stay out of her way and that she's getting her sheep back. Bo, listen to me. You porcelain prick. You never told Woody about the key. Yeah, remember that bit I told you about how they need a key to unlock the cabinet door? That wasn't something that was ever communicated to Woody. That was something that I told you so you can fully understand how broken this plan is. But Bo never told Woody that they needed a key to get into the cabinet. All she told him was that the aisle was guarded by the Chucky dolls and a cat, and that she wanted to jump across the shelves to get to the cabinet. With the information Woody had, it was a perfectly reasonable decision to run across the aisle to try to get Forkface. Not to mention the fact that the plan you want to employ makes absolutely no sense and would only put you in even more danger due to it placing you directly in the line of sight of the Chucky dolls. Not to mention the fact that the only reason the doll has your sheep right now is because they refuse to let go of its butt. You are in absolutely no position to reprimand Woody for this right now. Get off your tiny little soapbox.
Giggle knows what to do.
No, she doesn't. We see in the very next scene that she has absolutely no plan for how to get that key. She states that their objective is to
get that key,
but she doesn't actually offer a plan for how to get it. Neither of you have any idea what you're doing right now. In fact, at this moment, the only one of you that's had the most amount of success in trying to rescue Forkface has been Woody. Weeble clearly doesn't know what to do, or else she would have offered an alternate solution when the Looney Tunes suggested brutally assaulting the poor shopkeeper as a potential plan for getting the key. No, I'm not kidding, by the way. There's a solid minute and a half of screen time that is entirely dedicated to listening to Daffy and Bugs regale increasingly disturbing methods for how to get that key, all of which involve a brutal ending for the shopkeeper. Moving on, Chucky tells Annabelle that Woody has returned to the antique store in search of Forkface, and so she prepares to use him to lure Woody right into a trap. Question: if you want Woody to ultimately get into your cabinet and retrieve Forkface so you can corner him and steal his voice box, then what's the point of even having the dolls guarding the area in the first place? Whatever, stay tuned for a few scenes from now to see the results of this gripping drama. Then we cut back to Bo leading Woody somewhere, and upon asking her what they're doing,
just stand there and be quiet.
Jesus Christ, you heartless...
I can't say.
All he did was ask you a simple question of, what are we doing? And all you could do in response was aggressively tell him to shut up and stand by doing nothing? Actually, what is wrong with you? Woody is doing everything in his power to help you right now, and this is how you treat him? Good lord, maybe it's for the best that you left Woody when you did. I mean, clearly you have no respect for him whatsoever anymore. God, could you imagine if Woody had to spend the rest of his life with her? That'd be awful.
I'll do the talking.
Ah, yes, because you have such a way with words. Tin Toy lets him into the pinball machine, and upon asking her if Woody is her friend, she says,
My friend? No. He's my accessory.
Seriously, heartless twit. Actually a terrible, compassionless person with no respect for anybody. We then see the other half of the bisected zebra that the cat ripped apart earlier, and it's a joke.
Hey, Doug. Saw your better half at the front of the store.
Yeah, you mess with the cat, you get the claws.
Okay, first of all, I don't know how in the world you managed to crawl your top half away from the cat in time without it also eating your head, but second of all, really guys? You think this is funny? This is literally a toy who was torn in half by a vicious cat who you just established not 5 minutes ago as being a massive threat that you needed to account for. Hey, remember in the first movie when we went to Sid's room and it was a collection of mutilated abomination toys that came to be as a result of Sid mixing and matching different toy parts? Remember how that was treated as a truly horrifying and terrifying thing because it was literally a case of ripping body parts from the toys and reattaching them to other toys? Like, you could actually be convinced that this was a horror movie kind of scary? Yeah, well, not anymore. Now toy mutilation is a funny haha. Please laugh. Buzz off, you stupid movie. Also, how does Bo even know any of these toys? We learn in Lamplife that she spent her entire time in the antique store glued to a stationary position. When in the world did she get the chance to meet the pinball machine toys? What? Now it's time to meet yet another new character. John Wick. Yep. Another new character. Not like we've already been introduced to a truckload of new toys or anything like that. But wait, look at all the new toys they introduced in Toy Story 3. You don't have a problem with that, do you? No, shut up. That is a blatant false equivalency and you are lying if you say otherwise. Toy Story 3 did not have to sideline the entirety of the original cast in order to shine a light on their new characters. They maintained the family dynamic from the first two movies and still managed to make you care about all the new characters in spite of it. But in this movie, they have to lock all the toys we actually care about into the RV to make you go into character withdrawal, and then shove new characters onto the screen to satisfy your itch. Oh, and one other thing, this toy is absolutely useless to this film. There is absolutely nothing they do throughout the movie that could not have been easily accomplished in his absence. And no, using him to jump the aisle does not count because that is the most brain-dead plan for reaching the cabinet you could have ever come up with, as I discussed earlier. This does nothing but put them in unnecessary danger. There is no reason to make this jump. Just distract the cat and then stack on top of each other like you already planned to do in Toy Story of Terror.
I'll go get Woody. Together we'll be able to reach the handle.
There's a blatantly obvious path to success that the characters are choosing to completely ignore just to drag out this film even more. Hey, remember this scene from Phineas and Ferb?
There must be some trick to opening this case. A latch or some way to twist it or
we could hit it with a rock.
Yeah, that works.
No, the other one.
We have to figure out how to activate it.
Or we could hit it with a rock.
No, the other one.
How many jelly beans in the jar? So the base of the jar is pi times radius squared.
Pi?
Oh, for crying out loud! There, 0.
Okay, technically, that is correct. But you did not show your work.
I will in about 20 minutes.
Well, what do you know? The characters are faced with a problem they need to overcome, someone suggests a ridiculously overcomplicated strategy, and then someone else points out an infinitely easier instant win plan they could use instead and instantly solve the puzzle. Phineas and Ferb did this better in 2010 and 2012 than a $200 million Pixar film released in 2019. Awesome. Why does Buford Van Stom have a better understanding of problem-solving skills than Bo Peep? But as if that wasn't bad enough, there's one more aspect of John Wick's character that we haven't gone over yet. He once had a kid named Mijon who saw his commercial on TV and wanted the toy for himself, only to realize that it was all a load of hooey and the toy can't actually make the jumps that the ads claim that he can. And as a result of the kid making this discovery, he throws John Wick away because of the false advertising and winds up giving him PTSD for the rest of his life anytime anyone ever mentions the word kid.
Please, Mr. Caboom, this is really important. My kid...
You have a kid?
Oh, hey, Duke. Show us some more poses. What do you say?
I had a kid.
Oh, no.
And this is how this struggle is portrayed by this writing team.
Okay. Calm down, Duke. That was a long time ago.
Cooley, you frosty gremlin, buzz off. Stop doing this. Stop trampling all over the original trilogy with every scene you cobble together. Remember 3 hours ago when I went over how heartbreakingly wonderful Jessie's backstory is? Remember in Toy Story 3 when Chuckles tells the tale of how Lotso's worldview became warped after being accidentally left behind and subsequently replaced? Which is a situation disturbingly similar to what may have wound up happening to Woody?
Woody could have been in that same situation. He could have gotten lost and come back and found a new Woody. You know, we like to think that Lotso and Woody are very alike in a lot of ways, but at this moment, Lotso makes a bad choice.
You know how these scenes are handled with nothing but professionalism and maturity in regards to the subject matter of abandonment and growing up? Or perhaps coming to terms with being another cog in a machine? You know how every single element in this scene works to elicit a sad and emotional reaction from the audience because the writers understood total consistency and emotional intelligence? Yeah? Well, not anymore! Now we need to all stop and have a laugh at the funny Keanu Reeves toy undergoing significant PTSD instead of encouraging the audience to empathize with him in any meaningful way. And the sad part is that it works. Listen to this garbage.
Mijon was so excited when he got me after Christmas. It was the happiest Boxing Day of my life.
The audiences fell for this. The writers had them wrapped around their little finger despite the fact that the subject of abandonment should not be handled with this jovial attitude that Josh Cooley really loves to employ in regards to extremely serious topics. This character is terrible from every conceivable aspect, both in terms of how he spits on previous characters' backstories and in terms of how he impacts the plot of this film. But because he's voiced by Keanu Reeves, that's all it takes for people to lose their minds over him. And while we're at it, it's the same thing for the Looney Tunes. Pixar got a legendary comedic duo to voice their characters, and that's all it takes for people to eat this schlop up. Just get immensely talented voice actors to carry your script for you whenever you fail to write something that can survive on its own. Works every single time. But as if all that wasn't bad enough, this scene isn't over yet, because Bo still has to formally request his help before they can get on with the plot. As is standard procedure with lengthy strings of nonsense in the script, I'll run you through the whole scene, and then I'll tell you why none of it makes any sense. Bo Peep tells Neo that she needs his help because Annabelle has fork face in her sheep, to which Neo empathetically says,
No. Billy, Goat, and Gruff? Those are my girls.
He then asks her why she was getting tangled up with Annabelle in the first place, to which she says that some toy thought it would be a good idea to wander into the aisle, leading to Neo talking about how it doesn't make any sense to do that, and that the best route to the cabinet is behind the shelves, and that the toy who wandered into the aisle is a complete idiot for doing that. What the
I can't say.
Who wrote this garbage? Where do I even begin? Okay, first, you know the names of her sheep? How? Literally how? How would you know their names at all? You've been in the pinball machine this whole time, which we know since this is where Bo knew to find him despite not being in the antique store for a long time, and we also know that Bo never left her lamp while she was here. She was literally glued down until she broke out and escaped the store. When did you ever get the chance to meet him, let alone introduce your sheep to him? Also, really? You expect me to believe that Bo would consciously tell the names of her sheep to Neo, but would only mention them in passing around Woody? Are you kidding me? What bird brain on the writing team came up with that? Also, remember earlier when I said they were going to use the fact that Woody doesn't know the names of her sheep to try to make him look even worse because the people who wrote this movie actively hate these characters? Yeah, well, here's the payoff for all those setups that I established earlier. Second, listen to this dialogue. And I mean really listen to it. Think really hard about what these characters are saying.
What were you doing getting tangled up with Gabby?
Some toy thought it would be a good idea to wander into the aisle.
That answer doesn't make any sense. You were already entangled with Annabelle from the minute she kidnapped Forkface for use as a hostage. It has absolutely nothing to do with Woody walking into the aisle. He was already on her radar. You just wanted an excuse to belittle Woody for doing what he did. Again. And as a gentle reminder, him wandering into the aisle to get to the cabinet would have worked flawlessly if you guys had the key, which was the only piece of information about this plan you didn't tell him and that he therefore could not have possibly accounted for in his decision-making process. But you just completely ignore all that context because you are a condescending
I can't say.
Third, Johnny Silverhand says that
the best route is behind the shelf.
By which he means that they need to navigate behind the shelves in order to reach the jump point, which doesn't make any sense at all because it literally doesn't matter what route you take to reach that jump when you're going to end up in the field of vision of the dummies no matter what. This conversation is bleeding out as we're talking about it. Nothing the characters are saying is running with any amount of logic whatsoever. Who wrote this cognitive diarrhea? Bo gives Johnny a motivational speech and instantly converts him from feeling the big sad to feeling happy through the power of words, while Woody stands around like a useless plank of wood because Bo Peep is so awesome and Woody sucks at everything and is... well, I'll just let the film describe him.
He's useless.
As if we needed any further confirmation as to what these writers' motivations were when they were making this stupid movie. To actively destroy the heroes of the original trilogy no matter what it takes come hell or high water. Woody would not just stand around here doing nothing. He was the leader of the original trilogy. He was a problem solver. He led the toys. He wouldn't just twiddle his thumbs while Bo does all the work. What are you people doing to these characters? So then Buzz and the gang join up with Woody and Bo in the pinball machine and it is revealed that they have successfully obtained the key. How do they do this, you may ask? Oh my god, again, we're doing it again, How many times are you just gonna make these characters continually get lucky over and over again? Pixar literally has a poster of storytelling rules, one of which explicitly states that coincidences that get characters out of trouble is cheating, and yet here you are shoving the characters from point to point through nothing but pure contrivance and coincidence with absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever.
We didn't know how they do it, and we knew it had to be fast and funny, and this was fast and funny.
That means you need to rewrite your script, you chuckleheads. If you have written your characters into a situation where you literally cannot think of a way for them to accomplish their mission, then you need to rewind a bit and rework the story to a point where you can come up with a reasonable solution to the problem. You don't just cheat your way out of it by having the shopkeeper conveniently place the key right in front of the characters who need it at that exact moment they needed it. Whatever, moving on. Okay, now it's time to set the plan in motion. They stealthily move beneath the shelves and then Woody and Bo climb up to a film projector and use the reel inside it to lift up Ted's launcher and... What are you doing? Just walk across the aisle to the cabinet. This is pointless. Watch this scene again. Bo looks at the Chucky doll, waits for it to turn its head, and then walks out of cover. She fully understands the concept of stealthily navigating the aisle, and yet still wants to commit to the most unstealthy and obvious stunt you could possibly imagine. This is absolutely ridiculous. Wait a minute. Show me that shot again. What? There are no Chucky dolls on this side of the cabinet. Look at this. There's one on this corner and one on this corner, but nobody guarding this entire side of the cabinet. Why do you not have anybody guarding the side of the cabinet that has the entrance doors on it? And wait a minute, if the shopkeeper is distracted by a customer and there's nobody actually guarding the side of the cabinet, then you don't need to do the jump! Literally just walk across the aisle, form a tower of toys, open the door, get Forkface, and then leave! Woody already did that earlier when there was a doll guarding the area and almost got away with it. You are guaranteed a win if you run across right now. You don't need Ted! And if you absolutely want to include him in your script so you can plaster Keanu Reeves all over the marketing, then just have him distract the cat since we learn later that said cat is clearly incapable of keeping up with him. You don't need to do this incredibly risky jump. This is all pointless. What are you doing? Who wrote this? What is happening to the script?
You're always trying to boil down to the essentials in the writing.
I guess that little lesson never got passed on to this writing team. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Bo tells Woody that she didn't want to sit around on the shelf waiting for her life to happen, so she left. And that she'll be hitching a ride with the traveling carnival and going off to see the world after she collects the XP for finishing the Forkface side quest. Then we get the shot that seems to have been specifically crafted for use in the trailer so that Pixar can flex their muscles a bit more. Except that this gorgeous shot doesn't make any sense because it lasts for literally less than a minute and then the store magically goes back to the way that it was beforehand.
It's just the ceiling of an antique store, but it had to be this beautiful, magical thing. It was that right time of day when the light hits the chandeliers.
Magic hour.
Yeah, the crazy thing about Magic Hour is that it lasts for a little bit more than just a few seconds. The sun literally popped into position for less than a minute and then all of a sudden the pretty lights are gone.
I can't say.
And now it's time to begin what may very well be the single worst scene in the entire film. I hesitate to call it the worst overall so long as the ending exists, but it's definitely the worst action scene. We are gonna have to go through this insanity in slow motion because there's hardly a second of screen time where something isn't broken in this scene. Let's break this trash down. The scene begins with Woody and, Johnny Utah barreling towards a ramp, but then...
It's a commercial. It's not real.
Oh, for Pete's sake, stop it! This is all just one big joke to you! You have no respect for the previous movies. You gave this Evel Knievel knockoff an emotionally scarring backstory just like Jessie and Lotso had, and then played it up for laughs because you hate this series with every fiber of your being. Just admit it already. If you had the chance to remake those movies, you'd make Jessie's backstory out to be a hilarious event in her life and portray her chronic claustrophobia and fear of abandonment as funny jokes and you wouldn't even think twice about it. But it doesn't even matter because Utah perfectly makes the jump anyway and Woody successfully grabs onto the handle of the cabinet while Johnny crashes to the floor and drives away to distract the cat. Meaning that you literally could have just had him do this in the first place and then sent Woody to climb up to the cabinet and absolutely nothing would have changed in the slightest. But you had to get that cool trailer shot in there, didn't you? Okay, so then Bo ziplines across to join Woody and then climb inside to retrieve Forkface. Meanwhile, outside, Weeble Wobble jumps onto Buzz's shoulder and lets him know that the Ducky dolls have disappeared from on top of the cabinet and it is revealed that they actually teleported behind Buzz in the Looney Tunes. How? How did you do that? Why does everybody keep teleporting all over the place in this movie? How did the dummies climb down off the cabinet, walk through the aisle, and then climb up behind Buzz without Weeble noticing them? How could she possibly not have seen that? Her entire job was to stand up here and be a lookout. She had one job and she failed colossally. Why did it take you this long to bounce back to relay the incredibly urgent message that the dummies had disappeared? And actually, how didn't Buzz see the dummies climb down? He was looking straight ahead prior to this point. How did none of you see them climb down from the cabinet? How did you climb up here so quickly? Back inside the cabinet, Annabelle and the Chucky dolls appear out of nowhere and corner Woody and Bo Peep. And so, seeing that he's in trouble, Buzz dispatches the two dolls effortlessly and then quickly grabs a string and pulls back to yank Woody out of there and... Wait a minute. Who was holding onto the string as an anchor when you were all captured by the dummies? They had hold of all of you and none of you were holding onto the string, so who was making sure this thing didn't roll off the platform? Whatever. Buzz pulls Woody out of the cabinet while Annabelle simultaneously grabs hold of Woody's pull string, which then causes his voice box to play a line, which then causes the cat to turn its attention away from Johnny Utah and onto Woody, which ultimately results in Buzz engaging in a tug-of-war battle with Annabelle and the Chucky doll while Woody dangles over a highly dangerous cat. I cannot understate how much is wrong with just this one shot. First of all, pay attention to Bo Peep throughout this scene. In this shot, Bo is standing back to back with Woody surrounded by the dolls, and in the very next shot of the cabinet, she disappears into thin air. Where did you go? What happened to you? Did you also gain magical teleportation skills? Why does everyone keep teleporting in this movie? If you didn't disappear from the scene, Annabelle would have immediately lost. So the writers knew they had to get her out of the shot, but they couldn't think of a reasonable way for that to happen, so they just said screw it and just deleted her from the scene. This movie is full of baloney. Second, the cat notices Woody's voice box talking, but not the humans. Seriously? The shopkeeper and customers don't hear this? Even if you think they wouldn't hear Woody, you are never in a million years gonna get me to believe that they wouldn't hear the cat freaking out when last she saw it, the cat was sound asleep. This movie is full of baloney. Third, this is not how pull strings work. Woody's voice box would not be saying any lines because the sound will only play once the string is released and the tension built up turns the disc to play the sound. And this is clearly something the writers are aware of, for once, because in every other instance throughout this movie that a pull string is pulled, the voice line does not play until the string is released. But because you couldn't think of a way to reasonably interweave the cat with the main action, you just threw your hands up into the air and said, I don't know, his voice box plays a line, I guess. Which doesn't make any sense at all and makes even less sense that the voice box would continually play multiple lines while the string is extended.
You're my favorite deputy. Somebody's poisoned the water. I'd like to join you for the sky.
And the reason why this is so important is because his voice box playing a line is the only reason why the cat notices he's there at all and enters the battlefield. A cat which proves to be a monumental player in the battle that's about to ensue. This movie is full of baloney. Fourth, the dummy wins this battle of tug of war? How? Literally how is a ventriloquist dummy who barely has any control of his limbs stronger than Space Ranger action figure Buzz Lightyear? Look at this. The stupid dummy pulls in Woody and causes Buzz to drop to his knees all by himself. How in the name of eating utensils did you win this? And where in the world is Bo right now? Oh wait, there she is. Wait a minute, what the heck were you doing back there around the corner? Woody was literally about to have his voice box ripped out of him. What were you doing? Oh, please tell me you were trying to find your sheep. Please tell me that you care more about the sheep that are literally dangling from Chucky's rear end than Woody, who is currently about to lose his voice box. Please tell me that's what you were doing. I dare you. You should have been right here from the beginning fighting off the dummies. You were right there, but then the writers cheated again by teleporting you out of the shot only to bring you right back into the battle anyway. This movie is full of baloney. Anyway, Bo effortlessly dispatches Annabelle and Chucky and finds her sheep, and then she...
Girls! Drop it.
What? Are you kidding me? You could have done this the whole time. This is literally all it took. All you had to do was literally just tell your sheep to drop it, and they'd have been released from the grasp of the dummies immediately? Then why didn't you do that earlier? You had the audacity to sit there and chew out Woody for doing this sensible thing just because he chose not to adhere to your brain-dead plan, when all along all you had to do was say 2 words and immediately free your sheep. You are a terrible person. You're either too stupid to realize what you've done, or you're too much of a heartless monster to care. But wait, we're not done yet, because another Chucky doll teleports into the scene behind Woody, and the altercation causes him to knock Forkface out of the cabinet and onto the floor below, where he instantly becomes prime real estate for the cat's dinner. And where is Keanu Reeves? What is he doing right now? You're supposed to be distracting the cat. That's your one job. What are you doing? The whole point of this mission was to rescue the spork and the sheep, and one of those 2 toys is about to become cat chow if you don't do something about it. But then, Bo says that they need to go and jumps onto the zipline literally less than a second before Woody grabs the string and pulls it taut. Watch this shot again in slow motion. Bo had no way of knowing what Woody was going to do. If he didn't grab this string to pull it taut at that exact moment, Bo would have plummeted to her death and shattered to porcelain pieces. Quite the ballsy move, Bo. Good lord. Also, Bo tells Woody that it's time to go despite the fact that Forkface is in mortal danger. They are in this situation right now because she agreed to help Woody rescue this spork. He is the catalyst of all of this. He is the reason you are here right now. And you are more than willing to completely abandon him in spite of all of that, which, while I can't exactly say is out of character for this new version of Bo, it is very indicative of the fact that Bo's interests do not align with Woody to even a minor degree. She was there to get her sheep and get out. She didn't care about Forkface in the slightest. Absolute
I can't say.
But fear not, everyone, because while Woody's competence may have been obliterated by this movie, his undying loyalty to his friends in the face of danger has not been. And so he fearlessly jumps down from his cabinet to rescue Forkface and aims for the cat? Why did you aim for the cat? Why did you do this in the way that you did? Here's a thought. Tell Buzz what you're gonna do so he and Bo can brace for the sudden shift and wait, jump down, grab the stupid spork, and then have him yank you away to safety. Kinda like what you did in the opening scene of the movie. You chose the stupidest possible way to do this, and as a result, Bo loses her grip and starts falling towards the ground, but before she dies, she grabs a hold of the string to secure herself, but oh no! She loses hold of her sheep and they start careening towards the floor, and so they die. Oh wait, no they don't? But what? Do you people understand what these toys are made out of? Do you understand how fragile porcelain is? Bo Peep was kept out of Toy Story 3 for this very reason, because if you gave a porcelain doll to a rampaging caterpillar room toddler, or if you had her undergo this landfill scene, then she'd have died about 17 times. The official Bo Peep toy, which has the certificate of authenticity from Pixar, looks just like a porcelain doll, but isn't actually one because any child that had an actual Bo Peep doll made of porcelain would have broken her within the first hour of owning it. There's no other way to say this. You're dead. You are dead. You're like super dead. You cracked the instant you hit the ledge and then shattered to pieces when you hit the floor. You did not lose a single toe and then land safely on the ground like nothing happened. How do you keep not dying?
How many times do I have to kill you, boy?
So then Woody tries to wrangle the cat, which only leads to him tumbling backward and pulling all the other toys down into the danger zone with him. But as it happens, Buzz safely lands on Bonnie's backpack? How is Bonnie's backpack here? How did this happen? You were in the store for less than a minute. Why did you take off your backpack? It's not damaged. The straps are perfectly fine and you were holding onto said straps, so it definitely didn't accidentally fall off. So that means you must have consciously chosen to take off your backpack. Why? You came in here and then immediately left. Why did you do that? Were you trying to get a second date with the antique store? When did you find the time to do this? How did you even make it out of the antique store like this? How did your mom not notice that you didn't have your backpack on, especially when A, you were holding your mom's hand both when you entered the store and when you left the store, but you could not have possibly taken off the backpack without letting go of her hand, and there's absolutely no way the mom wouldn't have noticed you let go of her hand. And B,
don't forget your backpack, don't forget your backpack, don't forget your backpack.
And wait a minute, she never even made it to this part of the antique store. They were at the same spot they were at when Bonnie Bonnie first entered the store earlier in the film, in front of the glass cabinet, and Bonnie never came anywhere near them. They walked in and then walked right back out again. But in order for this backpack to have gotten here, she would have had to also walk all the way over here to drop it off. That doesn't make any sense because we literally saw them the entire time and they never came over here. And I'd like to remind you all that the only reason she even had a backpack to drop off in the store in the first place is because Bonnie randomly decided to put it on during a quick search outside the RV, despite the fact that she didn't have it on when she walked out the door. What is happening in the script? Who wrote this? What is going on anymore? Then the stupid cat gets distracted by Weeble Wobble. Woody, what are you still doing on the cat's back? Look at him. He's literally just lying limp on the cat's back doing absolutely nothing. The cat is distracted by Weeble. Grab Fourface while you have the chance. What are you doing? Grab Fourface and then try to wrangle the cat so that it doesn't get... Exactly! Anyway, she's dead since there's no way the cat didn't swallow that tiny little thing immediately. And then Annabelle finally wakes up again and sends every single Chucky doll to corner Woody and prevent him from leaving while the cat just runs around in a circle and nobody else is doing anything to help. Why isn't Buzz helping Woody? How many times do I have to keep reminding you useless sandbags about these scenes in the original trilogy? Buzz would not sit around while Woody was in danger. But it's not just him this time. Nobody's doing anything to help here. They are literally standing on the sidelines of the battlefield doing diddly squat. Just standing around like useless potatoes. What are you doing? How are none of the customers seeing this? How does the shopkeeper not hear this calamity? Then Bo orders everyone to grab onto the string, thus forming a conga line of idiots that Jack Traven leads in a wild chase out of the store, and then they leave Forkface behind? Are you kidding me? You idiots had one mission. One. Rescue the Spork. And you couldn't even do that. This is like navigating the temple in Raiders of the Lost Ark and then leaving before taking the idol. Not a single one of you thought to grab Forkface before you escaped the antique store? Really? So then Bo pulls out a dresser to take down the Chucky dolls, and Jack leads everyone out the store up a plank of wood that just so happened to be placed at the perfect angle to serve as a ramp out of the store through a single pane of glass that just happens to be missing. There's not only one singular pane of glass that's just missing for some reason, but also a ramp that conveniently leads directly up to it. What is this script? Nothing runs with any cause and effect. It's all just a never-ending string of characters getting incredibly lucky every second that they're on screen. And then the cat vomits up Weeble? How did you not swallow this thing instantly? How are you this active despite presumably choking on the damn thing? And then the cat just gives up? Why? Up until 2 seconds ago, you were dead set on eating every single one of these toys, but now you're just gonna shrink back into the store? Why? What is happening right now? Who wrote this? What was this scene? What did I just watch? Nothing that happened throughout that entire sequence made even a little bit of sense, and I am absolutely astonished that nobody at Pixar saw any problems with even a single one of those things before signing off on the script. How did this happen? This stupid script! Oh my god. Okay, so then Woody turns to ask if everyone's alright, and everyone is, so he immediately says that they can still get Forkface out of there before they lock him up again if they hurry, because Woody's loyalty and resolve is unbreakable no matter the odds he's up against. But absolutely nobody else shares his determination, including Buzz. Buzz Lightyear does not side with Woody in his determination to rescue the spork that he should know full well means the world to Bonnie. But you see, Buzz actually has a reason why he doesn't think they should go back inside right now. And it goes like this. He saw Bonnie's backpack in the antique store, and so long as that backpack is in the antique store, Bonnie has to go back to get it, so they still have time to think of a more detailed plan rather than rushing in blindly. Now that sounds like solid logic, until you think about it for 5 seconds and then you realize that it doesn't matter at all. Buzz, the issue is not that Woody is afraid that they're running out of time before Bonnie leaves. The issue is that they have a much better shot at getting Forkface out of there if he's not locked in the cabinet, so they need to move fast before they get the chance to do so. Pointing out that Bonnie's backpack is still in the antique store doesn't address that issue at all. Also, it doesn't even hold as isolated basic logic anyway. Bonnie could very easily forget her backpack, as evidenced by earlier scenes in the film, and her forgetful nature in general, and the fact that she entered the store midday and it is now nighttime and she still hasn't realized that her backpack is missing should probably tell you something about the likelihood of her remembering it. Also, the presence of that backpack in the store doesn't make rescuing Forkface any easier. In fact, it makes it even harder because if your plan is to return to the antique store in the RV when they realize the backpack is missing, which you confirm to be the case shortly after this scene, then you now have even more people in that store to try to sneak around in an extremely limited time window to get into the cabinet and get Forkface out of there, all of which has to be done without any of the humans seeing you despite the backpack being right next to the cabinet. Not that this film cares about toys not being seen by humans given how fast and loose they've been throughout the entire runtime, but you get my point. This is a ridiculous plan that doesn't account for the situation at all. This movie is full of baloney. But for as stupid as Buzz bringing this up is, the next conversation makes even less sense. Bo tells Woody that
nobody wants this
because she's a heartless monster. Look, I don't like this spork. In fact, I hate everything about him. I don't know if you could tell. But that doesn't mean I want to leave him for dead, especially because we can clearly see how important he is to Bonnie. I can at least mildly understand the Looney Tunes and Keanu Reeves not wanting to go back inside, but Buzz agreed to be with Woody for infinity and beyond. And Bo shouldn't be confused by why Woody wants to go back inside given everything she knows about his values and principles. And yet, because the writers don't understand these characters, she is utterly baffled and repeatedly asks him why he wants to rescue Forkface. And his response is,
because.
Why?
Just because.
Which doesn't make any sense because seconds later he says,
Bonnie needs Forky.
So why didn't you just say that in the first place? But then we get this little humdinger of a line.
No, you need Bonnie.
What? What are you talking about? Who wrote that? You aren't making any sense. This isn't because Woody wants to be with Bonnie. It's because Woody wants to reunite Forkface with Bonnie because he sees how much Bonnie misses him. Kinda like that thing that you said in the first movie.
If only you could see how much Andy misses you.
But because the writers fundamentally misunderstand everything about the world and characters they're writing for, they just make Bo contract amnesia about everything they've been through over the years, and then subsequently make her say one of the stupidest things in the entire series. If Woody's motivation was just to be with Bonnie because he needs her so badly, then he could just go run back to the RV right now with Buzz and immediately accomplish that objective. Yet he doesn't do that. He's willing to risk his life to save Forkface because his loyalty always lies with what will make his child happy. But apparently you're too brain dead to understand that because the writers aren't capable of writing characters that are smarter than they are. Then Bo says that there are plenty of kids out there and that it can't be all about the one he's still clinging to, which is inherently a line that makes you want to jump off a roof, but thankfully I don't have to lose it this time because Woody's gonna do it for me.
It's called loyalty. Something a lost toy wouldn't understand.
I swear to God, remember this line. Do not forget this line of dialogue. Burn it into your brain. Woody is all about loyalty. It is his core character trait that above all else, he is loyal to his kid and to his friends and that no toy ever gets left behind. Don't forget this. But the stupidity isn't over yet, because then Bugs says,
Find our own kid.
You're crazy.
Find your own kid? You were literally begging and pleading with Buzz to get you your own kid earlier! Why did it take you this long to realize that because you are literally free now you can go wherever you want and find your own kid anywhere? But then, for the final wave of cognitive sewage, we get one last interaction between Woody and Buzz before this scene ends.
Woody, you did all you could. Time to go home.
Who are you? What happened to the Buzz Lightyear that would never abandon a toy just like Woody taught you to do? Even if you want to stay consistent within this film, what happened to the Buzz Lightyear who just hours ago said,
Woody was right. We all should have been safeguarding the utensil.
You have seen how distraught Bonnie is over this stupid spork. You know how damaging it's going to be to her if you don't get Forkface back to her before you leave. What is this scene? Who wrote this? Now I want you to listen up and listen good because you probably are not going to believe what I'm going to say next. But I assure you, I am not lying to you. I am not kidding you here. The writers are in fact this stupid, and this does in fact actually happen in this moronic movie. Woody climbs back into the antique store because he doesn't leave toys behind, and then, in contemplating whether or not he should follow him inside, Buzz starts pushing the buttons on his chest so they can tell him what to do, and they all tell him to retreat, fall back, and return to Star Command, which Buzz then interprets as his inner voice telling him to go back to the RV, and as a result, Buzz abandons Woody and flees the scene back to the RV, all because his voice box told him to. I cannot understate how monumentally stupid this is. This would never, ever happen. There is no way in the world Buzz would ever leave Woody behind for any reason ever, let alone because a stupid buttons on his chest told him he needs to leave. He didn't abandon him when Scud was about to eat him. He didn't abandon him when Al kidnapped him or at any point between then and the point when Woody was safely back with the group and away from the clutches of the Prospector. And he didn't abandon Woody when he was seconds away from being shredded to pieces. No way in the world are you ever going to get me to believe that Buzz is unwilling to help Woody fight out some stupid Chucky dolls on a cat when he was willing to risk being shredded to pieces when Woody needed his help.
So Buzz here, this is continuing the joke of his inner voice.
No, shut up, stop talking. Someone duct tape your mouth shut. This isn't a joke. This is character assassination. This is you taking everything these characters stood for and tearing them to pieces because you find it funny. You think it's so hilarious to destroy characters that meant the world to kids and adults all around the world without any shred of remorse.
This was a way to get him to go back to the RV so that Woody could be alone with Gabby.
Yeah, because obviously Buzz would never leave Woody, so you had to contrive a nonsensical scenario in which he does and you still failed.
It didn't make sense to have Buzz just chase after Woody. It would have just caused more story problems.
Then that means you need to rewrite your script so you can alleviate those story problems. That doesn't mean you just snap your fingers and contrive nonsensical reasons for characters to do things because you aren't talented enough to write a natural reason for them to happen, and you're either too stupid or too malicious to honor the characters that were established over 25 years ago. Have you ever seen a director slay their intelligence and credibility this publicly and with this much confidence?
Those garbage bags in the background are another example of something that shouldn't be hard, but is.
The characters couldn't interact with them. There's a couple shots where the sheep are touching them, but not really or something.
You know, it's funny, because the animators who made Toy Story 3 managed to make the trash bags work and had characters constantly moving around inside, and that movie came out 9 years ago, so you certainly can't blame technology on this one.
They tried to explain it to me, and I'm like, I don't understand.
I know you don't understand, Cooley. That's the moral of this movie, is you not understanding this world, these stories, or these characters, and doing it all with overinflated and unearned confidence. So now it's time for the final confrontation against Annabelle, and there isn't a single thing about the scene that I don't hate. But you know the drill. I'll run through it all, and then we'll talk about it. Woody opens the curtain and comes face to face with Annabelle and her army of Chucky dolls. She tauntingly tells him that she knew he'd be back, and he responds by saying that she doesn't know him, to which she says that she actually does know him, and she begins to repeat back what Forkface told her earlier in the film, talking about how he was left in the closet feeling useless, and then tries to appeal to his morals by saying that the most noble thing a toy can do is to be there for a kid. And then she proceeds to rattle off his entire life story, recounting all the major moments he spent with Andy, from riding a bike with him, comforting him in times of need, and watching him grow up, and then offering that same level of comfort to Bonnie. She asks Woody if it's as wonderful as it sounds, to which he says that it was, followed by Annabelle saying she'd give anything to be loved the way Woody has been. And as a result of this conversation, Woody agrees to give up his voice box so long as she gives him Forkface. And there it is, the exact moment when I first watched this film and I wanted to strangle something. We are stopping this dead in its tracks because it's finally time to talk about Annabelle as a villain. Let's not mince words here. She is an awful person. She is emotionally manipulative, torturous, and rotten to the core, committing terrible atrocities throughout this film, and yet she is rewarded for her evil actions out of the kindness of Woody's heart. No other Toy Story villain is afforded this level of kindness. Sid ripped toys apart and stitched them back together to create his own abominations, which, while he may not have been aware that he was dealing damage to living beings, it was still causing great amounts of pain and suffering, and he showed no compunctions about destroying his sister's toys and terrifying her in the process. The Prospector held Woody, Jessie, and Bullseye hostage to fulfill his selfish desire to go back to Japan, and was even willing to send Buzz plummeting to his death off the edge of the conveyor belts. And Lotso, aside from being a tyrannical dictator who condemned the toys to eternal torture in the Caterpillar Room and controlling everyone around him with an iron fist, was willing to condemn Woody and the gang to death by incineration even after they saved his life. These people are evil, with corrupted souls who should not be defended under any circumstances. But you know something else about all three of these villains? They got their just desserts. Sid is now traumatized for the rest of his life. This child will never be the same. No level of therapy could ever repair the damage that was done to him in this scene. The Prospector is now doomed to live out the rest of his life under the care of Amy, who draws all over her toys, ultimately giving him his worst nightmare coming true, especially since he believes that the final destination for toys that belong to children is always the dump. And Lotso is now strapped to the front of the dumpster truck, and he'll stay like that forever, his arms and legs permanently stretched out to the sides as bugs permanently fly into his face, and he slowly rots away as the years go by. And now we come to Annabelle, a toy who held Forkface hostage, was willing to, and almost successfully did, rip out Woody's voice box by hand, and utilized emotional manipulation to coerce Woody into capitulating to her desires. And what is the endgame for her actions? The very thing she always wanted, for Woody to give up his voice box. And the only thing that changes about her demeanor is that she goes from demanding Woody give it up to emotionally manipulating him and then saying, "Okay, but like, I really want the voice box though. Please give it to me." No! Throwing Woody's emotional journeys with Andy and Bonnie back in his face and then saying, "I just want to be played with," does not excuse the things you've done throughout this movie. And if your response to that is to say, "But she just wants to be played with, don't you feel bad for her?" Okay, fine. Let's play this game with the other Toy Story villains. All Sid wanted to do was play with his toys the way he wanted to. It's not like he knew they were alive. All the Prospector wanted to do was to be loved and adored by children for generations because he had to sit idly by and watch all the other toys on the dime store shelf be sold. All Lotso wanted was to feel important again. After watching himself get replaced by Daisy, he just wanted a place where he can feel like he mattered, where he would be played with respectfully and lovingly by children. See how easy it is? You can reframe any of their stories in this flowery way if you want to, and that's exactly what this film is trying to do. It's swelling the music and lighting the lights in the exact way they need to emotionally manipulate you into thinking that she's not a terrible person the same way that she's manipulating Woody in this scene, and it's absolutely despicable.
Music here is going into her theme when she was talking to Forky about wanting to be with Harmony. That way we know that this is true what she's saying, and we didn't want the audience in any way to think she was trying to trick him.
The lighting also.
Exactly. She walks into the warm light where he is. Dummies, stay back in the cool light back there, or cool darkness.
No, shut up. Ignore the visual flair and music for a minute and just think about the actions she's taken. She's absolutely horrible. The fact that she has an emotionally scarring backstory doesn't matter at all, because I promise you that saying this person had a traumatic past and therefore all the evil actions they undertake are justified is not a road you want to go down. That is a slippery slope that I can guarantee you do not want to commit yourself to sliding down. And yet she is handed her redemption and rewards on a silver platter. She gets exactly what she wants, and spoiler alert, when it doesn't work, the universe hand delivers her a second chance to achieve her dream. It's like she missed her stop on the elevator, so the universe course corrected to give her more floors to get off at. And she doesn't even say sorry. She doesn't even apologize to Woody for what she's tried to do to him throughout this movie. She never faces any consequences for her actions, nor does she ever admit that she did anything wrong. And the absolute worst part of it is how Woody's decision is characterized. The film portrays his choice to give up his voice box as a noble act, but that is not what is happening here. He was forced into this. He only agrees to give it up because Annabelle emotionally manipulates Woody and coerces him into doing what she wants. It literally doesn't matter if he said yes or no, because whether or not he agreed, she was gonna take his voice box anyway. And as the cherry on top, this is all allowed to happen because Forkface spilled his guts to Annabelle because he's an idiot, and because Woody made the single most ridiculous Freudian slip in the history of toy kind. I told you this is gonna define the climax of this film, and it's absolutely pathetic. It doesn't even make any sense from a motivational perspective for her to want his voice box in the first place. If you need the new part so badly, then why don't you just get on the shopkeeper's computer and order a new one? If you can pull off all this insanity, then there's no way you can't swipe her credit card. If you need it that badly, then why don't you just do that? What was your plan gonna be if Woody never showed up? Also, most toys do not have a voice box, and you need to look no further than Bonnie's toy collection to see that for yourself. Harmony may not need anything more than just a doll to be happy. She may not care whether you can talk or not. Nobody would ever even know that you need a voice box. For all you know, the kid might actually like you better if your voice box is busted.
He's so ugly! I love him!
In fact, had they gone down a route where Woody teaches her that she doesn't need a voice box to be loved by a child, this could have served as a really nice life lesson for the audience about being yourself, about how you don't need to change your appearance or who you are to be loved, that you don't need to try to make yourself better just to get people to like you, that you should want people to accept and love you for who you are, not for who they want you to be. But no. Instead, the writers of this film believe that Annabelle needs to literally replace her voice box just to be accepted. And if you think about this in a different light, such as comparing Gabby's defective voice box to people living with disabilities, it starts to send a much more disgusting message out to the world, which is straight up insulting when Finding Dory is a film in Pixar's catalog that masterfully tackles the topic of characters with disabilities. Dory, Destiny, Hank, and Bailey all have some kind of disability, but none of them let it define them. In fact, their stories all revolve around accomplishing incredible feats even in spite of their disabilities. They didn't need to conceal them or change anything about themselves, compared to Toy Story 4, where the writers want kids to think that if they are born with any kind of a disability, they don't have a chance at being loved unless they find a way to change that. That is the message that the writers want people to take away from this film. And if they didn't intentionally want to send it, then that means they're just too stupid to realize what they've done. And given how they've written Annabelle, I can guarantee you they'll never admit that they did anything wrong. This is absolutely despicable. And when you stack this on top of all the other serious topics that you've handled so immaturely, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. So then we cut back to the RV where Magnum has only just managed to fix the flat tire. Why did it take you an entire day to fix a single flat tire? Why are you not using a jack? Did you not think to bring one in the RV in case this ever happened? Seriously? If you're so incompetent that it takes you all day to fix a flat tire, then why did you not just call roadside assistance? How did it take you all day to change a single tire? Why is everyone in this film so stupid?
Can you change that tire?
Anyway, just as the family's getting ready to leave, Buzz reveals his plan to the other toys, to wait for Bonnie to realize that her backpack is missing and then magically rescue Woody and Forkface once they get there. Somehow. Let's see how well this plan works out for them.
Okay, looks like we have everything. You good, Bonnie?
Yep.
Great. Let's get out of here.
What a surprise. A kindergartner who's known to be forgetful didn't know that her school backpack isn't with her. I'm utterly stunned that this plan failed. I'm just amazed. Gee, it's almost as if your plea to Woody that, but Bonnie's backpack is in there, she has to go back at some point, was a completely useless thing to say. But remember, Buzz is a moron now. Apparently, just...
It was a tough balance to show Woody's story, the story of all these other toys, Bo's story, and all these new toys. There's just a lot of characters in this movie.
What? It's tough to balance. What is this verbal diarrhea? Hey, Bumble Clowns, who was it that put all these new characters into the story again? You did that. You brought this on yourself. You showed a parade of new, useless characters that nobody cares about instead of bringing along the characters we actually have an emotional connection with and writing another adventure with this family of toys. You are complaining that it is a tough balance as if you aren't the director who had complete control over what new toys were and weren't added into the film. Buzz off, you stupid movie. So now that Bonnie has demonstrated appropriate behavior for a 5-year-old child, despite Buzz assuming otherwise for some stupid reason, we need another plan to stop the family from leaving the carnival before they can rescue Woody and Forkface. And I kid you not, nobody has even the slightest idea of what to do next. They all just sit there like useless cabbages while Buzz starts pushing the stupid buttons on his chest again, hoping to tell him what to do.
Buzz, what are you doing?
I'm thinking.
Oh, stop doing this! Buzz doesn't need a stupid inner voice to constantly guide him through the movie. Also, I have a very easy way for you to get them to stay again. Just go send Jessie to pop the tire again. The film has clearly demonstrated this man is useless and it takes him literally an entire day to fix a flat tire. Meaning that if you were to pick up that nail and then use it to pop the tire again, they would be delayed for an entire other day and give you potentially a full 24 hours before you'd be able to fix it. But because Buzz, Jessie, and all the other toys were all too brain dead to figure out what to do next, we instead get a shot of Buzz repeatedly pressing his buttons over and over again, desperately hoping they'll tell him what to do. Every other time throughout the movie, they told him exactly what he needed to hear in every situation, but all of a sudden, none of them are telling him anything useful. Awesome. But then we get the scene that made me do a double take to see if I misheard the dialogue or if the writers were actually this creatively dull. So because Buzz keeps mashing his buttons, it causes Magnum to say,
Honey, will you please shut that toy up?
Oh, now you hear the toy. Really? You hear it over the engine whirring surrounded by an active carnival, but you had absolutely no reaction to it in the middle of nowhere on the open road in the dead of the night when this happened.
It's a secret mission in a charged train. Let's go.
No! Buzz off! Stop it! Stop selectively altering the hearing capabilities of your characters whenever you can't figure out what to do next in your script. But that's not the worst part, because as Pearl picks up Buzz trying to look for an off switch, he is continually mashing his buttons, which results in Magnum telling her to just put Buzz in the cabinet to muffle the noise, culminating in Buzz's galaxy brain plan to say,
Your backpack's in the antique store. Let's go!
Oh no, my backpack!
What? Are you kidding me? How did this happen? The mom doesn't even notice this. How do you not think that's extremely weird? Not 2 seconds ago, you were squabbling over how best to shut Buzz up because you were so sick of hearing him talk. And yet as soon as he says the most important line in the scene, she magically goes deaf? How did she not hear this? And don't try to tell me it's because Buzz was muffled by the cabinet because Bonnie heard him say the line. And she was all the way over here while Pearl was standing directly in front of Buzz. He literally says your backpack is in the antique store, and then Bonnie immediately remembers that her backpack is in the antique store. Are you going to tell me with a straight face that if you heard your daughter's toy say that, and then it ended up being true, that you wouldn't start to think something strange was going on? Not to mention the fact that the quality of Buzz's voice lines is drastically different compared to when he's talking normally and when his voice box is saying a line.
And beyond! Your backpack's in the antique store. Let's go!
Those two lines are back to back in this film and they could not sound any more different. How did Pearl not notice this? Also, they cheat. Again. How many times? In order for Buzz to activate his voice box, he has to press buttons on his chest, meaning that he has to physically move his arm towards his chest. Whenever he's on camera, they show him deliberately waiting for Pearl to turn around so she can't see him do that, which doesn't even make any sense by itself because Buzz doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, so he has no way of knowing whether she's looking at him or not. But putting that aside, watch this shot very closely. Pearl turns her head back toward Bonnie, and then this happens. And when we cut back, she's looking right at him. Stop cheating. Stop being deliberately deceptive with your camera placements to trick the audience into thinking that your movie makes any sense. Let's run through that again. The mom turns toward Bonnie. You hear both the voice line and the sound effect of Buzz pressing his buttons.
Just toss it in the drawer.
And when we cut back, she's looking at him, meaning that she was looking right at him, and yet he still somehow managed to push the button on his chest without her thinking something was awry. None of this makes any sense. This is all pointless. Just have Jessie cut the stupid tire again. Game over.
And Buzz is not always the brightest crayon in the box.
Shut up, you defective toaster! Buzz is not stupid. Were it not for his quick thinking, rational decision-making, deductive abilities, and strategic planning, they never would have made it through the original trilogy. Don't you dare try to gaslight your audience into thinking otherwise with your slimy scumbag commentary like the hack writers you are.
This idea of him just yelling out inside the thing, it's just so funny in the pitch. It worked.
First of all, no, it didn't work. Nothing in this scene is functioning properly. It's all broken. None of it makes any sense. But second of all, do you need any more proof? They don't care about consistency. They don't care about honoring the characters of the past. So long as it's in service of a joke, they will drag every single character from the original trilogy through the mud come hell or high water.
He does talk to Sid directly, and then also he imitates Sid's mom's voice to get Hannah to go downstairs. So it's been done before.
No, stop talking! Every time you clowns open your mouth in an attempt to justify this bleeding script, you just end up dumping a gallon of salt in the wound. Those are blatant false parallels, and I am going to tell you exactly why on the off chance that you hacks are actually too incompetent to realize the problem and aren't just being deliberately deceptive again with your commentary. In the first example you referenced, Woody was trying to get Sid to freak out over seeing toys come to life. That was the entire point of the scene, to overwhelm him with all the toys and to directly talk to him to seal the deal and get him to run away so he can save Buzz. And in the other example, he was trying to pass as a human when no human was around to see him, at which point he would hide himself away, wait for Hannah to run by, and then run in to get Buzz out of the tea party. Those two situations are radically different from trying to pass off your real voice as your voice box, and with a line that should absolutely freak the heck out of the mom. Well, instead of that being the plan, you're trying to convince them that this is totally normal. These plans follow logically and make sense. This plan was written by a wet noodle. Stop trying to drag these films into the pits of hell with your script. Get your sticky fingers off them. Okay, next scene. Maybe this one won't make me want to jump into an incinerator. Bo is leading the Looney Tunes, John Wick, and Weeble Wobble back to the carousel where they left the skunkmobile. But while she's getting ready to dart across, Weeble Wobble says this.
Woody asked you for help.
On your mark.
And he treats you like that?
Get set.
He only cares about himself.
He what? Did that cat eat your brains out? What do you mean he only cares about himself? The entire mission from the beginning has been all about rescuing Forkface, and Woody puts himself in great danger to keep him safe at all costs. In fact, his first reaction upon crashing in the alley outside was to turn to everyone else and ask,
"Is everyone okay?"
Now what would Bo's reaction have been if the situation were reversed and they successfully managed to rescue Forkface but not her sheep? Because given how she's treated everyone throughout this film, I can guarantee her first reaction would be to drag everyone back into the store to get her sheep out of there with absolutely no concern for anyone else. You have some nerve to accuse Woody of being selfish when Bo was literally willing to flee the scene as soon as she picked up her sheep, happily condemning Forkface to death and paying absolutely no mind whatsoever to Woody's mission of rescuing him. Also, did I hear that correctly?
He treats you like that?
What? The meanest thing he said to her was,
"It's called loyalty. Something a lost toy wouldn't understand."
Now let's run through the laundry list of condescension that Bo Peep's engaged with throughout this movie.
What did I say? I lead, you follow. You really want to help? Then stay out of my way.
Just stand there and be quiet. I'll do the talking.
My friend? No. He's my accessory. Some toy thought it would be a good idea to wander into the aisle.
That doesn't make any sense. The best route is behind the shelves.
That would have been a better route, wouldn't it?
Toy sounds like a complete idiot.
He does. Plenty of kids out there. It can't be just about the one you're still clinging to.
Meanwhile, he treats you like that? He only cares about himself.
I can't, how do you write either of those lines as if they make any sense at all? What is this scene? Who wrote this? Also, not 1 second later, Bo says,
"No,"
which the Looney Tunes think means go, and they're immediately slammed into by the spinning carousel, and Bo just doesn't care at all. They are screaming in terror and pain, and she doesn't give one singular hoot about it. This could not be any more poetically moronic if you tried. So then Bo gets pissed off because Weeble Wobble insulted Woody, and she says that he's always trying to do right by his kid, and that
just gotta love him for it.
How did you not come to this realization literally 5 minutes ago? It took you 5 whole minutes to realize Woody's heart is always in his loyalty to his friends and his kid? Seriously? Alright, so we could have the characters all break up at the end of the second act because of some stupid argument that makes no sense and is so clearly contrived, and then get back together 5 seconds later. It's in nearly every animated movie released under the sun nowadays, even good ones, and it's even starting to affect game releases. And it's really starting to piss me off. Anyway, Bo runs across to the center of the carousel and repairs the tire from the skunkmobile that fell off earlier effortlessly in a matter of seconds, meaning that she is literally more capable of tire repair than an adult human. Awesome. Then she loads up her car and— wait, how did you retrieve the sticky hand? When did you retrieve the sticky hand? Last we saw it was dangling from the top of the carousel. When did you get it back? What is this script? And the Looney Tunes survived the carousel of death? Really? You didn't get crushed by the— huh? Okay, moving on. Woody wakes up after his surgery and then—
Yay!
Let's play all day.
Oh, Benson, did you hear that? Isn't that lovely?
I hate everything about you. So then Annabelle goes off to live happily ever after with Harmony, and she has absolutely no qualms whatsoever about abandoning all her Chucky dolls at the antique store forever because she is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad person, and Forkface has finally returned to Woody just in time for Bonnie and her mom to call waltzing into the store.
Yeah, we called about the backpack.
Oh, yes. I couldn't find it.
You couldn't? What? How did you not find the backpack? It's literally lying on the floor next to the giant glass cabinet in the center of the store. How could you possibly not have found this thing? Wait, what? How did it get there? We're nowhere near the glass cabinet right now. That is not the ground we last saw it on. Even the backpack can teleport now? Why does everything in this movie constantly teleport? Why are you so bad at running consistently? Oh, but wait, it gets so much worse. Because Woody immediately dives into the backpack, ready to go home to Bonnie, but then the stupid spork stops dead in its tracks because he wants to watch Annabelle get together with Harmony. And worse yet, Woody goes out to carry him into the backpack, but then stops to watch the show as well when Forkface cries about wanting to see her get her happy ending. Why? Why do you care? She did terrible things to you, and even if she didn't, you don't have time to muck around. Bonnie could find that backpack any second. You need to get inside that thing and get home immediately. You don't have time for this. Your entire goal since step 1 was to return Forkface to Bonnie. You were willing to stage a one cowboy assault on the antique store and take on Annabelle's entire army just to bring him home. But now you're abandoning that just so you can spectate her? Why? Why do you care? Yes, it's within Woody's character to not condemn toys to death, even in spite of all they've done previously. We've seen that before with Lotso in the dump. But Annabelle is not in any mortal danger here. She's either gonna get with a kid or she isn't. There's a difference between consciously choosing not to let a toy die and consciously choosing to sit around doing nothing but watching her get her happy ending. Especially when the backpack has a window in it that you could be watching this through. Who wrote this? Anyway, Annabelle uses her voice box to ask Harmony to be her friend, but she rejects her and tosses her into the bin of misery. And the scene is framed in this really harrowing way that makes it seem like this terrible, horrible thing that just happened, and just makes me hate this film even more. That's all the directors know how to do. Use the lighting, music, and camera to manipulate your emotions into feeling exactly what they want you to feel, which is something that can be used to great effect if the script in question matches the emotion you are trying to elicit. But you can also use that power for evil to trick your audience into feeling sad for a villain who's done nothing but horrible things this whole movie, and to do that over and over and over again in nearly every scene because you know your script can't survive on its own, and candidly admit to it in the director's commentary as if emotional manipulation of an audience is some virtuous talent you have. But the crazy train ain't over yet, because Woody decides that Annabelle deserves her happy ending and he has a plan to make it happen. He tells Forkface to tell Buzz that he needs to get the RV to the merry-go-round. I don't know how he thinks they're going to accomplish that task, but whatever, we have bigger fish to fry here.
What is a merry-go-round?
The spinny ride with lights and horses.
Oh, you mean a carousel?
Yeah.
How do you know what a carousel is? You've been alive for 2 days and you've never seen a carousel before. Why would you know what that is but not a merry-go-round? This doesn't... Also, seriously? Neither Bonnie nor her mom hear you talking in the backpack that's on her back. Seriously? Man, the humans in this movie have incredibly selective hearing that just seems to prioritize whatever the plot needs to happen. So Woody jumps out of the backpack and Bonnie doesn't feel the shift in weight at all because of course she doesn't, and runs over to the bin of misery to give Annabelle a pep talk. She's currently sulking and feeling the big sad because she got rejected, but then Woody says that...
A friend once told me there are plenty of kids out there, and one of them is named Bonnie.
Which doesn't make any sense at all. This is a desperate attempt to make it seem like Woody learned something from Bo Peep, but that doesn't track logically because what Woody is telling her is that he can take her back to Bonnie and that Bonnie will love her. So that all the other kids out there who aren't Bonnie literally don't matter at all right now, and there was no reason to say this line other than to try in desperation to make it seem like Bo taught him a valuable life lesson, and it just falls flat on its face.
I learned that from the best.
No, you didn't! Hey, remember when he convinced Jessie and Bullseye to come with him in Toy Story 2 by simply saying,
Andy will play with all of us, I know it! Wouldn't you give anything just to have one more day with Emily? This is what it's all about, to make a child happy.
And that...
Besides, he's got a little sister.
He does? Why didn't you say so? Let's go!
He didn't need to waffle on about how there's plenty of kids in the sea. Also, why are you forgiving her? You weren't here for the scene where the writers and Annabelle both tried to manipulate the audience and Woody respectively. You should hate her right now. You missed this scene. What is going on? I swear to God, the script. Okay, so we're back in the RV now, and Forkface is telling all the other toys that Woody needs him to get to the carousel, which is a conversation that's only allowed to happen because Bonnie managed to fall asleep in the less than 5 minutes it's been since they left, despite being wide-eyed and energetic in the last scene, and because the parents can't hear the toys talking anymore, despite the fact that in their last scene they whined about how Buzz wouldn't shut up. Is there anybody at Pixar working on keeping the script consistent? Does anybody have any idea what's happening in this film right now? Thankfully, Jessie comes up with another idea. I can't wait to see what her ingenious plan is in the next scene. Meanwhile, Woody, Bo, and Annabelle load up in the pram while Chucky pushes them, and the Looney Tunes and Neo ride their way through the carnival in the Skunkmobile on their quest to reach the carousel in time. Unfortunately, the pram crashes, forcing Woody, Bo, and Annabelle to get out while Chucky is left behind, and who knows what happens to him. But here's what we do know. Annabelle certainly doesn't give a hoot about what happens to him despite all he's done for her throughout this movie. So just don't think about it.
Too many people. Gonna need an alternate route.
Too many. What? Use the Skunkmobile to move through the carnival! That's literally the whole point of this stupid thing. To be able to navigate through large crowds undetected. And if you can't fit every single toy in the thing at once, then just send them to the carousel in waves. This RC car zips around at the speed of sound and the carousel is literally right there. Make one trip carrying one load of toys, then make another carrying the remaining load, and boom, you've all made it to the carousel. The skunk didn't crash, only the pram did. Where did the skunk even go? How did you get from here to here? Who wrote this? Okay, back to the RV now, and this scene is an absolute nightmare, and I almost don't even know how to break this garbage down. So let's just take this one step at a time and try to get through it together. So Jesse's plan goes like this. Buzz sits on top of the RV holding Mrs. Potato Head's ear, relaying instructions for how to get back to the carnival. Then Mrs. Potato Head relays the instructions to Trixie, who then does this.
Recalculating. Take a right.
What? And I'm sorry, I can't resist. What the actual f*** is happening right now? How did Buzz get from the floor of the RV to the roof? Literally, how did this happen? What, are you gonna tell me that he climbed out through the sunroof? Because if that's the case, then I call BS. There's no way in the world the toys managed to open up the sunroof while blasting down the highway without anybody in the family noticing. Tell me something. What happens if you open any windows in your car while driving down the highway? The sound of the other cars driving by is no longer muffled, not to mention the rapid pressure oscillation that results from doing this, on top of the sound of the sunroof opening in the first place. How did nobody notice any of this in the time that it took you to get up there? How did Magnum not see you in the rearview mirror when you were climbing up top? But more importantly, how is the dad falling for this? How could anybody with a tenth of a brain possibly fall for this? I don't care if it takes you all day to fix a flat tire or not. You would not hear the GPS voice.
Left turn in 0.5 miles.
And then hear this voice.
Take a right.
And somehow come to the conclusion that these two are in any way similar to one another. Not to mention the fact that Trixie's voice would be coming from the floor below you and not the GPS above you!
Turn right!
No, turn right!
Not to mention the fact that GPS voices do not scream erratically! This could never work! But it doesn't stop there! Because as if this wasn't already insane enough, Magnum eventually realizes that the GPS is busted and decides to ignore it, thus causing Mrs. Potato Head to pull Trixie back and, I guess, go to the backup plan, which is for Buttercup to sneak underneath his feet and pull back on the gas pedal, causing them to take off at a speed of sound? What? What are you doing? I can't, what is the script? This doesn't help you. Trixie just said,
turn right.
Must be broken.
Meaning you need to get the RV to turn right. If you slam on the gas pedal, all you are going to do is accelerate forward and probably blow right past the turn you need to take. You have absolutely no control over the steering wheel right now, and yet the RV is going to somehow magically end up exactly where they need it to be. How? How does this work? You can't control where they're turning. You can only control the acceleration. What is happening right now? Also, this is a really great way to get people killed. You are haphazardly messing with the acceleration speed of a massive RV without any way to know if there are pedestrians in your path. And even if you try to say that Buzz can tell them what's ahead, I got news for you, buddy. If a random kid decides to run out into the middle of the road, Buzz can't possibly communicate that information fast enough for Mrs. Potato Head to tell Buttercup to let go of the gas. And even then, that's dependent on the dad slamming the brakes in time. You are barreling headfirst into a carnival filled with children. This is the absolute best way to get all of them killed, and you do not care at all. What are you doing right now? Also, how does Magnum not know what's going on anyway? How does he not see the toys down by his feet in his peripheral vision? There's a very bright, colorful unicorn contrasting against the dull interior of the RV floor, and you just don't notice him? Seriously? If I'm driving a car and I suddenly feel the gas pedal yanked away from my foot at full throttle, the first thing I'm gonna want to do after I slam on the brakes to try to get a hold of this thing is to look down at the floor to see what in the world just happened to the gas pedal. Is Pearl not all curious as to what's going on? Did she not glance over at the pedals? How does nobody see these toys? They're right there! It's not exactly hard to see the pedals when you're driving a car. How does he not notice this? Also, why are you spastically slamming on the brake pedal? Just hold it down with your foot and don't let go. Tapping it like this is what's allowing the RV to move forward and potentially get even more people killed. Just hold down the brake and the RV isn't going anywhere. The engine isn't going to overpower the brakes. What are you doing? What is this horror show of a scene? Why do the toys not care about endangering the people around them, including the family in the RV? How is the RV being steered along the exact path they need it to be when they only have control of the gas pedal? How did Buzz get up here? How did nobody see or hear the toys down there? All you had to do is have Jessie cut the tire again and you could have avoided this whole mess. Who wrote this spaghetti mess of a scene? Meanwhile, back at the Annabelle show, the toys are getting ready to send John Wick to jump across the carnival to form a zipline they can use to cross the rooftops?
This is the fastest way to the carousel.
No! How is this the fastest way to the carousel? For one thing, you have to wait for the Ferris wheel to rotate into the exact correct position you need in order to make this jump. For another, you had to find this string somewhere that would be the exact length you needed to form a zipline across the gap. For another, you had to climb up to the top of this thing in the first place, which is much harder to do inconspicuously than just moving along the ground or using the skunk mobile that was custom made for navigating large crowds. Nothing about this method was fast. In fact, apart from walking around the entire globe in the opposite direction, you may very well have picked the slowest possible way to reach the carousel. He's literally jumping through the air illuminated by the moonlight, followed by all of you ziplining directly above the crowd below. How does nobody see this? Especially when there are fireworks going on right now? Why are there random fireworks at this exact moment in time? Where did they come from? Why do they only last for as long as Neo needs to make his jump? Why does no one care about anything in the script?
The fireworks was kind of a late-breaking idea to have fireworks behind him.
It makes no sense at all. We never see fireworks for the rest of the movie. It's just behind Duke.
I swear I don't even have to do anything. The writers are doing all the work for me. Who wrote this? What is happening? Okay, whatever. So they somehow make it across without anybody noticing them, but just as they're about to make it to the carousel, Annabelle gets distracted and derails the whole mission. What does she get distracted by, you may ask? Well, she sees a random lost kid over the railing on the grass below. How? How did you see her there? You were way too far away from the side of this roof to be able to see that kid. There is no way you caught her in your peripheral vision. But then Woody falls back to stare at the kid with Annabelle, and then he says,
"Change of plans."
Because they're gonna give her the chance to get with another kid. Okay, cool, so let her go down there and have her happy ending. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Just let her go and then the rest of you can keep running toward the carousel. But no, the whole world stops dead in its tracks and literally every single one of the toys in this group goes down to just watch Annabelle get with a kid. You don't have time for this. You need to get to the carousel and get ready to quickly regroup with the other toys. All you're gonna do is watch her. You don't need to be here for this. What are you doing? Oh wait, but the Looney Tunes roll a baseball over to direct the kid's attention to the doll? Why? You didn't need to do that! Just pull your string and that will instantly pull her attention towards you. This is all a gigantic waste of time! You didn't need to be here for this. You're all just wasting time. Where did you even get this baseball from? Oh, and because the script hasn't already thrown enough luck in the way of our characters, after the kid picks up Annabelle, she walks out of the shadows, then immediately bumps into a security guard 2 inches away from her. Literally, the instant she decides to step out of hiding is the same instant that a security guard just happens to be walking by. It's all just luck! Everything! It's all luck! There is no cause and effect in this script whatsoever. The plot just runs according to whatever needs to happen in every single situation. Who wrote this garbage?
Randy did an amazing thing here, which is the music here is the same music from the classroom scene where Woody is helping Bonnie. This is Gabby helping this little girl. It was genius. I connected those two scenes in a way that I hadn't even really thought of myself.
Yeah, because this absolute legend of a man is doing everything he possibly can to try to salvage your dying script because he knew you weren't gonna fix this yourself. So he works as hard as he can to dress up your movie in as much pretty packaging as he can to make you look like less of an idiot than you actually are. Well, I'm sorry, Randy Newman, but no matter how good your music is, it's not enough to cure this turgid base of a script.
So this whole time, it's always about Woody and Bo working together so that when we get to the goodbye scene, we wanted to make it feel wrong that they're splitting so that you want them to stay together.
Listen to that phrasing. That slimy, deceptive, awful phrasing. They wanted to make it feel wrong because he knows that Woody would never, ever, in a million years, choose to spend his life with Bo rather than his friends and kid. So they have to manipulate you into thinking otherwise or else this movie doesn't work. They quarantine all the original toys in the RV and never spend any time with them because they don't want you to think about them. They just want you to think about how awesome Bo and Woody are together.
They're such fun characters because they have no connection to our characters and they're brand new. Fun of this movie to me was all these new characters that we can create and bring to life.
Think about all the new toys. Forget about the old toys. The old toys suck. How in the world can you paint these two as an inseparable team who have each other's backs after how they've interacted throughout this entire movie?
Rolling the softball is an actual thing that carnival workers do to get people to play their games.
I don't care if it's something carnival workers use, not if the way this is used in the story doesn't make any sense. You didn't need to do this to get the kid to notice you. None of you needed to be down here except for her. You're all just wasting time. And so it was that Annabelle got her happily ever after, even given all the terrible, awful things she's done throughout this whole stupid...
Now. now!
Oh, for Christ's sake, you're still going at it with the RV nonsense? How are you doing this? Oh, okay, so they end up exactly where they needed to go despite having absolutely no control over the steering wheel, and all because everyone in this van is a grade A moron. So the cop comes over to the window and talks to the parents to figure out what in the world just happened, and there's no way that Magnum isn't going to get arrested here.
Dad's totally going to jail.
What? Why are you happy about that? What was this RV scene? You know why this scene from Toy Story 2 works so well, and why this one is noodling around like a neurotic octopus? Well, let's break it down. First of all, in order for the toys to get this vehicle exactly where they need it to go, it takes the entire team. Rex navigates, Ham and Potato are in control of the gear shifting, Slink takes the pedals, and Buzz steers. And even with every single toy pulling their weights, they are just barely able to keep this car straight and steer it where they want to go. But from an outsider's perspective, you just think that the driver of the truck literally fell asleep at the wheel or just came back from having a round of Buzz Lightyears. It's not a flawless plan from the toys by any stretch of the imagination. It's just barely manageable and very erratic driving, but it's also incredibly well coordinated, which is why they're able to catch up with Al at the airport. But the most important thing about this scene is that they have the truck all to themselves. There are no other humans they have to account for, so they have maximum communication and can control every single part of the truck. Because you need to have both of those things in order to get the vehicle where you want it to go. But in Toy Story 4, not only do the toys only have control of one pedal, but they also can't talk to each other or communicate efficiently because the family is still in the RV. This is absolutely ludicrous. This makes no sense at all. And yet, our big brain director has this to say.
We've seen the toys always drive cars around from the previous films. This felt like a fun way to do it in a different way.
Different does not equal better, you pillocks. Do not try to use the fact that they've driven previously as an excuse if you aren't going to put in the legwork that film did in order for this to make sense. Then it is revealed that the dad isn't arrested? How? How was he not at fault here? He can't prove that Toys hijacked the vehicle, and even if he knew that was what happened and tried to say that, there's no way they'd believe him. And all it would take was a cursory inspection of the vehicle to check to see that nothing was wrong with it, and then the erratic driving would fall onto him entirely. How are you not arrested right now? Whatever, so then Buzz tells everyone to get up top, which doesn't make any sense because you don't need to drag every single toy onto the roof just to get Woody back into the RV. Unless, of course, you have the foresight to know that there's going to be an emotional ending. Oh yes, everybody. It's almost time to talk about that ending. We're almost there. Just a little bit longer. But first...
What the? You've got to be kidding me!
How is this working? This couldn't possibly work, because all you'd have to do to defeat this problem is just go around to the other door and open it up. How is Four-Face even able to push this button as fast as the dad is able to pull on the door handle to open it? And with that, we finally arrive at the final scene of the movie. The grand finale. The conclusion of the Toy Story saga. This film is already in tatters. The plot is a jumbled mess of either contrived luck or straight up impossible nonsense. You've destroyed Jessie by undoing her character arc of overcoming her trauma and fears. You've destroyed Buzz by turning him into a complete and utter moron in spite of his brilliant capabilities throughout the original trilogy. You shoved all the classic characters into an RV and made all your new ones horrendously unlikable and relied on talented celebrities to carry your film. But the one thing you haven't majorly damaged yet is Woody. Throughout this movie, he has consistently maintained his core character trait, his loyalty. He always stood by his friends. He's always done right by his kid. He's been loyal to the people he cares about for infinity and beyond, and that has been untouched by this movie. Until now. The one loose thread this film was barely hanging on to is about to break, and at that point, there will be nothing left to salvage. Because as Woody says goodbye to Bo and prepares to head back to Bonnie and all his friends, he makes one last decision. And that decision is to leave Buzz, Jessie, Slink, Rex, Ham, Potato Head, and all of his friends, including his kid whose name is written on the bottom of his boot. He's going to leave them all behind and pursue a life with Bo Peep instead. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Are you yanking my chain right now? When I saw this in theaters for the first time and we got to this scene, I was left staring open-mouthed at the screen. I could not believe what I was watching. It was like my whole world got turned upside down in an instant. And I am so sick and tired of hearing the exact same pitiful defenses for this ending over and over again. So strap in, everyone, because I am about to explain why this ending is straight up insulting to everything the original trilogy set up since 1995. Woody's arc throughout the first movie is all about coming to terms with the fact that he may not always be Andy's favorite toy. He's got a brand new, awesome Buzz Lightyear action figure. What kid wouldn't want to play with that all the time? But even if Andy's interests fluctuate over the years, it doesn't matter because Andy will always have a special place for him. And as Woody says himself,
it doesn't matter how much we're played with. What matters is that we're here for Andy when he needs us. That's what we're made for, right?
Which is a mantra he carries with him all the way through to Toy Story 3. And by the end of the first movie, Woody evolves past his desire to always be the #1 favorite toy. In Toy Story 2, he has to come to terms with his mortality as a toy, and the fact that one day Andy is going to grow up and may not want to play with him at all anymore. And that inevitability is what tempts Woody to go with the Roundup gang to a museum in Japan. But then, after fighting tooth and nail and crossing the county to bring him home, Buzz Lightyear reminds him of a very important lesson that Woody taught him in the first film.
Somewhere in that pat of stuffing is a toy who taught me that life's only worth living if you're being loved by a kid. And I traveled all this way to rescue that toy because I believed him.
Which is what snaps Woody right out of his trance because he realizes that
I can't stop Andy from growing up, but I wouldn't miss it for the world.
And that
this is what it's all about. To make a child happy, and you know it.
This is the crux of Toy Story 2. His insecurity following his arm ripping, leading to him having to wrestle with the inevitability of Andy outgrowing him and potentially not playing with him anymore. But he evolves past it. He contemplates an alternative, realizes he'd be crazy to do so because being with his kid is way more important to him than being on his own forever, and then comes home and promises that...
You still worried?
About Andy? Nah, it'll be fun while it lasts.
I'm proud of you, cowboy.
Besides, when it all ends, I'll have old Buzz Lightyear to keep me company for infinity and beyond.
And that is what leads into the third movie. He confidently stands by his statements from the past.
This job isn't about getting played with, it's about
being there for Andy. We know.
Whatever happens, at least we'll all be together.
For infinity and beyond.
And after their adventures at Sunnyside, he realizes that the best thing for his friends isn't to be stuck in the attic forever. It's to be given a new chance at making a child happy in the hands of Bonnie. And he wants to stand by their side in this decision because Andy's all grown up. Woody's fulfilled his role in being there for him when he needs him the most. He's helped give Bonnie an afternoon of a lifetime, and he saw a future for his friends there. So he placed himself in the box along with everyone else, even when the original plan was for Andy to take him to college. But at the end of the day, it wasn't his choice to make. He wouldn't have left his kid unless Andy gave his approval, unless he manually passed on the torch. Woody wasn't going to be sneaky or deceptive about it. He planted himself in the box in full frontal view of Andy. If Andy decided that he still needed Woody at college, then he would have gone with him. But they both made the choice to let each other go, and Andy passed on the torch to Bonnie. Woody's journey throughout the first 3 movies is what led him to where he is today. He learned invaluable life lessons every step of the way, and in his final scene with Andy, he gets to hear this.
The thing that makes Woody special is he'll never give up on you, ever. He'll be there for you, no matter what.
It's an absolutely beautiful ending from every conceivable angle, and it perfectly concludes his journey as Andy voluntarily chooses to pass him on, and Woody chooses to stay with his family only with Andy's blessing, vowing to always be there for Bonnie no matter what with all the knowledge and wisdom that he's gained throughout his life with Andy. And this stupid movie spits in the face of all of that. Every lesson that Woody learned throughout the original trilogy means nothing now. He learned that he doesn't have to be the favorite toy. He taught Buzz that life's only worth living if you're being loved by a kid. And during the period of time when he'd walked back that mantra, Buzz retaught it to him. And he went back to Andy learning that even if he can't stop Andy from growing up, that he wouldn't miss it for the world. Because it's all about being there for your kid when they need you and making a child happy. Which is solidified as Woody stays with Andy throughout all his teen years as he's ready to go off to college and never plays with him at all. He promised Buzz Lightyear that when it all ended, he'd have him to keep Woody company for infinity and beyond. That whatever happened, at least they'd all be together. But all of it, every substantive message those films sent, every promise the characters made to each other, it's all mercilessly thrown out the window as Woody runs into Bo's arms ready to leave behind his friends and his kid. No, scratch that. They're not his friends, they're his family. After everything they've been through together, they are a family of toys who have survived the most harrowing obstacles any toy could ever go through together. And now none of that matters at all, and the fact that Woody is actually making this decision is utterly indefensible and insulting, not just to Woody's character, but to every single person around the world who ever felt any sort of emotional attachment to him for the principles he upheld and the character he used to be before this ego-driven, bold-faced liar came along and tore it all to pieces without a care in the world.
I love Toy Story. I saw the first two before I started working here at Pixar, and to be asked to direct this movie was such a huge honor and terrifying because I didn't want to mess it up. I didn't want to mess it up. I didn't want to mess it up. I didn't want to mess it up.
Meanwhile,
I couldn't imagine any situation where Woody could, without being a complete jerk, leave his friends behind knowing the situation they were in.
And Woody's character would never do that.
He just wouldn't do it.
Cooley, listen to me. The director of Toy Story 3 doesn't even agree with you. Don't you dare try to claim you love this series when there is this much evidence proving how much of an insult your abysmal dumpster fire of a film is to the original trilogy. And you know something else? Lotso and Stinky Pete are proven right by this movie. Their motivations for enacting their evil plans boil down to the belief that toys don't last forever, and they're all just waiting for the day they get thrown out or replaced unless they seek sanctuary somewhere else. And now they are proven correct by this movie's ending. Bonnie isn't playing with Woody anymore, so Woody is justified in seeking a better life somewhere else. Toy Story 3's ending was all about the passing of the torch, about Andy giving his toys to a young girl who would get more use out of them than he would storing them away in the attic, and how their lives still have meaning even after Andy grows up and moves away because they can bring happy memories to a new kid. But Toy Story 4 says forget that message, being with another kid is useless! Woody should go break out on his own and leave Bonnie behind. And as the final nail in the coffin, it's even contradicted by events in this very movie, because all Woody has been telling the other characters, such as Forkface, Annabelle, and Bo, is about how wonderful life is when you're with a kid and that they need to help their kids make great memories together. And he delivers all these monologues in the very same movie where he abandons his kid forever. It's pathetic and almost poetic in its stupidity. Woody is going to leave his family, whom he has been with for almost 2 decades, to be with a girl he hasn't seen in 9 years, who has spent the entire movie patronizing him to everyone she encounters and speaking with the most condescending intent imaginable, even when some of the situations that they wound up in were entirely her own fault. They want you to believe that after all these scenes...
What did I say? I lead, you follow. You really want to help? Then stay out of my way. Just stand there and be quiet. I'll do the talking. My friend? No. He's my accessory. Some toy thought it would be a good idea to wander into the aisle.
That doesn't make any sense. The best route is behind the shelves.
That would have been a better route, wouldn't it?
Toy sounds like a complete idiot.
He does. Plenty of kids out there. It can't be just about the one you're still clinging to.
That it is a happy ending for Woody to go spend his life with this girl. Absolutely not. Get out of here with this garbage. Bo Peep has not received anywhere near enough screen time to outweigh the time that Woody has spent with Buzz, Jessie, and all the other toys. It doesn't even make any sense within the context of this movie. You know how I made a point of remembering that scene where they try to make it out as if Bo was burying her emotions about her time spent with Molly and reminiscing about how wonderful it was to be loved by a kid? Yeah? Well, not anymore. Now they want you to believe that Bo was ascended to a new level of understanding and was right all along to abandon everything and become a lost toy, which is extremely funny considering this line from Toy Story 2.
A dangerous world out there for a toy.
And another thing, just because she may have been somebody you loved 9 years ago, that does not mean she's still that person. In fact, it's crystal clear that she has a radically different attitude toward the people around her now. And you could have used this as an opportunity to send a message about how people change over the years, and that you should be under no obligation to stay true to someone just because you used to know them when you were younger. That could have been an invaluable message to send to kids. But instead, you're sending the message that if someone verbally abuses you, patronizes you, condescends you at every available opportunity, and blatantly puts their own needs above your own every single time, that they actually really love you and that you should abandon your family and friends who are willing to risk everything to save you and go live with that person instead. Fuck off! You are quite possibly the most irresponsible filmmaker I have ever seen in my life. You've shown absolutely no respect for the integrity of the world of the Toy Story movies. You've shown absolutely no respect for any of the original characters or what they stood for, and you've displayed absolutely no maturity when it comes to immensely serious topics and have instead chosen to send morally reprehensible messages all across the board to your incredibly young and impressionable audience. But then, even after being faced with all that indisputable evidence that this directly spits in the face of Woody's character, the one thing that people will always say is that Bonnie isn't Andy, and my response to that is, so what? She's still his kid, and she is the person whom Andy entrusted Woody to! The justification that the movie wants you to believe makes sense for this decision is that Bonnie doesn't want to play with him anymore, that Woody's just been sitting around the closet feeling useless, and therefore it's okay for him to leave Bonnie behind. But if you actually think about this for longer than 2 seconds, you should immediately realize why that doesn't hold up under any scrutiny at all.
The third time you haven't been picked this week.
Meaning that is only 3 out of the 7 days in a single week that he hasn't been played with, and follows up with this little exchange.
I don't know, I don't keep count. No, you don't have to. I'll do it for you.
Meaning that he is keeping track of how many times Woody hasn't been played with, and the highest number he has is 3. Meaning that Bonnie has only chosen not to play with Woody for a whopping 3 days when Woody went for way longer not being played with by Andy. And no, it does not matter that Bonnie isn't Andy, because after all the development that Woody has undergone, and after being played with for almost 2 full years, there's no way he went 3 days without being played with, and then all of a sudden he thinks it's doom and gloom for him. Especially when there is a scene in this very movie when Bonnie is playing with Woody. Yeah, remember earlier when I said there was a shot in that stupid travel montage that would nuke the entire film? Well, I guess it's time to reveal it. It's this one. This one shot shatters the entire movie to pieces. There was a small amount of wiggle room that defenders of the character assassination had to work with, and it was, well, Bonnie didn't care about him anymore. But that little bit of wiggle room has now been shattered beyond repair, because not only does the amount of times Woody wasn't picked not support that assertion, and we have verifiable receipts from the 2 years prior to this movie proving that to be false, but there is literally a shot in this movie where Bonnie is happily playing with Woody. Not to mention the fact that this film wants you to think that Bonnie is over Woody and that he needs to seek out a new life, and yet presents him with a new child who clearly loves playing with him, and yet he abandons her at the playground without a care in the world. This scene nukes the messaging of this film into oblivion. Again, you've just committed script suicide. Again, because after this scene, you can't fall back on the defense that Woody wouldn't leave his friends behind to go with Harmony. If you want to tell the audience that Woody should abandon Bonnie if she's done with him, then you cannot simultaneously present him an opportunity to
help create happy memories that will last for the rest of her life,
and then do absolutely nothing with it. This film just killed itself. Again!
Very early on, we had to solve the problem of, well, why don't the toys just go to Molly? And we shot that down right away by adding this beat of showing that Molly's just kind of grown up a little too fast, already beyond her years, and not interested in toys anymore.
Oh, what's that? The director of Toy Story 3 took the time to think about potential problems with his plot and figured out a way for it to make sense that the toys wouldn't go with Molly? What a concept. A concept that is nowhere to be found in this movie, but especially in this scene, as the film presents a perfect opportunity for Woody to fulfill the mission he preaches about, and yet does nothing to explain why he doesn't. Awesome. And not only that, remember that tangent I went on earlier about how Bonnie would have had to recently write her name on Woody's boot? Yeah? Well, now it's time to bring that back around. You cannot argue that Bonnie doesn't care about Woody anymore when she would have had to write her name on his boot sometime within the last few months, because we know that for 2 Christmases in a row, Andy's name was still firmly planted on Woody's boot while Trixie had Bonnie's name written on her foot. And to make it even worse, the film is trying to tell you that Bonnie cares more about Jessie than she does about Woody, which is extremely funny since Bonnie didn't write her name on her boot. She painted over Andy's name on Woody, Buzz, and Jessie, but only replaced his name with hers on Woody and Buzz, not Jessie. It does not matter how you slice it, this doesn't work. Woody's decision is a blatant character assassination regardless of whether Bonnie loves him or not. But the fact that Bonnie clearly does actually care about Woody, and cares a lot about him based on what we see in Toy Story 3, only serves to deal even more damage to his character and completely and utterly nullify the ending of that movie. Because Andy trusted Bonnie. He passed along his favorite childhood toy whom he promised Bonnie would never give up on her no matter what. And she loved Woody. She was about to cry when Andy reflexively pulled him away from her, and was overjoyed when he agreed to let her have him. But because Bonnie didn't play with him for literally 3 days, Woody thinks it's totally okay to betray Andy's final decision and run away with Bo Peep. And don't you even dare try to tell me that.
Oh, come on. Kids are fickle these days. They change their minds on a whim. It makes perfect sense for Bonnie to randomly lose interest in Woody.
Well, first of all, she obviously didn't lose interest in him. But fine, let's assume that Bonnie has cast Woody aside and has completely lost interest in him because she's a fickle little kid who frequently changes her mind on a whim. If you think that is a valid defense that actually justifies what happens in this film, then I beg of you,
I implore you.
I plead with you to please think about your own logic. If you are arguing that Bonnie is a fickle child who changes her mind on a whim, then under your own logic, she could literally wake up tomorrow and decide she wants to play with Woody again! Uh-oh! Looks like your own defense has crumbled your position. Should the other toys that aren't Forkface leave Bonnie? She clearly only loves Forkface right now. Why don't all the toys go off and have their own adventures since Bonnie clearly isn't playing with them right now? This doesn't work. No matter how you cut it, it doesn't work! Woody betrayed all the lessons he learned throughout the original trilogy and Andy's decision to entrust him to Bonnie. If Andy knew what was going to happen, he never would have given Woody up. This ending is nothing more than a giant middle finger to the beautiful ending of Toy Story 3, and to claim otherwise is to be deliberately ignorant to the events and developments that have occurred throughout this series. But you know what makes this scene even worse? Buzz is the one to tell Woody to go.
She'll be okay. Bonnie will be okay.
Buzz Lightyear, the one who told Woody point blank in Toy Story 2 that
life's only worth living if you're being loved by a kid,
is the one who tells Woody that he should leave Bonnie and go live a life with Bo Peep. Get out of here, you stupid movie. And then all the other toys just magically teleport onto the awning. How did you all get up here? How did Rex climb up? How did the Potato Heads climb up? How did Rex fit his body through this tiny hole? How did any of you climb up there this quickly? Why did you come up here? Were you all given the script ahead of time so you knew that Woody was going to leave? Oh, just forget it. We're speeding through the rest of this. I can't take this anymore. Woody gives Jessie the sheriff's badge. All the original toys hug him goodbye with an extra long one for Woody and Buzz, only for Forkface to be the one to get the last hug! Why did you leave the door? You had one job. One. That's it. And you couldn't even do that. This is just so he could be here for the big goodbye, but he had no way of knowing what was happening here. Buzz gave you a single job and you couldn't even do that properly, you useless gnome. I hate this spork so much. How did you even climb up here by yourself? He gets the last hug, not Buzz. Forkface. Buzz off, you stupid movie. So then, for one final kick to the teeth, they close out the movie by playing the same music that played at the beginning of the first Toy Story movie.
Reach for the sky.
Followed by the triumphant music that played when the Claw rescued them in Toy Story 3 for a sad scene. Because tonal consistency isn't something this film knows how to do, whereas nostalgia pandering is something it's very skilled at. All while we get this final pair of lines.
To infinity and beyond.
Which doesn't make any sense because you can't hear each other. You're just saying it randomly. There is no context that makes this impactful. You're literally just saying half a phrase even though the other person can't hear you. Solve this movie! Then the credits start rolling. Some more stupid stuff happens with the Looney Tunes, and we get one last scene in Bonnie's bedroom where Jessie comes back from Bonnie's first day at first grade and oh, look at that! Dolly came to her senses that Woody was onto something with the whole going with Bonnie to school thing and adopted that policy herself, but waited until Woody left so she didn't have to admit that he was right all along and she was wrong. Why are you so terrible? Then it is revealed that Bonnie made another toy come to life out of arts and crafts supplies and an eating utensil, meaning that this is her second arts and crafts project in 2 years. So again, I'd like to ask, how was Forkface the first time these toys encountered an arts and crafts project coming to life? How did Andy never make something like this when he was in school and bring it home? The world building in this universe is ruined. Why did you do this? Why did you tear this universe to shreds without a care in the world? And just like that, the film closes out with Forkface promising to explain everything and telling her that he doesn't know how they're alive, and then this soul-crushing fever dream of a film finally fucking ends. What an absolute travesty of cinema. What an utterly unrepairable blemish on Pixar's otherwise nearly spotless record of filmmaking. The only redeeming aspects of this movie are the voice actors giving it their all and the graphical fidelity of the animation. Undoubtedly, the animators and tech team did an outstanding job in crafting one of the most visually stunning animated movies ever released. But that's all it has going for it. I would say its soundtrack is incredible, but the only reason why that's the case is because it's comprised of tracks from the original trilogy. It looks pretty, and it sounds good. And something I've learned over the last few years is that's all you need to impress an audience. Pretty colors, shiny lights, and good music. But absolutely nothing else about this movie works to even a minor degree. Let's start with the plot. This film's plot is fundamentally broken, by which I mean that nothing about it functions properly. There's hardly a single scene where something isn't lacking a logical through line, and anytime you find one, it's almost always replaced by the characters getting immensely lucky or unlucky through lazy contrivance and nothing more. So let's quickly review this film and see just how many times the plot stops dead in its tracks if things run logically. The driveway never existed at their house, meaning this entire opening sequence can't take place place, and Woody would have never had a reason to go to Molly's room and never would have known that Bo Peep left, and never would have gone through the scene that helps define his final decision in the movie. If Woody actually listened properly to the clock and realized that he's only not been played with for 3 out of the 7 days in the week after 2 years of loving playtime, he doesn't make the decision to leave Bonnie. If the parents hear Woody jump into the backpack, he doesn't go to kindergarten and can't create the plot device that runs the entire film. If Woody is spotted at any point during the kindergarten scene, he's confiscated and can't go with the other toys on the road trip to look after Forkface. If even a single element of this scene, such as the lunchbox, the spilled out art supplies, the spork, or the crayon box weren't in this room, Bonnie doesn't make Forkface. If Forkface stays as an eating utensil, not a sentient toy, which is something we'll talk about very shortly, then there is no plot device to drive the story forward, and Woody never jumps out the window, thus derailing the adventure. If Woody has the brain capacity to realize that he's being played with by Bonnie in this scene, he realizes that he's not being abandoned by her and still cares about him, and thus he never leaves. If the parents hear this insanely loud voice line, "It's a secret mission in a charted range. Let's go." Movie over. If Woody and Buzz's peripheral vision isn't heavily compromised and they actually see Forkface climb up the stupid shelves, movie over. If Woody never makes this ridiculous Freudian slip, Forkface doesn't have any ammunition to tell Annabelle that she can then use against him and thus convince him to let her take his voice box. If Bo had been taken to literally any other antique store in the world, or she decided to just drive away in the skunkmobile, or if they'd missed the carnival by 1 day, or if the family had driven to any other place, or if Forkface successfully jumped out of the RV at any other point along their trip, none of this nonsense unfolds. If those lights don't shine on the ground, Woody never notices Bo's lamp. If the busload of kids was a few minutes early or a few minutes late, if Jessie doesn't pop the tire, if Bo doesn't fix her arm, if the sticky hand doesn't reach this high, if Buzz's voice buttons don't tell him exactly what he needs to do in every situation, if Woody and Bo can't bounce to the top of the antique store, if the characters actually employ a sensible plan to reach this cabinet instead of the moronic one that they chose, if even a single second of this entire action scene ran with any sense of logic, if Bonnie's backpack didn't teleport, if Buzz doesn't abandon Woody, if Bo came to her senses literally 5 minutes earlier, if the toys were unable to get this RV to where it needed to go, which they shouldn't have been able to do because they can't control the steering wheel, if any of these things adhere to basic logic, cause and effect, and just simple consistency, plus all the dozens of other problems that I broke down throughout these past 5 videos, this film immediately comes to a screeching halt. I'd also like to remind everyone that the director candidly admitted that
none of this makes any sense.
It is true that if the plot were the only thing that was broken about this film, then perhaps we could just label it as isolated stupidity that doesn't tarnish the other films in the series and simply move right along with our lives. Kind of like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Only the thing is that it's not just the plot. This film does significant damage to the world of Toy Story, and it's all because of this stupid spork. Because prior to this point, the rules of sentience were very simple. If you are a toy, you come to life. Whether you were as anthropomorphic as Woody and Buzz, an animal like Rex or Ham, a vehicle like RC or the school bus, a utility piece like Lenny or this telephone, or the food toys like they stemming from some kind of restaurant set, you were a sentient toy. But this spork is not a toy. It's a spork. It's an eating utensil. There is absolutely no reason for this thing to have to come to life at all under the rules that this universe has established. But now that he is alive, it raises horrifying questions. Is it truly the case that the rule is simply that inanimate objects can come to life no matter what they are? That I could just throw googly eyes onto literally anything, possibly even the planet itself, and it could magically spring to life? Because if that's true, then that's turned the Toy Story universe into a horror universe. That means this bed could be sentient, or that backpack, or that glue bottle, but that none of them have the ability to communicate and are therefore trapped in an eternal frozen existence where they can't scream for help or do anything. That is absolutely horrifying to think about, and if your response is, "Oh, come on, there's no way a bed can come to life," we are dealing with a spork here. That is just as ridiculous a concept, and yet these writers want you to think that that makes sense. So now we're simply extending their logic as far as it can go and seeing how horrifying the reality that they're crafting is. It also raises some rather, interesting questions regarding the types of toys that adults play with. And it's not because the child's imagination is what brings these things to life, because aside from the fact that we know from Toy Story 2 that toys were already alive before they even leave their box, we see Bonnie playing with plenty of inanimate objects such as this cardboard spaceship, but none of them come to life because this was never a problem in the original trilogy until these brain-dead writers decided to bring a spork to life because they are that creatively bankrupt and didn't care at all about how it was going to impact the franchise's world building as a whole. This script is broken. Almost nothing runs with any logical train of thought, being either blatantly contradicted by itself or previous movies. Anything that does proceed through cause and effect is only allowed to unfold due to an insane amount of luck and contrivance, resulting in one of the laziest and most inept stories that takes no care for the rules established by its predecessors whatsoever. But perhaps you don't care about any of that. Maybe logical inconsistencies don't bother you to even a minor degree. Maybe blatant contradictions both within this movie and when compared to previous films are totally meaningless to you. Maybe you don't care whether anything that happens in movies makes any sense at all, just so long as there's an impactful, heartfelt, meaningful, and thought-provoking message for the audience to take away and keep with them long after the credits roll. Here's the thing about that. The messages that this movie communicates to its audience aren't just irresponsible, but downright evil in some instances. To begin with, we have the issue of Forkface's behavior in the beginning of this movie. This is a character who literally wants to throw himself away, who doesn't want to live in the situation that he's found himself in, and so has resorted to the trash, which has an inevitability that we all know about. And he does this throughout a montage during which this happy-go-lucky song is playing in the background with lyrics that are very deliberately addressing the topic of suicide, which is only further confirmed by external information about Randy Newman's intentions with writing this song. To be blunt about it, there is absolutely no way the people who wrote this movie were completely unaware of what they were conveying with this scene. You'd have to have the dullest mind on the planet to spend years of your life working on this movie and never once have the thought of, you know, this kind of sounds like we're talking about suicide here. When audience members came to this conclusion within minutes of this character's introduction, what the hell is your excuse? That is not to say that you can't tackle serious subject matter such as suicide in films. Of course you can. But if you are going to deal with this subject matter in your movie, then you cannot treat it as a joke. But that is exactly what you've done here. You've created a character whose entire arc is literally about how he wants to die and portrayed his mental struggle as a funny joke for your impressionable audience to laugh at. Not to mention the fact that you have him overcome his mental state and desire to throw himself away after a single conversation where Woody says that he's Bonnie's trash and then he immediately finds new meaning in his life. It is not that simple. That is not how this works. The topic of depression and suicide is so much more complex than this, and yet this film treats them as a funny haha and such a bouncy, jovial thing to watch unfold throughout this montage when there's absolutely no way nobody at Pixar noticed what this scene is saying. Completely irresponsible. And let's not forget about how the director and writers feel about fan theories and the message that they are sending by including this book title. They are communicating to the audience that their fan theories are nothing but jokes to them. They laughed at them for caring about the movies that their company was creating, let alone the film they themselves were making. And they did it in such a way that only the most devoted of fans would notice it, because you have to actively go out of your way to listen to the director's commentary on the Blu-ray disc.
This was just the goal to destroy the Pixar theory. This book that Mom is reading right there, it says, Beyond Infinity, debunking the crazy theory of a shared universe, or something like that.
The average moviegoer is never ever going to hear this line of commentary in their lives. The only people that will are those who care enough to listen to the entire commentary track, such as people who comb through these films and behind-the-scenes extras looking for clues to further fuel fan theories. And it is those very people that the director is laughing at for caring and using their critical thinking skills and applying it to their passion for these movies. And just to reiterate, I do not subscribe to the Pixar theory because I don't think it holds any weight whatsoever, as discussed earlier. So my contention with these clowns has absolutely nothing to do with a personal investment in the matter. Their stance on the Pixar theory is the same as mine, but that doesn't matter at all because the message that they are sending is that if you take the time to think about their films on a more analytical level, they think that's hilarious and want to demean you for doing it. Which I suppose doesn't surprise me, since if you think about this film's structure for longer than 5 seconds, you'll immediately see how badly it crumbles to pieces. Next, this film believes that you should be rewarded for emotionally manipulating people, torturing them, and stealing their organs, because that's basically what a voice box is to a toy. It's an organ, and that you should be handed exactly what you want, even if you never apologize, try to make up for what you did wrong, or even acknowledge that you ever did anything wrong in the first place, just as long as you have a sad backstory and it's absolutely disgusting to think about. But even worse than that is how her motivations can be, and already have been, interpreted by the audience in the context of disabilities. The core of this villain's motivation is to steal Woody's voice box because she was born as a defective toy, and believes that she needs to fix her defective part in order to be accepted by Harmony as a proper toy. I'm sure you don't need me to explain how harmful this message is, but I'm going to do it anyway for those who aren't quite following along. The film portrays Annabelle's motive as virtuous and benevolent, and her motives are that she believes she isn't worthy of Harmony's love until she fixes her voice box. And the movie ends up proving that she's correct, because the only reason that the child at the end of the movie feels comfortable taking her home is because she pulls her string and Annabelle asks to be the kid's friend. And that is a terrible precedent to set, because it doesn't take a lot of critical thinking for someone living with a disability to watch this movie and understand what it's trying to say on a thematic level about living with disabilities. It's saying that society would deem you unworthy of love unless you find a way to fix your disability, which is utterly insulting, not to mention embarrassing considering how intelligently, maturely, and respectfully Pixar has handled these subjects in their previous movies, and not having the characters literally think that they need to fix themselves to be accepted. This is irresponsibility of the highest caliber. Then, we come to what this film is trying to say about Woody's love for Bo Peep. The film wants you to believe that these two toys have feelings for each other, and that as a result of these romantic feelings, it makes sense for Woody to abandon his kid and family, which we are going to talk about in just a moment. But just run with this for a moment. This is portrayed as a healthy, loving, romantic relationship. The director believes that this is a showcase of a pair of people who think the world of each other and want to spend their lives together. He is communicating to the audience through this film, this is something you should look to as a shining example of what it means to be a healthy, respectful, romantic relationship. And that is actually disgusting to think about because this is how Bo treats Woody throughout this film.
What did I say? I lead, you follow. You really want to help? Then stay out of my way. Just stand there and be quiet. I'll do the talking. My friend? No. He's my accessory. Some toy thought it would be a good idea to wander into the aisle.
That doesn't make any sense. The best route is behind the shelves.
That would have been a better route, wouldn't it?
Toy sounds like a complete idiot.
He does. Plenty of kids out there. It can't be just about the one you're still clinging to.
Sounds like she really loves you. You would have to actually be deranged to look at these interactions and tell me that this is someone who respects Woody to even a minor degree. This isn't respect. This isn't love. This is verbal abuse and selfishness running rampant throughout the script. And she is rewarded for this behavior with love from the person she's abusing. And no, the scene where Bo realizes how much of an idiot she was and that Woody's heart was in the right place all along doesn't matter in the slightest because aside from the fact that this scene only exists for the sake of the audience and she never actually apologizes to Woody for how she treated him, even if she did apologize to him, that would not make up for the things she did. The simple act of saying sorry or acknowledging that you were wrong doesn't immediately make up for the action you undertook. When Woody accidentally knocks Buzz out the window, he tries to clear the air with him, but because Buzz thinks that he tried to kill him, he doesn't just immediately say, "Oh, okay, you feel bad. Well, I guess we're friends now." It takes the entire rest of the movie for these two to come to trust each other and become the best friends that they are. But in this movie, Bo simply says that,
"You gotta love him for it."
And even if we give maximum benefit of the doubt to her and assume that this is her acknowledging that she was wrong to treat Woody the way that she did throughout this movie, that does not suddenly absolve her from her endless parade of condescension and verbal abuse throughout the runtime of this film. Disregarding the butchered character motivations for the movie ending the way that it does, it is portrayed as a happy ending that Woody chooses to leave his family and go off to live with an abusive romantic partner who not only acts consistently condescending to him, but also takes great joy in doing so. This is not healthy. This is not normal. This is not okay, no matter how much this film wants you to think that it is. Do not look to this as an example of a respectful relationship for the love of God. And last, but certainly not least, we have Woody's final decision. Irrespective of how it's totally against his character for him to do this, think about his choice in terms of the message it is sending out. Since the very beginning of the series, the toys have been a metaphor for parents. When Woody is referring to Andy as his kid, he means it in every substantive way that it matters and that he's there for him when he needs him and he watches him grow up over the years and ultimately move away to start a life for himself. But hey, don't take my word for it. Take the word of our old friends.
That speech Woody gives right there when he's carrying Forky, so beautiful. I remember when Andrew first wrote it. I have young kids, but I don't have kids that are out of college. I don't know what that's like. Only somebody who had kids that are out of college could write this and have this kind of emotion.
So, now that we've established that, let's think about this ending again and see where that gets us. We are watching this parental figure decide that he wants to abandon his kid and run off to pursue his dreams instead. Are you not quite getting the picture? Well, then allow me to repeat the exact same sentence, but this time replacing the visuals on screen with something else. We are watching this parental figure decide that he wants to abandon his kid and run off to pursue his dreams instead. And if you say, "What? Come on, he wasn't pursuing his dreams," you're right. It's worse. He abandoned his daughter because he needed a break from what was going on at home. It's actually much, much worse, but my point is still the same. And the difference between The Greatest Attorney 2 and Toy Story 4 is that this game acknowledges that Miko Tabas screwed up. It goes out of its way to make crystal clear that what he did is morally reprehensible, and even goes so far as to have him admit that what he did was wrong, whereas Toy Story 4 portrays it as perfectly fine, a happy ending for everyone actually, that Woody abandons Bonnie to go explore the world with Bo Peep while simultaneously saying that the toys are meant to serve as parental roles for their kids. This movie establishes very, very explicitly that Woody is instrumental to Bonnie's happiness. Even if she isn't actually playing with him, he is the reason she is able to make it through kindergarten orientation. Had it not been for Woody in that classroom, Bonnie would have been an emotional wreck, and we would have had an inside-out situation that could have potentially dealt serious, long-lasting damage to her mental state to be impacted at such an early age. Andy entrusted him to Bonnie, and Woody has shown not only extreme proficiency with, but also immeasurable passion and happiness for ensuring the joy of his kid. And yet, in spite of all that, This movie tells you that responsibility and care for your child be damned. If you meet someone that you fall in love with, it's more important to go run off with them and live happily ever after, even if it means leaving your child in the care of someone who is utterly incompetent at their job. And it's not a decision made by the parent in the best interest of the child like some movies that tackle this idea brilliantly. It is a selfish choice made with nobody's interest in mind other than himself, which aside from being blatantly contradictory to who Woody is as a character is an absolutely horrible thing to do when we are talking about abandoning a child. Riddle me this. Would you accept this decision if it was literally a father leaving their kid behind to go run off with someone he fell in love with after literally one day? Or is it okay because they're toys? Because I refuse to adhere to that. This film's messaging is utterly irresponsible and evil, and the thought that kids watch this movie and may have come away from it thinking that these are morally conscionable things to do honestly terrifies me. But all of that pales, absolutely pales in comparison to what this film does to its characters. It's not enough that it tells a story that would require me to lose a significant chunk of my brain in some horrible accident to think that it held together under even the slightest amount of scrutiny. It's not enough that it directly spits in the face of the universal rules established by the original trilogy, raising horrifying questions about the sentience of inanimate objects in the process. And it's not enough that it sends absolutely horrific moral messages about family, responsibility, living with disabilities, depression, suicide, what it means to love someone, theorizing about movies, and culpability for wrongdoings if you have a tragic backstory. This film had to take a swing at the characters from the original trilogy. It had to sideline almost every major character by quarantining them all in an RV throughout the runtime and replacing them with celebrity cameos who are only there for their namesake and an excuse to sell more toys because they have absolutely nothing to do with the story whatsoever. The Looney Tunes have absolutely no relevance to the main plot at all. Really think about their involvement now. If you cut them out of this movie, all the major events play out just fine. They are only here because they wanted to get an iconic comedic duo into the film that they could plaster all over the marketing so they could say, "Hey, look at us, we got Key and Peele, you like them, right?" And it's the exact same thing with John Wick / Neo / insert Keanu Reeves character here because I refuse to call this toy by its actual name. It's Keanu Reeves, everybody! Don't you love Keanu Reeves?
You're breathtaking! You're all breathtaking!
Then you should love this character. That's all this is, just hiring popular celebrities to play your new characters in the hopes that they can effortlessly earn the audience's adoration without putting any effort into their personalities or development and simply borrowing the love of the actor in question and pasting it onto the character. Because this toy has absolutely no relevance to this film whatsoever. The entire quest to get his help from the pinball machine and make this jump had absolutely nothing to do with anything and was entirely pointless because Woody demonstrated that you can effortlessly run across the aisle and reach the cabinet doors without needing to do this stupid jump that puts you right in the line of sight of the dummies and unnecessarily endangers the mission. And any action he takes later could have easily been accomplished by far simpler methods that the script has to deliberately forget about in order to pretend that these characters are in any way important. The only new addition to the cast who has anything to do with this story is the stupid spork, Forkface. But even then you can't really call him a character because for almost the entire movie he's just trapped in the antique store. There was the potential for the writers to tell a really interesting, mature, and impactful story about existentialism, or actually tap into the serious and dark implications present with your character literally wanting to throw himself away. But instead, he receives absolutely no significant development at all. His existential crisis ends 10 minutes after he's introduced to the story, 2 of which consisted of a montage and even more of which didn't even have him speaking with a more elaborate lexicon than just saying trash over and over again. And all it takes is for Woody to tell him that he's Bonnie's trash. No maturity, no intelligent discourse, no meaningful message to get across. His suicidal tendencies are played for a joke with happy, jovial music in the background, capped off by him ultimately deciding he wants to be a toy. And then from that point on, it becomes nothing but a plot device used to facilitate the rest of this broken story. Next, there's everything to do with how Annabelle is characterized. For the first time in the Toy Story series, the antagonist comes around to being on the good guys team by the end. Sid, the prospector, and Lotso were never afforded such kindness. Lotso almost turned to the good side, but the toys were quickly proven wrong for thinking that would ever happen. But not Annabelle. This time, they want you to think that the villain was completely justified in doing everything that she did because all she wanted all along was to be loved by a kid. They try to paint her as having undergone some sort of redemption arc, but she didn't. She wasn't redeemed for her actions. She is not a villain who was redeemed, no matter how badly this film wants you to think otherwise. Annabelle did not undergo a redemption arc because she doesn't believe that she did anything wrong. She goes from, "I'm taking your voice box because I needed to be loved, so turn around, Woody," to, "I'm taking your voice box because I needed to be loved, so turn around, Woody, please?" is. And that is the only change that happens with her character in this movie. She doesn't apologize for her actions. She doesn't admit her wrongdoings, and she doesn't try to make things right. She doesn't do anything like that. She does exactly the same thing that she was doing earlier in this movie, and if Woody didn't give his consent, she was going to take what she wanted anyway. It did not matter. And then the universe just keeps hand-delivering opportunities for success whenever the previous one fails to work out for her. I need you to understand this. Annabelle is a terrible person. She's awful. She tortures Woody and regularly attacks the main characters to get what she wants, shows no remorse for her actions, and is rewarded for that in the end. Meaning the only new toy we have left that can possibly salvage this new cast is Bo Peep. But big surprise, the writers have dropped the ball once again. To reiterate, the problem with her character is not that she's suddenly an action-oriented lost toy opposed to her more docile nature from the first two movies. It makes sense for her to have to adapt to the outside world and naturally become a more action-ready toy as a result. The problems here are the gaslighting and her behavior toward other characters. Bo Peep did not act this way in the first two movies. She just didn't. I don't think you will find a single person on the planet who will try to argue that Bo Peep was always this way if you actually show them the first two movies. But because the writers are slimy hacks, instead of actually showing the struggles that she went through in the time between Toy Story 2 and 4, and visually demonstrating the process by which her personality and behavior has had to change to account for her new lifestyle, they took the shortcut. Only they didn't just take a shortcut, they took a cheap shortcut. They opened the film with a flashback to the time period of Toy Story 2 and retroactively changed how Bo Peep acted in order to gaslight the audience into thinking, oh, she was always like that, and oh, her dress was always like that. So that when you first meet her at the playground, you don't question how she's changed in the slightest, when all you have to do is simply watch any of her scenes from the first two movies to immediately disprove this notion within seconds. This is nothing but deceptive, manipulative gaslighting, and you are lying if you say otherwise. And how she acts to the other characters is absolutely insulting. She treats Woody like a moldy doormat throughout the entire runtime of this film, constantly impugning his intelligence and decision-making, blaming him for events that she could have easily prevented herself by taking very basic actions that we see her take later in the movie, talking with a condescending tone both to him and to other people when talking about him, and placing her priorities and desires above Woody's despite the fact that she only agreed to do this in the first place to help Woody, and the fact that they want you to think Woody would be willing to spend his life with her after all this is absurd. The only reason I can think of for why she was written this way was to make Woody look completely useless and stupid so that Bo looked infinitely better by comparison, which is, once again, slimy, deceptive, manipulative garbage. You do not have to make your old characters look like trash to make your new characters shine brighter by comparison. Athena Sykes isn't condescending to Phoenix and Apollo. The writers of Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice don't make those characters act like bumbling morons just to make her look incredible. They give Athena her own cases to shine, construct events that would naturally give her a majorly important role in the story, and allow her to make one of the most ingenious deductions in the entire series without painting her coworkers as half-brained seahorses. Rivet doesn't have to treat Ratchet and Clank like worthless idiots. She is initially standoffish due to not trusting the new arrivals as the dimensions are falling apart, but she is never condescending. And the game doesn't have to paint Ratchet and Clank as incompetent buffoons in order to make Rivet look awesome. They split the game equally between the two of them and allow them both to receive an adequate amount of screen time, giving Rivet the chance to shine all on her own without having to bring anyone else down in the process. But for some reason, these writers thought that the only way they could write Bo Peep to make her look awesome was to simultaneously write all the other characters around her that we love to look like complete idiots. Which brings me to my final point, and what is by far the most insulting, irredeemable thing this film has done. Out of all the damage it has dealt to this franchise, this is what stings more than anything else, and it is the deliberate, merciless assassination of Woody, Buzz Lightyear, and Jessie. If the movie could just nail this one thing, if it could just write these characters consistently with how they've always acted, if they kept their morals in line, if they kept their principles straight, if they didn't give them all brain damage, and if they didn't annihilate everything about them that people loved, then this film just might have been able to come out the other end of this mess in one piece, even in spite of everything else it colossally bungled. But it couldn't even do that. This is the absolute last straw. All they had to do was nail this one shot. It was this movie's one last chance to save itself, and it missed the target so hard it defied the laws of physics and crash landed and exploded in a fiery inferno. Let's break it down. Jessie's entire character arc was all about overcoming her fears of abandonment and claustrophobia, two fears that had consumed her existence since the moment Emily gave her up all those years ago. She was an adventurous cowgirl who wouldn't have been rattled by the most ferocious of enemies, but the one thing that would immediately bring her to her knees was any kind of enclosed space, anything to remind her of the trauma she underwent for all those years. And Toy Story of Terror finally allowed her to overcome that, to finally settle her nerves when her friends depended on her and her alone to save the day. day and triumphantly kick open the box after an entire special of continually trying and failing to move past her fears, ready at last to take on whatever obstacle the world tries to throw her way. And now, in Toy Story 4, Jessie has regressed all the way back to the way she was at the beginning of Toy Story 2, terrified and immobilized by being stuck in a closet for a few minutes. Buzz off, you stupid movie. Buzz Lightyear is one of the smartest characters in the entire series by a long shot. Whether he thought he was a space ranger or understood that he was a toy, he was continually shown to be making remarkably intelligent decisions, taking into account every potential obstacle in front of him and tool he can use to his advantage to formulate a plan of attack by either meticulously thinking it out in advance or coming up with solutions on the fly. He was the one who masterminded the mission to rescue Woody after solving the mystery of who the identity of the kidnapper was and exactly where to find him all by himself, which not only speaks to his competence as a leader, strategist, and analytical thinker, but also to his loyalty to Woody. He would never, ever let any harm come to his best friend Woody, after all they went through in the first movie, and in turn, the entire series, they'd do anything for each other. Buzz doesn't even hesitate to leap onto Scud's face and put himself in serious danger when Woody is losing his grip. He immediately leaps out of the window to try to rescue Woody when Al kidnaps him. He fights tooth and nail at every opportunity, never letting anything faze him until Woody is safely back in his protection because, as Buzz says himself,
Woody once risked his life to save me. I couldn't call myself his friend if I weren't willing to do the same.
And now, in Toy Story 4, he is suffering from major brain damage as he fails to understand the concept of a conscience, despite clearly being able to think for himself in the original trilogy, struggling to make even the most basic of decisions without spamming his voice buttons to tell him what to do, and even worse, he repeatedly sidelines Woody in favor of moving the plot along. When Woody charges headfirst into the belly of the beast in danger of being torn apart by a cat and the Chucky dolls, Buzz shows absolutely no concern for him and instead runs away so he can be delivered a key by the plot fairy. When Woody stages a one cowboy souls into the antique store, ready to take on Annabelle's entire army, Buzz abandons him and runs back to the RV. He doesn't care at all. He pushes the buttons on his chest, they tell him to go home, and so he does. And all because the writers wanted to continue the joke. Buzz off, you stupid movie. And finally, we have Woody, a character whose core trait was his loyalty to his friends and his kid. He was established as a quick-witted, intelligent cowboy as well, but the number one thing you'd immediately think about upon seeing him was the thing that makes him special.
Is he'll never give up on you. Ever.
That no matter how insurmountable the odds may seem, he'd stand by his friends through thick and thin because he doesn't leave toys behind. He learned in the first movie that it doesn't matter if he's not the favorite toy. He'll still always be there whenever his kid needs him. He learned in the second movie that even when facing the inevitability of his kid growing up and not wanting to play with toys anymore, he's still going to stand by his kid through thick and thin as he watches him grow up. Because even if he can't stop it from happening,
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Which is a decision that plays out in Toy Story 3 as he isn't played with by Andy for years at a time, still patiently awaiting the day when he may need him again. And in the final moments of the film, as he accepts that Andy is all grown up and doesn't need him anymore, he makes his choice to stand by his friends and go with them to help create new memories for a little girl who will get far more use out of them than Andy will. But he won't do it without Andy's blessing until his owner consciously passes him on to Bonnie. He wouldn't leave him behind because that's who Woody is. And that is why his decision at the end of Toy Story 3 works so well. He doesn't want to leave his friends and he doesn't want to leave Andy, but he understands that he will be of better service in Bonnie's care than in the care of a college student, and that the right thing to do is to go on with his friends. But his loyalty won't let him give himself up unless Andy is the one to pass him on. His loyalty to both his friends and Andy remains unaltered by this movie, and in the end, he upholds his promise to Buzz Lightyear that they'd always be together for infinity and beyond. But now, in Toy Story 4, all of that is thrown out the window. There isn't a single solitary thing about Woody's character that wasn't destroyed by this film. Andy was wrong about him. He did give up on Bonnie. He wasn't there for her no matter what. He abandoned everything. He left not just Bonnie, but also all of his friends. No, forget that. His entire family of toys that he had grown so close to throughout his adventures across these films and shorts. Also, he could go run off with a girl who spent the entire day impugning everything about his existence. This would never, ever, ever happen. Woody would never abandon his kid after not being played with for only 3 days when he's been lovingly played with by her for a full 2 years and was left in a toy box by Andy for even longer than that. And what makes it even worse is that Bonnie plays with him in this movie. Children can change their minds at a moment's notice, meaning that she may very well wake up tomorrow and decide that she wants to start playing with Woody again, only she's going to realize that she can't find him anywhere and start crying over it, and Buzz and the gang aren't going to be able to do anything about it because they will have absolutely no idea where in the world Woody is. Morons! This is not Woody. His character revolves entirely around loyalty to the people around him, not to condescending porcelain pricks, especially not when he is already shown in Toy Story 3 to have moved past losing Bo. Every lesson he learned throughout those movies is rendered entirely meaningless and directly contradicted by this ending. And the cherry on top of this nightmare cake is that Woody has to leave Buzz to get to this point. The friend with whom he's been to the ends of the earth and back, going through the worst obstacles a toy could possibly face, and who he promised he'd be with for infinity and beyond. And this film rips them away from each other, and the only way they're able to get away with it is by falsely manipulating the story and playing with the lighting and the music to make you think this is something Woody would do when it just isn't. The lyrics of the credit song say that I was a lonesome cowboy. You came along, changed my life, and fixed what was broken in me. You can't be happy when you're all by yourself. Even the lyrics of the song are trying to convince you this is normal, that Woody was entirely alone in Bonnie's room and that Bo Peep fixed something that was broken about him. No! Shut up! Can it right now, you abysmal clown rejects! Woody was not alone. He had his friends. He had Buzz. He had Jessie. He had everybody. Bonnie literally played with him in this movie. There was nothing broken about him to fix. Stop trying to manipulate the story to justify your garbage messaging. But this is what you have to do in order to pretend that this makes any sense. You have to alter the events of the series to try to suit your narrative and constantly try to reinforce your warped version of reality through the visuals and the music in the hopes that the audience won't notice. And you have to assassinate everything about Woody's character that made him who he is and leave behind nothing but a shell of his former self. That is 3 for 3. Woody, Buzz, and Jessie, all 3 heroes of the original trilogy, utterly destroyed by this steaming pile of garbage. This movie had the same effect on me as Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I didn't realize how much the characters of the original trilogy connected with me on a personal level until I saw them all torn to shreds and their accomplishments undone. I didn't realize how invested I was in the characters in World of Danganronpa until this show bulldozed through all of it, and this game nullified every substantive character arc and major event that occurred throughout the series prior to that point. And I didn't realize how much I loved the world and characters of Toy Story, how close to my heart it all was, and how much it emotionally resonated with me until I saw everything about them that I connected with incinerated beyond repair by this movie. It doesn't matter what angle you look at this movie from. Whether your priorities in judging a film lie in its plot, themes, or character, all of those are fundamentally broken, and the only things that are quality are the visual fidelity, animation, music, and voice acting, all of which are nothing but decoration, which without a competent base to lay them on will mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Yes, the voice actors and musicians responsible for the dialogue and soundtrack are incredibly talented individuals who obviously did the best job they could to try to salvage this rotting corpse of a script. But it doesn't matter how smooth the voices of the people telling the story are if the story that they are telling has as much cogency as a shredded piece of spaghetti. And as for the animation, it's Pixar. You are guaranteed a gorgeous movie with this studio, but the quality of a film's visuals are determined by its budget, which we know is no trouble at all for Disney, and by the limits of the current technology. When the first Toy Story came out in theaters in 1995, it was a groundbreaking success. Nobody had ever seen anything like it because it was the first full-length feature film to be entirely comprised of computer animation, as opposed to the more traditional era of Disney animation, which only relied on CGI for things like the Cave of Wonders. But if you compare the graphical fidelity of this movie to Toy Story 4, it's not even kinda close in terms of which is more visually stunning, which is why using it as a metric for assessing the quality of a film is utterly useless. It can be a nice thing to praise if the substantive elements of it are exceptional, but it cannot save a film all by itself. You can be stunned by the animation, even mesmerized by it. You can be impressed by how far technology has come, but you cannot use those feelings to argue that this film is good because they are the very same feelings people had back in 1995. And if you were to say the same thing about this movie today, you'd be laughed at without remorse. The visuals of a film are always going to age, but a well-written script is timeless. And everything about the way this script is written, from the plot to the characters to the thematic messaging, is in tatters from the opening scene, and it only gets worse and worse with each passing minute. People love to immediately jump to Cars 2 as the worst Pixar movie. It's the punching bag of their catalog. And yes, Cars 2 is a big, steaming hot mess with a plot that runs on the laziest, most ridiculous and contrived chain of events that allows Mater to not only take the place of the American agent, but continue continue to serve as a spy despite repeatedly telling Finn and Holly that.
But you know I'm just a tow truck, right?
Plus a myriad of luck that keeps allowing characters to survive, such as Holly just so happening to be angled exactly where she needed to in order to hit this stupid generator. Literally, if they had been tied down facing opposite directions, they'd have died instantly. Not to mention the variety of absolutely insane events that unfold throughout the runtime.
And Lightning McQueen just blasted away to the now rocket-propelled tow truck.
What is happening? Not to mention the fact that they just summon random new abilities whenever they get into any kind of trouble at all. There's no attempt at setups and payoffs. It's just, oh, don't worry, I have an emergency backup Gatling gun, and parachute, and tire grenades, and...
The standard issue now.
You kids get all the good hardware.
Really? And all of this leads to the most nonsensical payoff in any movie I have ever seen. This film is so blatantly idiotic that even the characters in the movie are aware of it.
Come on, none of this happened. Rocket jets, flying spy cars.
No, you're quite right. It does sound a bit far-fetched.
But you know what Cars 2 doesn't do? It doesn't blatantly assassinate its characters. It doesn't regress Lightning McQueen all the way back to how he was at the beginning of the first film. It doesn't turn characters they wanted you to take seriously into a joke. It doesn't undo the development between McQueen and Sally. In fact, any opportunity the characters from Radiator Springs get to do something, they all act consistently with who they've been established to be and contribute something meaningful to the film, even if in the most seemingly minor of ways. And it doesn't even dare to touch McQueen and Mater's friendship. It doesn't rip them apart from each other with no justification. But Toy Story 4 does assassinate its characters. Toy Story 4 has every single problem that Cars 2 has, from lazy contrivances to impossible scenarios and simple breaks in logic, and only adds to the pile by destroying Woody, Buzz, and Jessie. This is Pixar's worst film, and it's not even close. Nothing they ever make from here on out can possibly dethrone this abomination. But even putting aside all the indefensible logical problems with this movie, and the fact that it completely and utterly nullified every meaningful message and character arc throughout the series, this film's path of destruction doesn't just stop at the end of this film, it also tarnished Incredibles 2. Because while it may be easy to forget as time passes, Toy Story 4 was supposed to come out in 2017, but was then delayed to 2018 as Cars 3 got pushed up, and was then delayed again to 2019 as Incredibles 2 was pushed up. But while Cars 3 may have been able to pull itself together in time and provide a satisfying, full-circle conclusion to Lightning McQueen's story, Incredibles 2 very clearly needed the extra year. It has a hilarious and endearing family dynamic in Bob's storyline with the kids, and it has hair-raising, masterfully choreographed and directed action sequences in Helen's storyline, but it completely wasted the Underminer setup by turning someone who declared war on humanity into a bank robber who immediately runs away. Barely had any scenes with the entire family working together to save the day until the very end of the movie, which is what the entire first film worked to set up, and features one of the most illogical villains in any movie ever. A villain whose entire motivation is to make superheroes illegal in a world where superheroes are already illegal, and she's going to do that by making them legal just to make them illegal again. It is blatantly obvious here that they ran out of time, that they had a far more compelling villain and logical backstory than the sloppy spaghetti mess of a plot that they ended up with, and that if they had that extra year, they could have made this absolutely phenomenal. But then Toy Story 4 came into the picture and ruined it all. It pushed Incredibles 2 up a full year, and as a result, the team had to scramble to get something out the door no matter how flawed it ended up being. And the reason why this delay for Toy Story 4 happened in the first place is because they threw out 75% of the original script as confirmed by Annie Potts, meaning that they had an original story that I can guarantee you made more sense in this trash heap. But then there was a change in leadership, a changing of hands as to who would be taking the reins for this project. So they gave the title to Josh Cooley. When Lee Unkrich was put in charge of Toy Story 3, he was somebody who helped edit the first movie and co-directed the second. He was familiar with the series. He was involved in the creation of the first two. He was someone who very clearly loved these characters and wanted to give them a satisfying conclusion that they deserved after everything they've been through. But Josh Cooley wasn't even at Pixar when the first two films were released, and wasn't involved in the creation of the third movie at all. And yet they made him the director and put him in charge of leading this film to the finish line. Only he didn't just set out to finish what they started. He set out to throw away almost everything the original creative team came up with and shove his own writing into the mix as a replacement. He went out of his way to take the original script and change it to assassinate all these characters and destroy this world and nullify the messages of the original trilogy without a single care in the world. And you know what? Maybe you think that I'm being unfair here. Maybe you think that I've been extremely uncharitable in my assumptions about this director. After all, Hanlon's razor tells us never to ascribe malice to what could easily be ascribed to incompetence. But here's the thing. I've thought about this for the past 2 years, ever since this movie came out. Thinking about this director's track record with making movies, and the way he's spoken about Toy Story 4, I don't earnestly believe that this man is incompetent. I don't. I honestly, truly don't. I believe this movie was nothing but a malicious attack on everything the original trilogy established. Why? Because Josh Cooley was on the writing team for Inside Out. He was one of only 3 people who worked on writing the script for Inside Out, which is one of the best movies Pixar has ever created. He was a story artist on films like The Incredibles, Ratatouille, and Up, and he directed the short film Riley's First Date, which, while it's not exactly one of the best things in Pixar's catalog.
So, what's the dealio with Jordan? OMG, he is awesome sauce. Faux cheesy. Did she just say faux cheesy?
It still paid respect to the characters of Inside Out and had them all act in ways that were in line with their behavior from the movie. This man knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot. He knows how to make a quality film, and you need look no further than his own director's commentary for this film to see that for yourself.
It actually doesn't make any sense at all. I like pointing out how our movie doesn't work.
If you really break it down, none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all. We never see fireworks for the rest of the movie. It's just behind Duke.
He knows what does and doesn't make sense in a film. This isn't something like Loki, where the people who wrote it were genuinely too stupid to realize that they had destroyed the MCU until they were asked about it after the show was already over. Literally saying that it was a necessary evil to tarnish the first 3 phases of the MCU in a desperate attempt to retroactively justify their decisions. This isn't something like Danganronpa 3 where the lead writer thinks they've created a masterpiece. He is fully cognizant of exactly what he's done here because he hates these characters.
They're such fun characters because they have no connection to our characters, and they're brand new. Fun of this movie to me was all these new characters that we can create and bring to life.
And he hates the messages about family that the original trilogy tried to send, and instead replaced them all with shells of their former selves or blatant contradictions to their former selves. And the only way he could make it work was to gaslight you into thinking that Jessie's always been like this and never grew past her fears, that Buzz has always been stupid, and that Woody has always been this insecure about himself and never learned lessons to move past it. This film doesn't work if the audience remembers any of these things. If they remember that Jessie overcame her fears, that Buzz is one of the smartest characters in the series, or that Woody already evolved past all these insecurities throughout the trilogy, then this film immediately ceases to function. So all he can do is try to gaslight you into thinking that this is all totally normal, and then further drive that point home in the director's commentary. And he still has the audacity to stand up on that stage and say into the camera to millions of people that he hopes Woody and Buzz made growing up a little bit easier for them, as he accepts an award that he earned by tearing down those characters that he didn't create, that people loved with all their hearts, leaving behind nothing but a trail of destruction in his wake. Well, guess what, Cooley? Those characters did make growing up easier for me. They've had a greater impact on my life than you could ever wrap your head around. And you destroyed them all without a care in the world, riding off into the sunset as the rotting corpse of Toy Story is sprawled onto the floor behind you, with absolutely no hope of salvation because Pixar has declared this to be the grand finale of the story, despite what was originally intended all those years ago.
Ending up at a landfill and then ultimately heading towards the belching inferno of an incinerator, that's the end. That is the end. There's nothing beyond that. And I thought, if we're going to end this trilogy in a big way, really push the toys to the brink, I thought that we should take them to the dump.
It was supposed to be the end. It was supposed to stop here. But you wouldn't let the franchise stop here. Not so long as you had characters you could assassinate and a world you could destroy. And then you ran away from Pixar as soon as your work in destroying this series was done, so you could rest and watch the sun rise on a hateful universe as they watch in horror what you've done as they realize that now there's nothing left that can salvage this series. We can't look to the future at an upcoming project and hope that it will save the day because there's nothing to look to. This is the end of the line. And it's all your fault. You've ruined this. You've destroyed it all. And you did it all with a crooked smile on your face that looks like it belongs in a villain of your company's own making. He has absolutely no respect for this franchise, and as a result, I have absolutely no respect for this director after what he's done. He may claim to love Toy Story.
I love Toy Story. I saw the first 2 before I started working here at Pixar, and to be asked to direct this movie was such a huge honor and terrifying because I didn't want to mess it up.
but actions speak louder than words. It doesn't matter if I say I love something if I'm simultaneously plunging a knife into that same thing, because in case it's not clear, he doesn't believe he's done anything wrong. Josh Cooley believes that what he did to these characters was in the best interests of everyone, and that massive ego was only further inflated when they handed him that shiny trophy, so he'll coast through the rest of his life by resting on his laurels with an unshakable belief that destroying beloved characters leads you to great success. And judging by the audience's reaction to this garbage, there's nobody else in the world that will ever try to convince him otherwise. So take your Looney Tunes ripoffs, Evel Knievel failures, and neurotic spork with you as you go right off into your next project that puts another massive paycheck in your pocket, and go fuck yourself to infinity and beyond. Well, that was just about the most mentally taxing thing I've ever done. Even in spite of the several consecutive 24-hour periods of time that I spent editing my Danganronpa 3 series and out working on those videos nearly brought me to my knees, this series was still the most emotionally draining thing I have ever created because I love Toy Story. I don't know that there is a piece of art on this planet that is more intrinsically linked to my heart than this series, because outside of things like Baby Einsteins, the Toy Story movies were some of the first pieces of content that I ever consumed in my entire life, and these stories and characters helped me through some of the toughest periods in my life. I even watched them on their VHS tapes. That's how long I've been watching these movies. In fact, they're the only VHS tapes I still own. I didn't realize how much I cared about this world and how attached I was to these characters until I saw them all torn down in this movie. Because sitting in the theater on opening day watching this movie was like being stabbed in the heart over and over again for 90 minutes. I've wanted to make a video tearing this film to shreds and explaining how it destroyed everything about the original trilogy ever since I walked into that theater over 2 years ago. And now, the work is done. I can finally rest now, knowing that I've done my job and drawn attention to this dumpster fire, because good lord almighty, the world was way too kind to this movie. Whether it was because they were dazzled by the pretty lights, reminded of their childhood by the music, or just because they liked seeing the Toy Story toys do stuff, I have no idea, but the world did not give this film the proper dose of analytical decimation that it deserved, and I finally decided to change that. And with that, the series is now over, and what an insane journey it was. Thank you all for sticking through to the end of this 6-hour-long supercut of how Toy Story 4 destroyed everything. I certainly had a lot to say, and I hope you found my commentary insightful. People have been asking me to combine all 5 parts of the series together into one huge video for a while now, and after seeing the almost unanimous results of the poll that I put out to you guys, I finally decided to sit down and stitch them together. I don't think I'll ever be able to properly express how much your support for this channel has meant to me ever since the Toy Story 4 videos took off out of nowhere back in May, and I couldn't really think of anything special that I could do to celebrate outside of putting together this supercut. But I still wanted to do something to commemorate this series. It's thanks to how Toy Story 4 destroyed everything and your support for it that I've been given the chance to earn money from talking about movies and games that I'm passionate about, and I will be forever grateful for that. For as long as there's an audience interested in what I have to say, I'm gonna keep this ball rolling for as long as I can. So if you want to hear me tear more awful stories to shreds, then you're in luck. At this point, I've covered way too many movies and games to list them all in extensive detail, so in the description you can find a playlist with every single analysis video that I have ever made on this channel. I've covered a lot of ground over the past few years talking about some of my favorite and least favorite movies and games of all time, either with individual videos or ranking lists, with the most recent addition being my series covering Incredibles 2. I mentioned in today's video that Incredibles 2 really suffered from being pushed up a year, so if you want to hear more about just how much it suffered, you can check out that trilogy of videos. Who knows, maybe I'll end up making a supercut of that series if this one does well. If you're looking for something a bit different than my typical reviews, then might I recommend to you the Lightyear audio commentary that I did with some of my friends. We watched through the entire movie and commentated over all of it, talking about how none of it made any sense at all and laughing at its stupidity the entire time. Sadly, you can't listen to the entire unedited commentary track because, well, copyright, but that video will still give you the highlights of our Lightyear adventures. We had an absolute blast recording it, and I cannot recommend it to you enough. And if you end up liking it, you're in luck, because we have plans to do even more commentary reactions for more movies in the very near future. Speaking of future videos, don't worry, I am still working on videos talking about Cars on the Road and Lightyear. I would ordinarily give a general release window for these things, but that usually ends up backfiring significantly because of the lengths that I push myself to in order to not break my release date promises. So instead, I'll just say that they'll be ready when they're ready. already. Outside of those, I also have some other bonus projects cooking up in the background, such as a behind-the-scenes video for my Incredibles 2 series, and more movie commentaries like I mentioned earlier with the crew from the Lightyear commentary. There's a lot of fun stuff coming up in the next few months, and I hope you all enjoy it. But for the time being, I gotta get back to work. Still plenty of production left to be done on those projects I just mentioned. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for coming along on this adventure with me. Be sure to check out my other videos if anything I've described today piqued your interest, and beyond that, I hope to see you all soon for whatever you decide to watch next. So long, partners.